Hey everyone, welcome back to Nexus Harry. Today we're diving into an amazing story called What If the Goblins Scanned Harry at age 5 and Found a Soul Bond to the Founders and 200 Magic Blocks. If you love these stories, please hit that like button and subscribe. It really helps us bring more content to you. Without further ado, let's begin. Chapter 1, The Inheritance revealed. The July heat pressed down on Privet Drive like a damp blanket, turning the perfectly manicured lawns a dull yellow despite the residents' best efforts. On this particular afternoon, while most sensible people remained indoors with their electric fans whirring, Arabella Figg sat at her kitchen window, ostensibly feeding her cats but actually watching number 4 with narrowed eyes. Something wasn't right. It hadn't been right for a while. The Potter boy, barely 5 years old, was outside again, attempting to weed the garden beds despite being hardly tall enough to reach properly. His oversized clothes hung from his tiny frame, and even from this distance, Arabella could see the angry red mark blooming on his cheek. She'd reported the signs multiple times, of course. Dumbledore always listened patiently, always assured her the boy needed to remain with his blood relatives for protection, always promised to have a word with the Dursleys. Nothing ever changed. As she watched, young Harry reached for a particularly stubborn dandelion. His small hand closed around the base, and he pulled. The weed didn't budge. He pulled harder, his face screwing up with effort. Then it happened. A pulse of energy, visible even to Arabella's limited magical senses, rippled out from the boy. The air around him seemed to shimmer for a moment, like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The dandelion not only came free but disintegrated entirely, leaving nothing but dust. More remarkably, every weed in a 6-foot radius simply withered and died instantly. Harry staggered backward, eyes wide with terror. He looked around frantically to see if anyone had noticed. Vernon Dursley chose that precise moment to step outside. His face purpled as he surveyed the circular pattern of dead plants amidst his otherwise immaculate garden. "Boy!" The shout carried across the street. "What have you done to my garden?" Arabella watched in horror as Vernon grabbed Harry's arm roughly, dragging him inside. The door slammed shut with such force that she could hear it clearly even from her kitchen. Her cat scattered as she stood abruptly, knocking over the half-empty tin of food. This had gone far enough. Dumbledore and his greater good be damned. She hurried to her fireplace, hands trembling as she reached for the small pouch of Floo powder she kept hidden behind a particularly hideous cat figurine. She rarely used it, rarely had reason to contact the magical world directly, but this was an emergency. The green flames roared to life. Minerva McGonagall's office, Hogwarts, she called, hoping the deputy headmistress was there despite the summer holiday. After several tense moments, Minerva's stern face appeared in the flames. "Arabella? Is everything all right?" "No," Arabella said firmly. "It's the Potter boy. I've just witnessed the strongest accidental magic I've ever seen," and Vernon Dursley's reaction. She swallowed hard. "Minerva, I've respected Albus's wishes for 4 years now, but something is wrong. The boy's magic shouldn't be that volatile at his age, and the way these muggles treat him." Minerva's expression hardened. "I told Albus those were the worst sort of muggles." "What exactly did you see?" Arabella described the incident in detail, including the visible pulse of magic and Vernon's reaction. When she finished, Minerva was silent for a long moment. "This changes things," she finally said. "Accidental magic is normal in children Harry's age, but what you're describing sounds like something else entirely. Almost like..." "Like what?" "Like magic fighting against constraints." Minerva's voice had dropped to almost a whisper. "Listen carefully, Arabella. Albus cannot know about this conversation. Not yet. What do you suggest?" "The boy needs to be examined by someone who can determine what's happening with his magic. Not St. Mungo's, too public, too many questions. Gringotts might be our best option." Arabella blinked in surprise. "The Goblin Bank? What could they do?" "More than you might think. Their inheritance rituals can detect magical signatures, blocks, bonds, things that wizarding healers might miss or be obligated to report. Minerva paused. Could you bring Harry to Diagon Alley? Tomorrow morning, perhaps. Vernon leaves for work at 7, and Petunia often takes Dudley shopping on Tuesdays. I could offer to watch Harry. Perfect. Meet me outside the Leaky Cauldron at 8 o'clock. And Arabella, Minerva's expression softened slightly. Thank you for watching over him all these years. I know it hasn't been easy. As the flames died down, Arabella sat heavily in her armchair, surrounded by concerned cats. After 4 years of feeling helpless, she was finally doing something concrete to help Lily and James's son. She only hoped it wouldn't be too late. Harry Potter woke at dawn to the sound of his aunt rapping sharply on his cupboard door. His entire body ached, especially his back where Uncle Vernon's belt had left its mark, but he knew better than to complain. Complaining only made things worse. Up. Get up now. Aunt Petunia's shrill voice penetrated the thin wood. I need you to start breakfast before Vernon leaves. Yes, Aunt Petunia, Harry replied automatically, his small voice carefully neutral. He reached for his glasses, wincing as the movement pulled at the welts on his back. The previous evening remained a confusing blur. He remembered the garden, the strange feeling that had rushed through him like warm water, and then Uncle Vernon's fury. He'd called it freakishness again, that mysterious thing Harry could never quite understand but always seemed to do wrong. In the kitchen, Harry stood on his tiptoes to reach the stove, carefully turning bacon and making sure it didn't burn. Uncle Vernon liked his bacon just so, crispy but not black. Harry had learned the hard way what happened when breakfast wasn't perfect. Vernon entered the kitchen just as Harry was serving the food, his massive frame filling the doorway. He eyed Harry suspiciously. No funny business today, boy, he growled. Petunia tells me Mrs. Figg will be watching you while they're out. Don't you dare embarrass us with your abnormalities. Harry kept his eyes down. Yes, Uncle Vernon. After breakfast, Aunt Petunia scrubbed Harry's face and hands with unnecessary force, combed his unruly black hair, which promptly sprang back into its natural chaotic state, and gave him strict instructions to behave for Mrs. Figg. If I hear one word about any strangeness, you'll be in that cupboard for a week, she threatened, her bony finger inches from his nose. When the doorbell rang at 7:30, Harry was almost relieved. Mrs. Figg's house always smelled of cabbage and cats, and she usually made him look at photographs of every cat she'd ever owned, but at least she never hit him. Today, though, Mrs. Figg seemed different. There was an unusual energy about her as she greeted Aunt Petunia. And instead of her typical house dress, she wore a perfectly normal skirt and blouse, her gray hair neatly combed. I thought I might take the boy to the park today, she said casually. The fresh air would do him good. Aunt Petunia looked momentarily suspicious, but the prospect of having Harry out of the neighborhood, where he couldn't embarrass them, quickly won out. Have him back by 4, she said curtly, before turning to Dudley with a completely transformed expression. Now come along, Duddykins. We're going to buy you those new toys Mummy promised. As soon as the Dursleys' car disappeared around the corner, Mrs. Figg's demeanor changed completely. She knelt down to Harry's level, her eyes kind but serious. Harry, dear, I need you to come with me on a special trip today. It's very important, and it's all about you, about making things better. Harry regarded her warily. Adults didn't do things to make his life better. That wasn't how his world worked. Where are we going? He asked, his voice small. To meet a friend of your parents, Mrs. Figg said, watching his reaction carefully. Someone who knew them well and wants to help you. Harry's eyes widened. No one ever mentioned his parents, except to tell him they were no good drunks who died in a car crash. The possibility of meeting someone who actually knew them, who might tell him something, anything about them, was overwhelming. My parents, he whispered. You knew my parents? Something that might have been guilt flashed across Mrs. Figg's face. "Not personally, dear, but my friend did. Now, we need to catch a bus, and we mustn't be late." Harry followed her, his mind racing with questions he hardly dared to ask. For the first time in his young life, a tiny spark of hope flickered in his chest. The leaky cauldron looked nothing like Harry had expected. From Mrs. Figg's whispered description on the bus, he'd imagined something magical and impressive. Instead, it was a shabby, unremarkable pub that the other pedestrians didn't seem to notice at all. Standing outside was a tall, stern-looking woman with black hair pulled into a tight bun. She wore an emerald green outfit that, while not exactly strange, seemed somehow out of step with the other people on the street. Her eyes found Harry immediately, and something in her expression softened. "Arabella," she greeted Mrs. Figg, before turning her full attention to Harry. "And you must be Harry Potter." Harry nodded, suddenly shy under her intense gaze. "My name is Professor Minerva McGonagall. I taught your parents when they were at school." She paused, seeming to collect herself. "You have your mother's eyes." Those simple words hit Harry like a physical force. He had his mother's eyes. This stranger knew what his mother looked like, knew something real and concrete about her that no one had ever bothered to tell him before. Did you know them well?" he managed to ask. "Quite well," Professor McGonagall said, her Scottish accent becoming more pronounced with emotion. "Your father was exceptionally talented at transfiguration, that's changing one thing into another, and your mother was brilliant at charms and potions. They were both very brave, very kind people." Harry absorbed this information like parched earth soaking up rain. His parents hadn't been drunks. They'd been talented, brave, and kind. "We have much to discuss, Mr. Potter," McGonagall continued, "but first, we need to determine some facts. That's why we're visiting Gringotts today, the Wizarding Bank." "Wizarding?" Harry repeated, his voice barely audible. "Like, magic?" McGonagall's eyes narrowed slightly. "They haven't told you anything, have they?" When Harry shook his head, she pressed her lips into a thin line. "Yes, Harry. Magic. You are a wizard, as was your father. Your mother was a witch, a very talented one. But Uncle Vernon says there's no such thing as magic," Harry said automatically, then cringed, expecting punishment for contradicting an adult. Instead, McGonagall exchanged a dark look with Mrs. Figg. "Your uncle," she said carefully, "is not someone whose opinions on magic should be considered reliable. Now, shall we proceed?" She led them through the leaky cauldron, nodding briefly to the bartender but moving quickly to prevent anyone from recognizing Harry. Behind the pub was a small walled courtyard. McGonagall withdrew a slender wooden stick from her sleeve and tapped a specific brick in the wall. To Harry's amazement, the bricks began to shift and rearrange themselves, forming an archway that opened onto the most extraordinary street he had ever seen. "This," McGonagall said with just a hint of pride, "is Diagon Alley." Harry stared open-mouthed at the crooked buildings, the people in flowing robes, the shop windows displaying items he couldn't begin to comprehend. Owls swooped overhead, cauldrons stacked outside a storefront gleamed in the morning sun, and in the distance, a majestic white building towered over everything else. "That's Gringotts," McGonagall explained, following his gaze. "Run by goblins, and our destination this morning." As they walked down the cobblestone street, Harry struggled to take everything in. Each shop seemed more fascinating than the last: books that floated, brooms displayed with signs claiming they could fly, an ice cream parlor where the desserts changed colors. "Professor," he said hesitantly, "why are we going to the bank?" "I don't have any money." McGonagall's expression was unreadable. "That remains to be seen, Mr. Potter. But today's visit isn't primarily about money. Gringotts offers certain services beyond simple banking, services that might help us understand your unique situation." Before Harry could ask what she meant, they arrived at the bank's burnished bronze doors. Standing beside them was a creature unlike anything Harry had ever seen, shorter than him but with an air of dangerous intelligence, dressed in a scarlet and gold uniform. "A goblin," McGonagall murmured. "Always treat them with respect." Harry nodded solemnly, eyes wide as they passed through the first doors and then a second set made of silver, engraved with an ominous warning against theft. Inside, the vast marble hall bustled with activity, goblins weighing coins, examining precious stones, and leading wizards through various doors. McGonagall approached a free counter and spoke quietly to the goblin seated there. "We require a private inheritance ritual for young Mr. Potter here. Most urgent and confidential." The goblin peered down at Harry, his black eyes lingering on the lightning-shaped scar partially visible through Harry's unruly fringe. Without a word, he hopped down from his high stool and beckoned them to follow. They were led through a labyrinth of corridors, moving steadily downward until the marble gave way to rough-hewn stone. Finally, they stopped before an ancient wooden door inscribed with symbols Harry couldn't read. "Inheritance Ritual Chamber," the goblin announced. "Senior Ritualist Gornek will attend you shortly." With a bow that seemed only fractionally respectful, he departed. While they waited, Harry gathered his courage. "Professor, what exactly is an inheritance ritual?" McGonagall considered him thoughtfully. "It's a goblin specialty, a form of magic that reveals a person's magical lineage, inherited abilities, and—" She hesitated. "It can also detect certain magical influences that might be affecting you." "Like what?" Harry pressed. "That's precisely what we're here to find out." She glanced at Mrs. Figg, who had been unusually quiet since entering the magical world. "Arabella observed something yesterday that suggested your magic might be constrained in some way." Before Harry could question her further, the door swung open to reveal an ancient-looking goblin with spectacles perched on his long nose. His eyes, unlike those of the other goblins Harry had seen, were a piercing amber. "I am Gornek," he stated without preamble. "You seek the inheritance ritual for the Potter heir." It wasn't a question. McGonagall stepped forward. "Yes. We have reason to believe his magic may be unnaturally suppressed." Gornek's bushy eyebrows rose slightly. "Serious allegations. The ritual will reveal all." He turned his penetrating gaze on Harry. "Child, are you willing? The ritual requires your blood freely given." Harry glanced uncertainly at McGonagall, who nodded encouragingly. "It's safe, Harry. A few drops only, and it will tell us things we need to know." "Okay," Harry agreed, his voice small but determined. Gornek gestured them inside a circular chamber. The stone walls were covered in more of the strange symbols, and in the center stood a raised dais holding a shallow stone basin. The room was lit by floating orbs of blue-white light that cast no shadows. "The squib must remain outside," Gornek said, nodding toward Mrs. Figg. She looked momentarily disappointed but nodded in understanding. "I'll wait here, Harry. You'll be fine with Minerva." The door closed behind her, and Gornek approached the basin. From his pocket, he withdrew a small silver knife and a vial of golden liquid. "The ritual is simple but profound," he explained, his voice taking on a formal cadence. 7 drops of blood in the basin. The revealing solution will mix with it. The magic will show what is hidden." Harry approached the dais nervously. The basin, he now saw, was filled with a silvery substance that moved like water but reflected nothing. "Your hand, Heir Potter." With only slight hesitation, Harry extended his right hand. Gornek took it gently but firmly in his long-fingered grip. The silver knife flashed, and Harry felt a sharp sting as it pricked his index finger. 7 drops of blood fell into the basin, appearing black against the silver liquid. Gornek uncorked the golden vial and poured its contents in a circular pattern around Harry's blood. As the two substances met, they began to swirl together, faster and faster, creating a miniature whirlpool of gold, silver, and crimson. The goblin began to chant in a guttural language that made the hairs on Harry's arms stand up. The mixture in the basin started to glow, softly at first, then with increasing intensity until Harry had to squint against its brilliance. Suddenly, the light shot upward in a column, then expanded outward to form a dome over the basin. Inside this dome, symbols and images began to appear, flowing, shifting, rearranging themselves like a living puzzle. Gornik's chanting stopped abruptly. His amber eyes widened as he stared at the display. "Impossible," he whispered, seeming to forget his formal demeanor. "In all my centuries." McGonagall stepped closer. "What is it? What do you see?" The goblin pointed a gnarled finger at 4 distinct symbols hovering near the top of the light dome. "Soul bonds. 4 of them. Ancient. Soul bonds." McGonagall repeated, her Scottish accent thickening with shock. "To whom?" "The founders," Gornik said simply. "All 4 Hogwarts founders." The name meant nothing to Harry, but McGonagall's sharp intake of breath told him this was significant. "That can't be possible," she insisted. "No one has ever, the ritual does not lie." Gornik's tone brooked no argument. "But that is not the most disturbing revelation." He gestured to a complex web of light strands that pulsed an angry red throughout the display. "These are magical blocks. Constraints placed upon his natural abilities." McGonagall leaned closer, her face pale. "How many?" Gornik was silent for a long moment, his finger tracing various patterns in the air as he counted. Finally, he turned to face them, his expression grave even for a goblin. 197 distinct blocks, he announced. Plus additional bindings on the soul bonds themselves. This child's magic has been systematically crippled since infancy. Harry felt a cold knot form in his stomach. "Someone did this to me? On purpose?" The goblin nodded solemnly. "The magical signature is clear on most of them." His eyes flicked to McGonagall. "Your headmaster has been quite thorough." McGonagall staggered slightly, reaching out to steady herself against the dais. "Albus," she whispered. "Albus did this?" "Not all," Gornik clarified. "There are other signatures. But his is predominant." Harry looked between them, confused and increasingly frightened. "Who's Albus? Why would he do this to me?" McGonagall seemed unable to answer, still processing the revelation. It was Gornik who replied. "Albus Dumbledore. Current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot." His thin lips curved into what might have been a sneer. "A wizard of great power and influence. And apparently, one who feared yours." "But I'm nobody," Harry protested. "Evidently not." Gornik gestured again to the glowing display. "Your magical core, even suppressed as it is, shows extraordinary potential. Combined with these founder bonds. What do they mean?" McGonagall asked, finally recovering her composure. "Soul bonds to the founders." Gornik's expression became thoughtful. "In simplest terms, magical inheritance. Not merely of knowledge or skills, but of essence. The founder's magic recognized something in this child, a spiritual affinity, perhaps, and formed connections. Like, they're part of me?" Harry asked, trying to understand. "In a way. Their magical signatures have intertwined with yours." Gornik studied the display more carefully. "Extraordinary. Godric Gryffindor's courage and battle magic. Rowena Ravenclaw's wisdom and spellcrafting. Salazar Slytherin's cunning and parcel magic. Helga Hufflepuff's healing and earth magic. All bound to you, yet all restrained." McGonagall's eyes hadn't left the angry red web of blockages. "Can they be removed?" "Some, immediately. Others must be withdrawn gradually to prevent magical shock." Gornik's amber eyes fixed on Harry. "The process will not be pleasant, but it is necessary. The blocks are damaging your core. Harry swallowed hard. Will it hurt? Yes, Gornick said bluntly. But less than leaving them in place. McGonagall knelt beside Harry, meeting his eyes directly. This is your decision, Harry. We've discovered something very wrong has been done to you, but you must decide what happens next. If you want time to think, no, Harry said firmly, surprising himself with his certainty. I want them gone. I want to be, whatever I'm supposed to be. McGonagall studied him for a moment, then nodded. Your mother would be proud of that answer. She rose and addressed Gornick. What do we need to do? First, the Goblin said, secure magical guardianship. The current arrangement is problematic. Albus is his magical guardian, McGonagall said with a frown. And has clearly abused that trust, Gornick countered. Gringotts has authority to suspend such guardianship in cases of demonstrable magical harm. We require an alternative guardian, one with sufficient political and magical standing to protect the child. McGonagall considered this. Amelia Bones, perhaps. Head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Impeccable reputation, powerful witch, and Susan is close to Harry's age. Gornick nodded approvingly. A suitable choice. Can she be contacted immediately? I believe so. McGonagall withdrew her wand. With your permission to cast a Patronus message? At the Goblin's assent, she waved her wand in a complex pattern and murmured, Expecto Patronum. A silver tabby cat burst from the tip, glowing with ethereal light. Amelia, McGonagall spoke to the cat, your presence is urgently required at Gringotts regarding Harry Potter. Evidence of magical abuse and suppression. Please come immediately. The situation is delicate and requires your authority. The silver cat bounded away, passing through the solid stone wall as if it were mist. While we wait, Gornick said, turning back to the ritual basin, I will identify which blocks can be safely removed today. He began tracing complex patterns through the magical display, muttering in gobbledygook. Harry watched in fascination, trying to make sense of everything he'd learned in the past hour. He was a wizard. His parents had been magical too. Someone named Dumbledore had been deliberately suppressing his abilities. And somehow, he was connected to 4 people called the Founders. Professor, he said quietly to McGonagall, who were the Founders? Why is being connected to them important? McGonagall's expression softened. Over 1,000 years ago, 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of the age came together to create Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Godric Gryffindor, Rowena Ravenclaw, Helga Hufflepuff, and Salazar Slytherin. They were legendary even in their own time, each master of different branches of magic, each with unique gifts. She gestured to the glowing symbols representing the bonds. No one in recorded history has ever shown a magical connection to even one founder, let alone all 4. It's. She seemed to search for the right word. Unprecedented. Before Harry could ask more questions, the chamber door opened to admit a square-jawed witch with short grey hair and a monocle fixed to her right eye. She wore formal robes of deep burgundy and carried herself with unmistakable authority. Minerva, she greeted McGonagall, before her eyes fell on Harry. For a brief moment, her stern expression faltered. Merlin's beard. He looks just like James, except, Lily's eyes, McGonagall finished with a sad smile. Yes. Amelia Bones quickly composed herself, turning to Gornick with a respectful nod. Senior Ritualist. I received an alarming message. Something about magical suppression. Gornick gestured to the still glowing display above the ritual basin. See for yourself, Madam Bones. Amelia approached the basin, her monocle somehow magnifying the magical images as she examined them. Her expression grew progressively darker. 197 blocks, she finally said, her voice dangerously quiet. On a child? This constitutes criminal magical assault under Section 12 of the Child Protection Act. The primary magical signature belongs to Albus Dumbledore, Gornick informed her, watching her reaction carefully. Amelia's jaw tightened. I see. And these other signatures? Some I recognize, healers from St. Mungo's, likely acting under Dumbledore's direction. Others are unknown to me. And these? Amelia pointed to the 4 distinctive symbols at the top of the display. Soul bonds to the Hogwarts founders, McGonagall explained. All 4 of them. Even the composed Madame Bones couldn't hide her shock at this. Impossible, she breathed. The ritual is infallible, Gornick stated flatly. The child has inherited magical connections to Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Connections that have been deliberately suppressed. Amelia turned to look at Harry, really seeing him this time, not just James Potter's son with Lily's eyes, but a small, undernourished boy in oversized clothes, watching the adults with wary intelligence. Harry, she said gently, may I ask you some questions about your home life? Harry tensed visibly. I'm not supposed to talk about home. You're not in any trouble, Amelia assured him. But I need to understand everything that's happened to you. After a moment's hesitation, Harry nodded reluctantly. Where do you sleep at your aunt and uncle's house? Harry looked down at his 2 large shoes. In the cupboard under the stairs. Amelia's expression didn't change, but her knuckles whitened as she gripped her wand. I see. And how often do they feed you? I get dinner if I finish all my chores and don't do anything, freaky, Harry said quietly. Sometimes breakfast, if I cook it right. And these marks on your arms? Your face. Amelia's voice remained gentle, but there was steel beneath it. Harry instinctively touched the fading bruise on his cheek. Uncle Vernon gets angry when strange things happen around me. Like yesterday, with the garden. I didn't mean to do it. Amelia exchanged a look with McGonagall that promised retribution. That's quite enough for now, Harry. Thank you for being brave and honest. She straightened up and addressed both McGonagall and Gornick. As head of the DMLE, I am invoking emergency custody protocols. Harry Potter is clearly in danger, both from magical suppression and physical abuse. I formally request temporary magical guardianship, pending full Wisengamot review. Gornick nodded approvingly. Gringotts recognizes the request. A blood signature will seal it. From a hidden pocket, he produced an official-looking parchment already filled with goblin script. Amelia reviewed it carefully before pricking her thumb with the ritual knife and pressing a bloody thumbprint to the bottom. The parchment glowed briefly, then duplicated itself. One copy vanished with a small pop. It is done, Gornick announced. Albus Dumbledore's guardianship is suspended, and Madame Bones is now the boy's temporary magical guardian. The ministry records will update automatically. Harry looked between the adults, hardly daring to believe what was happening. Does this mean I don't have to go back to the Dursleys? Amelia knelt to his eye level. Harry, I promise you will never set foot in that house again. You'll come to stay with me and my niece Susan for now. She's about your age, I think you'll get along splendidly. The hope that blossomed across Harry's face was almost painful to witness. Really? You're not joking? Really, Amelia confirmed. But first, we need to remove some of these harmful blocks on your magic. Are you ready for that? Harry nodded, his green eyes suddenly determined. Yes, ma'am. Gornick gestured for Harry to stand in the center of the ritual circle. We will begin with the simplest blocks, those on your magical perception and accidental magic. 7 in total. The goblin began another chant, this one more forceful than before. The red strands representing the blocks began to pulse faster, 7 of them glowing brighter than the rest. With a sharp gesture from Gornick, these strands suddenly snapped, dissolving into sparks that were absorbed back into the magical display. The effect on Harry was immediate and intense. He gasped, dropping to his knees as sensation flooded through him. It felt as if he'd spent his entire life underwater and had suddenly broken the surface. Colors seemed brighter, sounds clearer, and the air itself tingled against his skin. Most overwhelming of all was the new awareness of magic, flowing through him, surrounding him, saturating the very stones of Gringotts. He could sense McGonagall and Amelia as bright, complex patterns of energy. Gornik's magic felt different, more angular and crystalline. "Breathe through it, Harry," McGonagall encouraged, her voice seeming to come from very far away. "Your senses are adjusting. It will pass." Gradually, the overwhelming input subsided to manageable levels. Harry remained on his knees, shaking slightly. "The child shows remarkable resilience," Gornik observed. "Most adults would be unconscious after such an adjustment." As Harry steadied himself, a warmth began to spread through his chest, different from the rush of returning magic. It felt like a presence. Gentle, nurturing, and somehow familiar. "Hello, little badger," a woman's voice whispered in his mind. "You've been so brave." Harry's head snapped up, eyes wide. "Did you hear that? Someone's talking to me." Gornik studied the magical display intently. "Interesting. The Hufflepuff bond has activated first. Likely drawn to your current vulnerability and need for nurturing." "You can hear Helga Hufflepuff?" McGonagall asked, astonished. Harry nodded, still listening to the gentle voice only he could hear. She says I'm not alone anymore. That they've been waiting for me to find them. Tell them not to remove too many blocks at once," the voice cautioned. "Your young body needs time to adjust." Godric is impatient, as always, but even he agrees. Harry relayed the message, and Gornik nodded thoughtfully. "The Founder's wisdom aligns with our assessment. 7 blocks removed today, 7 more in 1 week. A carefully measured progression." Amelia helped Harry to his feet. "How do you feel now, Harry?" He considered the question seriously. "Different. Like I was wearing really tight clothes my whole life and someone just gave me proper ones." He frowned slightly. "But there's still pressure. Like something pushing down on me." "The remaining blocks," Gornik explained. "You will become increasingly aware of them as your sensitivity grows." The ritual concluded with Gornik providing a detailed schedule for block removal, a process that would take nearly 2 years to complete safely. Amelia agreed to bring Harry back weekly for the initial sessions, then bi-weekly as the removals became more complex. As they prepared to leave the chamber, Gornik fixed Harry with his amber gaze one final time. "Herr Potter, you should know, what was done to you was not merely unusual. It was unprecedented. The level of suppression, combined with your unique bonds. There has never been a wizard like you. What you might become once fully unbound is beyond even goblin prediction." Harry swallowed hard, not sure if this was meant to be encouraging or terrifying. "I just want to be normal," he said quietly. Gornik's laugh was like stones grinding together. "That, young heir, is the one thing you can never be." Albus Dumbledore was enjoying a quiet morning in his office at Hogwarts when the alarms began to sound. Not audible alarms, nothing so crude, but magical notifications tied to specific wards and monitoring spells he had crafted over the years. He was reaching for a lemon drop when the first one triggered, a subtle vibration from the silver instrument monitoring the blood wards at Privet Drive. A small frown creased his brow as he rose to examine it. The delicate device was spinning erratically, emitting puffs of red smoke rather than its usual silver. Before he could determine the cause, a second alarm activated, this one far more strident. A golden snitch-sized orb on his desk began to glow an angry crimson, humming with increasing intensity. Dumbledore's frown deepened. That particular monitor was linked directly to Harry Potter's magical core, specifically to the network of blocks and constraints Albus had so carefully constructed since that fateful Halloween night. Something was interfering with his work. As he reached for the orb, it suddenly cracked down the middle, releasing a shower of golden sparks. Almost simultaneously, 6 more monitoring devices activated, each tied to different aspects of his complex plans. Dumbledore's customary benign expression vanished, replaced by a look of cold calculation. The timing was not coincidental. Someone had discovered his arrangements regarding Harry Potter and was actively dismantling them. He strode to the fireplace, casting in a pinch of Flow powder. "Ministry of Magic, Office of Magical Child Welfare," he called out clearly. A harried-looking witch appeared in the flames. "Headmaster Dumbledore. What an unexpected pleasure. A small matter regarding Harry Potter's guardianship records," he said smoothly, eyes twinkling despite his inner alarm. "I need to verify they remain in order." The witch looked surprised. "Oh. Well, that's a coincidence. They've just been updated, actually. Let me see." She shuffled through some papers off-screen. "Yes, as of 27 minutes ago, temporary magical guardianship has been transferred to Madame Amelia Bones under the emergency provisions of the Child Protection Act." Dumbledore's expression remained pleasant through decades of political practice, but internally, his mind was racing. Amelia. Of all people who might interfere, Amelia Bones was perhaps the most problematic. Incorruptible, powerful, and with enough political clout to resist even his influence. "I see," he said mildly. "And the reason for this transfer?" The witch consulted her paperwork again. "It simply cites evidence of magical endangerment and physical neglect requiring immediate intervention. Standard language for emergency transfers. The full hearing is scheduled for next week. Thank you for the information. Most helpful." Dumbledore ended the call with a genial nod that belied his growing concern. He paced the length of his office, various plans and contingencies forming and dissolving in his mind. How much had they discovered? Who else was involved? And most critically, how would this affect the greater plan? The portraits of former headmasters watched him silently, most feigning sleep but a few following his movements with calculating eyes. "Trouble, Albus?" Phineas Nigellus Black finally asked, his painted lips curved in a sardonic smile. "A minor setback," Dumbledore replied absently. "Nothing irreparable." "Is it the Potter boy?" Phineas pressed. "My great-great-grandson's godson." Dumbledore paused, considering how much to reveal even to the portraits bound to serve the current headmaster. "Harry Potter's situation has become complicated." "Some might say it was complicated the moment you left him with those muggles," Phineas observed dryly. "Against the explicit provisions of James and Lily Potter's will, as I recall." Dumbledore's blue eyes hardened slightly. "The greater good sometimes requires difficult choices, Phineas. You of all people should understand that." "Oh, I understand the concept perfectly," the former Slytherin headmaster drawled. "I merely question your execution." Ignoring the portrait's baiting, Dumbledore returned to the problem at hand. Amelia now had temporary guardianship, which meant Harry was likely at Bones Manor. The blood wards at Privet Drive were failing without his presence. And most concerning of all, someone had begun removing the magical blocks. He needed information, and quickly. His first instinct was to contact Minerva, but a nagging suspicion gave him pause. Her absence from the castle this morning, combined with her frequent concerns about Harry's placement with the Dursleys. Could she be involved? Instead, he summoned his Phoenix Patronus. "Severus, please come to my office immediately. A situation has developed regarding Harry Potter." While waiting for his potions master to arrive, Dumbledore began writing rapid notes to his various allies in the Wizengamot. If this was to become a legal battle, he needed to secure his position. The office door opened without a knock, admitting Severus Snape in a billow of black robes. "You summoned me, headmaster." "Indeed, Severus. We have a problem." Dumbledore gestured to the cracked monitoring devices. "Someone has removed Harry from his relatives and begun dismantling the magical constraints I placed upon him." Snape's sallow face registered momentary surprise before settling into its usual impassive mask. "How unfortunate. And you suspect?" "Amelia Bones has claimed guardianship." Minerva may be involved as well. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. I need you to make discreet inquiries. Particularly at Gringotts. Snape's lip curled slightly. The goblins are unlikely to share information about their clients, even with me. Not directly, perhaps. But observe. Listen. Your skills at gathering intelligence have always been exceptional. After a moment's consideration, Snape nodded curtly. Very well. But I must ask, how significant is this development? The boy is still 5 years from attending Hogwarts. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly looking every one of his considerable years. More significant than I can explain at present. The blocks were not placed frivolously, Severus. They were necessary. To control his magic? Snape asked, one eyebrow raised skeptically. To contain it, Dumbledore corrected. And to prevent complications. The prophecy is only part of a much larger picture. Snape's dark eyes narrowed. You've never fully explained these complications. And I cannot do so now, Dumbledore said firmly. Suffice it to say, Harry Potter's magical development must proceed along very specific lines if we are to prevent catastrophe when Voldemort returns. The potion's master flinched slightly at the name but otherwise remained stoic. As you wish, Headmaster. I shall see what information I can gather. After Snape departed, Dumbledore returned to the damaged monitoring devices, examining each in turn. 6 had failed completely, suggesting 6 blocks had been removed. Not catastrophic yet, but concerning nonetheless. One monitor, however, drew his particular attention, a small crystal pyramid that normally pulsed with 4 distinct colors. Now it glowed steadily, the colors swirling together in a pattern he had hoped never to see. The founder bonds were awakening. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. Too soon, he murmured to the empty office. Far, far too soon. Bones Manor stood on several acres of lush countryside in Yorkshire, protected by generations of magical defenses and hidden from Muggle view. As Amelia led Harry through the imposing front gates, she watched his reaction carefully. The boy had been quiet since leaving Gringotts, overwhelmed by the day's revelations and the sudden changes to his magic. Now, faced with the sprawling stone manor house with its mullioned windows and climbing roses, he seemed almost afraid to believe it was real. "This is where you live?" he asked, his voice small with wonder. "It's the Bones family home," Amelia explained, "passed down through many generations. Susan and I rattling around in it alone is rather excessive, to be honest." As if summoned by her name, a girl with red blonde hair came racing around the corner of the house, trailed by a harried-looking house elf. "Auntie! You're back early," Susan called, skidding to a halt when she noticed Harry. Her friendly face registered surprise, then curiosity. "Hello. Who are you?" Harry seemed to shrink slightly under her direct gaze. "I'm Harry," he said softly. Amelia placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Susan, this is Harry Potter. He'll be staying with us for quite some time." Susan's eyes widened comically. "Harry Potter? Really?" Her gaze flickered to his forehead, then back to his face. "But you're supposed to be, I don't know, 10 feet tall and fighting dragons or something." Despite himself, Harry smiled at the ridiculous image. "Sorry to disappoint. I'm just regular-sized and I've never seen a dragon." "Well, that's boring," Susan declared, but her smile took any sting from the words. "But you can help me look for garden gnomes if you want. Mimsy says there's a whole colony under the west hedge." The house elf wrung her hands anxiously. Miss Susan be getting her new clothes dirty. Mimsy tried to stop her, Mistress Bones. "It's quite all right, Mimsy," Amelia assured the elf. "Though perhaps lunch before gnome hunting would be wise. Harry has had quite a morning." At the mention of food, Harry's stomach growled audibly, reminding him that breakfast had been meager and long ago. He blushed, embarrassed. Susan grinned. I'm starving too. Race you to the kitchen. Without waiting for a response, she dashed toward the house. Harry looked uncertainly at Amelia, who nodded encouragingly. Go ahead. I need to make some calls, but I'll join you shortly. After a moment's hesitation, Harry ran after Susan, his movements still cautious but with a hint of newfound freedom. Amelia watched him go, her professional composure finally giving way to the anger she'd been suppressing since the ritual chamber. Albus Dumbledore, the most respected wizard in Britain, had systematically crippled a child's magic and left him in an abusive home. Whatever his reasons, whatever greater plan he might claim to serve, she would see justice done. Inside her study, she secured the door with privacy charms before activating the flue. Bartemius Crouch, she called clearly. The stern face of the head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation appeared in the flames. Amelia? This is unexpected. Barty, I need your expertise on international magical law. Specifically, the sections dealing with magical suppression of minors. Crouch's eyebrows rose slightly. An unusual inquiry. Has something happened? I've invoked emergency guardianship for Harry Potter after discovering severe magical binding and evidence of Muggle abuse. If she expected shock, she was disappointed. Crouch merely nodded thoughtfully. I suspected something wasn't right when Dumbledore refused to disclose the boy's location to the Wizengamot. You've confirmed my concerns. Then you'll help me build a case. This goes beyond typical magical guardian overreach, Barty. We found nearly 200 separate bindings on his core. Now Crouch did look shocked. 200. That approaches the definition of magical suppression under the Geneva Magical Convention of 1902. Exactly. I need precedents, particularly any involving prominent political figures. Amelia leaned closer to the flames. This will get ugly, Barty. Dumbledore won't relinquish control easily. Crouch's expression hardened. My family has always valued magical law above political convenience, Amelia. I'll provide whatever assistance you require. And... He hesitated briefly, perhaps you might consider contacting Tiberius Ogden as well. He has concerns about Dumbledore's accumulation of power that might align with your case. Thank you, Barty. I'll do that. After ending the call, Amelia sat at her desk, drafting formal notifications to the Child Welfare Division and the Wizengamot Administrative Services. The political battle ahead would be formidable, but not nearly as challenging as helping a severely traumatized and magically suppressed child adjust to a normal life. She thought of her brother Edgar and his wife, murdered along with their children during the war. Only Susan had survived, hidden by a house elf in a moment of desperate inspiration. Amelia had raised her niece ever since, trying to provide the stable, loving home her brother would have wanted for his daughter. Now another child orphaned by the same war needed the same chance. A soft knock at the study door interrupted her thoughts. Come in, she called, expecting Mimsy with tea. Instead, Harry Potter stood in the doorway, looking uncertain. Excuse me, Madam Bones. Susan said I should ask you about where I'm supposed to sleep. Amelia set aside her quill. Of course, Harry. And please, when we're at home, you can call me Amelia. Madam Bones is for the office. Harry nodded, though she suspected the formality was deeply ingrained after years with the Dursleys. We have several guest rooms prepared, she continued, rising from her desk. You can choose whichever one you like best. Harry's eyes widened slightly. I get to choose. Certainly. They're on the second floor, East Wing. Susan can show you. Harry hesitated again, seeming to gather his courage. There's something else. The voice, Helga, she's been talking to me more. She says the other three are starting to wake up too, because of the blocks being removed. Amelia managed to hide her surprise. The soul bonds were progressing faster than anyone had anticipated. What does she tell you about them? Godric is loud, Harry said with the ghost of a smile. He keeps saying I need to start training right away. Rowena wants me to read lots of books. And Salazar. He paused, looking troubled. He doesn't say much yet, but when he does, it's usually about being careful who I trust. Amelia nodded slowly. All sound advice, from what I know of the founders. Does it hurt having them in your mind? Harry shook his head. No. It's like having friends who are always with me. Friends who really care what happens to me. His voice grew quieter. I've never had that before. The simple statement, delivered without self-pity, struck Amelia like a physical blow. She crossed the room and knelt before him, looking directly into those remarkable green eyes. You have it now, Harry. Not just the founders, but real people too. Susan and I, Professor McGonagall, even Mrs. Figg in her way. You're not alone anymore. For a moment, Harry's composure wavered, his eyes brightening with unshed tears. Then he straightened his thin shoulders, nodding once. Thank you, he said simply. Amelia stood, offering her hand. Now, let's find you a bedroom. I believe the one with the view of the Quidditch pitch might appeal to you, once you learn what Quidditch is, that is. As they walked together down the corridor, Amelia felt the weight of responsibility settling on her shoulders. This boy had been failed by everyone who should have protected him. She would not continue that pattern. Whatever Albus Dumbledore's grand design had been, whatever future he had planned for the boy who lived, it ended today. Harry Potter would have the childhood he deserved, safe, loved, and free to become whoever he was meant to be. Even if that person turned out to be more extraordinary than anyone could imagine. Across Britain, witches and wizards went about their daily business, entirely unaware that the magical world had shifted on its axis. In a forest clearing in Albania, a dark mist stirred restlessly, sensing a change in the magical currents. In the Department of Mysteries, an ancient archway hummed with sudden energy, prompting the unspeakables to place it under heightened observation. And in the hidden chamber of secrets beneath Hogwarts, the carved eyes of Salazar Slytherin briefly glowed emerald green, the exact shade of a young boy's eyes as he chose his first real bedroom, marveling at the four-poster bed and the window overlooking a sunny meadow. Harry Potter sat on the edge of the bed, still half convinced he would wake up to find himself back in the cupboard under the stairs. The events of the day seemed impossible, magic was real, his parents hadn't died in a car crash, and he was somehow connected to 4 ancient wizards and witches who could talk inside his head. Not impossible, little badger, Helga's voice whispered gently. Just the beginning. And for the first time in his young life, Harry allowed himself to hope that she might be right. Chapter 2, Foundations of Power. The summer storm raged outside Bones Manor, lightning illuminating the grounds in brief, electric flashes. Inside the East Wing training room, 7-year-old Harry Potter sat cross-legged on a cushioned mat, eyes closed in concentration. 2 years had transformed the malnourished, frightened boy into a healthier, more confident child. His perpetually messy black hair still refused any attempt at taming, but it now framed a face that had lost its pinched, haunted look. Focus on the energy center in your chest, Amelia Bones instructed from where she sat opposite him. Visualize the flow of magic through your core, just as we practiced. Harry drew a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he turned his awareness inward. The internal landscape of his magic had become increasingly familiar over the past 24 months. Where once he'd perceived only vague sensations, he now saw intricate patterns of light and energy, a vast, complex network unique to him. And, of course, the blocks. Even after 2 years of weekly then bi-weekly visits to Gringotts, more than half of the original constraints remained. Gornick insisted on the deliberate pace, removing only what Harry's young body could safely absorb. Still, 94 blocks had been eliminated, each removal expanding his capabilities and deepening his connection to the founders. You're too rigid, young serpent, Salazar's cool voice observed in his mind. Magic flows like water, not like stone. Give the boy a moment, Salazar, Helga chided gently. He's still learning. Learning too slowly, Godric's booming presence declared. He should be wielding a sword by now, not just sitting around meditating. All of you, quiet, Rowena's precise tones cut through the mental chatter. He needs to concentrate. Harry suppressed a smile, now accustomed to the founders' bickering. Their voices had grown stronger with each block removal, developing distinct personalities that both guided and challenged him. I can see them, he told Amelia, keeping his eyes closed. The remaining blocks. They're like red knots in the flow. Amelia nodded approvingly, though Harry couldn't see it. Excellent visualization. Can you identify which areas remain most constrained? Harry's brow furrowed in concentration. My connection to external magic, the ability to sense and interact with magical sources outside myself. And he hesitated, something deeper. Something tied to the founders' bonds. Very good. Amelia's voice remained calm and instructive. Now, let's work with what you can access. Extend your awareness to the object in front of you. Harry opened his eyes to see a simple feather lying on the mat between them. 2 years ago, this exercise would have been impossible. Even 6 months ago, it had exhausted him completely. Now he understood the principles behind it, the extension of magical will, the connection between intention and result. He focused on the feather, extending filaments of his magic toward it. In his mind's eye, these appeared as tendrils of golden light, reaching out to envelop the object. When he felt the connection establish, he gave a small push with his magic. The feather rose smoothly into the air, hovering at eye level. Now, transform it, Amelia instructed. Remember, visualization is key. Harry concentrated on the feather, imagining it changing shape and substance. This was the challenging part. Wandless transfiguration required precise mental focus and control. He pictured a small, glass marble, with swirls of color inside matching the feather's original pattern. The feather shimmered, its edges blurring as it slowly condensed and hardened. After several seconds of intense concentration, a perfectly formed marble hung in the air where the feather had been. Well done. Amelia smiled warmly. Your control has improved significantly. Harry returned her smile, though sweat now beaded his forehead from the effort. He lowered the marble gently into his palm, holding it up to examine his work. The transformation wasn't merely superficial, the object had truly changed its fundamental properties. Transfiguration without a wand at your age is extremely rare, Amelia remarked, her pride evident. Most adult wizards couldn't manage it. Rare but not unprecedented, Rowena commented. I was transfiguring my mother's cooking pots at 5. Always the show-off, Rowena, Godric chuckled in Harry's mind. Harry had learned when to share the founder's comments and when to keep them to himself. This particular competition was a frequent theme, each founder claiming to have demonstrated magical prowess at increasingly improbable ages. Master Harry has visitor, announced Mimsy from the doorway, interrupting his thoughts. Young Master Longbottom has arrived with his grandmother. Thank you, Mimsy, Amelia replied. Please show them to the blue sitting room. We'll be there shortly. She turned to Harry. I believe that's enough practice for today. You've made excellent progress. Harry nodded, carefully pocketing the marble as a reminder of his achievement. Do you think Neville's grandmother will let him stay for the weekend this time? Augusta Longbottom is a formidable witch, but she's grown more comfortable with our arrangement over the past year. Amelia rose from the mat, straightening her casual robes. Besides, she can hardly argue with the improvements in Neville's confidence and magical ability. Harry grinned, excited to see his friend. When they'd first met 18 months ago, Neville had been painfully shy and convinced he was nearly a squib. Now, thanks to Harry's discovery and Gornick's intervention, Neville was coming into his own magical inheritance, albeit more gradually than Harry's extraordinary case. Race you to the sitting room. Harry called, already darting toward the door. Amelia shook her head fondly, following at a more dignified pace. The change in Harry over 2 years still amazed her. From a withdrawn, mistrustful child to this spirited boy who laughed and played and occasionally drove her to distraction with his questions and adventures. Of course, he wasn't an ordinary 7-year-old, couldn't be, given his unique circumstances. His intelligence and magical understanding already exceeded many Hogwarts students, and the influence of the founders gave him insights no child his age should possess. But Amelia had made sure he still experienced childhood joys, flying lessons, birthdays with proper presents, friendships with other magical children. And speaking of friends, the blue sitting room at Bones Manor reflected Amelia's preference for comfortable elegance rather than ostentatious display. Augusta Longbottom sat ramrod straight on a brocade armchair, her ever-present vulture-topped hat creating an imposing silhouette. Beside her, fidgeting slightly but no longer cowering, sat Neville. "Harry," he exclaimed as his friend entered, his round face lighting up. Harry beamed back. "Neville. I didn't know you were coming today." Augusta cleared her throat meaningfully, and Neville quickly remembered his manners. "Thank you for having us, Madam Bones," he said politely. Amelia smiled. "Always a pleasure, Neville." "Augusta, would you care for tea?" "That would be acceptable," Augusta replied with a crisp nod. Her stern exterior hadn't softened much over the numerous visits, but there was now a grudging respect in her interactions with Amelia. As the adults settled into conversation, Harry and Neville retreated to a window seat across the room, heads bent together conspiratorially. "Did you bring it?" Harry whispered. Neville nodded, reaching into his pocket. With a furtive glance toward his grandmother, he withdrew a small, rather scraggly-looking plant cutting. "Chinese chomping cabbage," he explained quietly, eyes shining with enthusiasm. "It's really rare. Great-uncle Algy brought it from his expedition to Tibet." Harry examined the plant with interest. Unlike most 7-year-olds, Neville's passion for herbology manifested in a genuine talent. Since the removal of his magical blocks, fewer and less complex than Harry's, but significant nonetheless, Neville had demonstrated remarkable affinity for plant magic. "It looks dangerous," Harry observed, noticing the tiny teeth-like edges on the leaves. Neville grinned. "Only if you don't know how to handle it." With surprising confidence, he stroked the stem in a specific pattern. The plant seemed to purr, its leaves curling contentedly. "I thought we could plant it in your greenhouse." Harry nodded eagerly. Amelia had converted an old conservatory into a magical greenhouse the previous year, after realizing both boys shared an interest in magical plants, though Neville's enthusiasm far outstripped Harry's. "Your grandmother's letting you stay the weekend?" Harry asked hopefully. "If it's all right with Madam Bones," Neville replied. "She brought my trunk just in case." Harry's expression brightened further. Weekend visits had become a cherished routine. Though Susan remained his closest friend by virtue of living under the same roof, Neville had become like a brother. They shared a unique bond, both orphans of the war, both victims of magical suppression, both working to reclaim their birthright powers. Of course, Neville didn't have 4 ancient magical personalities commenting on everything in his head, but nobody's life was perfect. "Augusta," Amelia was saying, "I wanted to discuss the upcoming Wisengamot session with you. I expect Lucius will be pushing his magical education reform bill again." Augusta's expression soured. "That man never gives up. If he had his way, half the magical creatures in Britain would be reclassified as tools rather than beings with rights." Harry's attention shifted to the adults' conversation at the mention of Lucius Malfoy. Over the past 2 years, he'd received careful political education from both Amelia and, surprisingly, Salazar Slytherin, whose strategic insights remained remarkably applicable despite the passage of a millennium. "Politics changes little across centuries," Salazar had once observed dryly. "Only the costumes and catchphrases evolve. Power remains power." "I heard the Malfoys will be at the ministry function next week," Harry commented, causing both women to look at him with slight surprise. "The International Magical Cooperation Dinner?" Augusta raised an eyebrow. "You're well informed for one so young." Harry shrugged, slightly embarrassed. Amelia talks about her work sometimes. And Susan likes to eavesdrop when she thinks I'm not paying attention. Amelia's lips twitched with suppressed amusement. Yes, Harry, the Malfoys will be attending. As will we. We're going too? Harry asked, surprised. I'd planned to tell you this evening. Minister Bagnold specifically requested your presence. Harry's eyebrows shot up. The current Minister for Magic had always been politely supportive of Amelia's guardianship, but had maintained a careful distance from the political controversy surrounding Harry. Why would she want me there? He asked, genuinely puzzled. Augusta made a sound somewhere between a snort and a laugh. Politics, child. Having the boy who lived publicly supporting the ministry, even implicitly through attendance, is valuable currency. The old vulture is right, Salazar commented. This is calculated. Consider who benefits. But I'm just 7, Harry protested, though he understood the symbolic value Salazar was hinting at. Old enough to be trotted out and admired, Augusta said bluntly. Like a prize crop. Augusta, Amelia admonished, glancing at Harry's troubled expression. It's not quite that mercenary. Minister Bagnold has legitimate diplomatic reasons for the request. Several international representatives have expressed interest in meeting Harry. Translation: Foreign powers want to assess you, Rowena interjected. Determine if the rumors of your abilities are accurate. Harry nodded slowly, processing both the spoken and unspoken information. 2 years of living in the magical world had taught him that his name carried weight far beyond his understanding. The boy who lived. The child who somehow defeated the darkest wizard in generations. Few knew about the founder bonds or the removed blocks. Amelia had worked tirelessly to keep that information contained, sharing it only with trusted allies like Augusta and a handful of others. But rumors spread. Whispers of unusual magic, precocious abilities, secret training. You don't have to go if you're uncomfortable, Amelia assured him, reading his expression. I would never force you into the spotlight. Harry considered this. Part of him, the part that still remembered the cupboard under the stairs and flinched at loud noises, wanted to refuse. But another part, influenced by Godric's courage and Salazar's strategy, recognized an opportunity. I'll go, he decided. But I want Susan and Neville to come too. Augusta looked ready to object, but Amelia nodded thoughtfully. Having friends with you is a reasonable request. I'll arrange it. Neville hasn't been prepared for such an event, Augusta said, her tone clipped. Harry turned to his friend, who looked simultaneously terrified and intrigued. It'll be fun, Nevada. We'll stick together. Neville swallowed hard but nodded. I'll come if you want me to, Harry. Augusta's expression softened marginally as she observed her grandson. The change in Neville over the past 18 months had been remarkable, still shy and sometimes hesitant, but showing glimpses of the confident young man he might become. Much of that transformation she credited to his friendship with Harry Potter, though she'd never admit it openly. Very well, she conceded. But we'll need to review proper etiquette before then. As the adults resumed their discussion of Wisengamot politics, Harry and Neville returned to their own whispered conversation about the weekend ahead. Neither noticed the brief flash of movement outside the window, a disillusionment charm momentarily disrupted by a gust of wind, revealing a cloaked figure observing the manor from the edge of the protective wards. The next morning dawned clear and bright, the previous day's storm leaving behind a freshly washed world. Harry and Neville, along with Susan, spent the early hours in the greenhouse, carefully transplanting Neville's chomping cabbage into a prepared bed. Not too much water, Neville instructed as Susan held a small watering can. They're used to dry mountain conditions. Susan nodded seriously. At 7, she took any responsibility given to her with grave importance. Her strawberry blonde hair was pulled back in a practical braid, and smudges of dirt already decorated her freckled nose. Will it really try to bite us? She asked, eyeing the plant's tooth-edged leaves warily. Only if it feels threatened, Neville assured her. Or during feeding time? Harry, kneeling beside them, paused in patting down soil. Feeding time? What does it eat? Insects mostly, Neville explained, his earlier shyness completely absent when discussing his favorite subject. But it can handle small rodents too. Susan's eyes widened. Like mice? Cool. Harry grinned at her enthusiasm. Living with Susan had been one of the best parts of his new life. Neither quite sibling nor merely friend, she occupied a special category all her own. They squabbled occasionally, as children do, but more often formed a united front against the adult world. You're building strong alliances early, Salazar observed approvingly. The Bones girl has potential, politically connected, reasonably intelligent, fiercely loyal. She's not an alliance, she's his friend, Helga countered. Not everything needs to be calculated for advantage, Salazar. Harry had grown accustomed to these internal debates. The founders didn't always agree, in fact, they rarely did, but their different perspectives had proven invaluable in helping him navigate his new world. I think we're done here, Neville declared, giving the plant a final gentle stroke. We should wash up before lunch. As they headed back to the house, Harry felt a now familiar twinge in his magical core. He stopped abruptly, causing Susan to bump into him. Harry, she questioned, recognizing his expression. Is it happening again? He nodded, closing his eyes briefly. Another block loosening. I need to sit down. Neville immediately helped him to a nearby garden bench. They'd been through this before, the spontaneous weakening of magical blocks between official removal sessions at Gringotts. Gornick had explained that as Harry's core grew stronger, it naturally pushed against the constraints. Should I get Auntie? Susan asked worriedly. No, it's okay, Harry assured her, though his face had paled slightly. It's not a big one. Just, uncomfortable. Breathe through it, Helga instructed. Center your awareness on the point of pressure. Harry followed her guidance, focusing on the tight spot in his magical core where he could feel something shifting, stretching. These unplanned partial breakdowns never fully removed a block that required the Goblins' ritual, but they did weaken them, making the eventual removal less traumatic. After several minutes of concentrated breathing, the discomfort subsided. Harry opened his eyes to find both friends watching him anxiously. All better, he announced with a slightly forced smile. Race you to the house. Neither was fooled by his casual attitude, but they understood his dislike of fussing. With a skeptical look, Susan nodded. Fine, but no head start. As they ran across the lawn, Harry felt a subtle shift in the protective ward surrounding the property. Someone had just crossed the outer boundary, someone authorized to enter but not a regular visitor. Interesting timing, Rowena noted. Coincidence, or calculated arrival? Harry slowed his pace, extending his magical senses outward as he'd been practicing. The signature approaching the house felt unfamiliar but not threatening, disciplined, contained, yet distinctly powerful. Go ahead, he told his friends. I think Amelia has a visitor. I want to see who it is. Susan frowned. Auntie doesn't like us spying on her official meetings. It's not spying, Harry countered. It's information gathering. A distinction worthy of me, Salazar chuckled. Neville looked torn, but eventually sided with Harry. We'll just peek at who it is, then go wash up. No harm in that. Susan sighed but nodded reluctantly. Fine. But if we get in trouble, I'm blaming both of you. They changed direction, moving toward the front of the manor where visitors typically arrived. Keeping to the cover of ornamental shrubbery, they reached a position with a clear view of the entrance just as a tall, dark-skinned wizard in immaculate midnight blue robes approached the door. Who's that? Neville whispered. Unspeakable Croaker, Harry replied immediately, recognizing the man from Amelia's descriptions. He works in the Department of Mysteries. Susan's eyes widened. What's he doing here? Before Harry could speculate, Mimsy appeared to escort the visitor inside. The three children exchanged meaningful glances before silently agreeing to follow, at a discreet distance, of course. "Saul, this is unexpected," Amelia said as she welcomed Croaker into her study. Her tone was cordial but cautious. The relationship between the DMLE and the Department of Mysteries was complex at the best of times, professional respect mingled with institutional suspicion. "Amelia," Croaker responded with a slight bow. "I apologize for arriving without prior notice. Some matters are best discussed without a paper trail." Amelia gestured to a chair before her desk, her expression neutral. "I assume this concerns my ward." Direct as always, Croaker commented with a thin smile. "Yes, it concerns young Mr. Potter, though perhaps not in the way you might expect." Outside the slightly ajar study door, three children pressed together, straining to hear. Harry had convinced the others that this conversation would almost certainly be about him, therefore giving him a legitimate reason to listen in. Susan remained skeptical of this logic but too curious to object strenuously. "Explain," Amelia said simply, folding her hands on her desk. Croaker leaned forward slightly. "Certain artifacts in our department have been reacting to magical events over the past 2 years. Events that correspond precisely with Mr. Potter's block removal schedule at Gringotts." Amelia's expression didn't change, but her posture tensed almost imperceptibly. "What kind of artifacts?" "Those sensitive to founder magic," Croaker replied, watching her reaction carefully. "Particularly items believed to have belonged to the founders themselves." In the corridor, Harry felt a simultaneous surge of interest from all 4 founder presences in his mind. "Our artifacts still exist?" Godric's voice boomed with excitement. "Of course they do, you buffoon," Salazar responded. "Did you think they would simply crumble to dust?" "Ask about my diadem," Rowena urged. "It contains knowledge even you don't possess." "Hush, all of you," Helga admonished. "Let's hear what this unspeakable knows." Harry had to concentrate hard to hear Amelia's measured response over the mental chatter. "I wasn't aware the Department of Mysteries possessed founder artifacts," she said carefully. "We don't, precisely," Croaker clarified. "But we monitor magical signatures throughout Britain. The founders' magical imprints are among the oldest and most distinctive still detectable." He paused, eyes fixed on Amelia. "And something is activating them, Amelia. Something, or someone, connected to all 4 founders simultaneously. A magical phenomenon unprecedented in recorded history." "I fail to see what this has to do with Harry," Amelia replied, her poker face impeccable. Croaker smiled thinly. "Don't insult my intelligence, Madam Bones. The department has resources beyond most imagining. We've been aware of Mr. Potter's unique situation almost from the beginning." In the corridor, Neville gave Harry a worried look. Susan squeezed his hand reassuringly. "Then why approach me now?" Amelia asked, dropping the pretense. "It's been 2 years." "Because the resonance is growing stronger," Croaker said simply. "Last week, during what we presume was Mr. Potter's most recent block removal, the magical surge was detected not only in Britain but by our counterparts in 3 other countries." Amelia's calm facade finally cracked, showing genuine alarm. "That shouldn't be possible." "Hence my visit," Croaker agreed. "The situation has progressed beyond academic interest to potential international concern." "Harry is a child, not a security risk," Amelia said firmly, a dangerous edge entering her voice. "I never suggested otherwise," Croaker placated. "In fact, I've come to offer the department's assistance." This seemed to surprise Amelia. "Assistance? Not research opportunities or experimental studies?" Croaker actually looked offended. "We're not monsters, Amelia. Unethical experimentation on magical children is more Dumbledore's area than ours, it seems." Outside, Harry leaned closer to the door, intensely curious about this unexpected turn. "What kind of assistance?" Amelia asked, still suspicious. Training, Croaker replied simply. Specialized instruction in controlling and channeling founder magic. Historical context for the abilities he's developing. And most importantly, protection from those who would exploit his situation. Like the Department of Mysteries? Amelia countered. Croaker smiled again, more genuinely this time. I deserve that. Yes, many in my department would love nothing more than to study Mr. Potter extensively. But wiser heads have prevailed. We believe supporting his development serves everyone better than attempting to control it. He leaned forward, lowering his voice slightly. Besides, we've reviewed the historical records. Those who attempt to harness founder magic against its rightful wielder tend to meet rather spectacular ends. In the hallway, Harry felt a surge of satisfaction from the founders, particularly Godric. Damn right they do, the ancient Gryffindor proclaimed proudly. I'll need time to consider your offer, Amelia said after a moment's reflection. And I'll need to discuss it with Harry himself. Of course, Croaker agreed, rising to his feet. But don't deliberate too long. Others are taking notice. Dumbledore remains surprisingly well informed despite your security measures, and certain factions within the ministry grow increasingly curious. He reached into his robes and withdrew a small, intricately carved wooden box. A gesture of good faith. This may help Mr. Potter with his spontaneous block degradations. Amelia accepted the box cautiously. What is it? A stabilization charm developed by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, Croaker explained. It won't remove blocks, but it will prevent them from collapsing unpredictably. More comfortable for the boy, and less magically disruptive. In the corridor, Harry exchanged wide-eyed looks with his friends. How did the unspeakable know about his spontaneous episodes? Because they're watching you, child, Salazar whispered. Never forget, in the game of power, there are always unseen observers. The conversation in the study was concluding. The three children hastily retreated, managing to disappear around a corner just as Croaker exited. Well, Susan whispered once they were safely away, that was interesting. Interesting? Neville repeated incredulously. It was terrifying. The Department of Mysteries is watching Harry. Harry remained quiet, processing everything he'd heard. The existence of founder artifacts. The international detection of his magic. The offer of specialized training. And beneath it all, the implication that other, less friendly parties were taking notice of his development. They fear what they don't understand, Rowena commented. But knowledge is preferable to ignorance. The unspeakable's offer has merit. It also has risk, Salazar countered. The department's motivations are rarely transparent. The box he gave Amelia, my stabilization charm, suggests genuine intent to help, Helga observed. It's a valuable artifact. I say give them a chance, Godric declared. If they prove false, we can always destroy them later. Harry suppressed a smile at Godric's typically direct approach. I think we should trust Amelia to decide, he told his friends, answering both their concerned looks and the founder's debate. But what do you want to do? Susan pressed, always direct. Harry considered the question seriously. I want to learn. About the founders, about their magic. If the department can help with that without treating me like an experiment. He shrugged. Maybe it's worth considering. Their discussion was interrupted by Mimsy appearing before them with hands on her hips, a sure sign they were in trouble. Young masters and miss were supposed to be washing for lunch, she scolded. Instead, Mimsy finds them skulking in corridors like naughty house elves. The children had the grace to look abashed. Sorry, Mimsy, they chorused. To the washroom, all three, she ordered, pointing a long finger. Mistress Bones is waiting, and she does not like cold food. As they hurried to obey, Harry found himself wondering just how much Amelia already knew about their eavesdropping. Very little escaped her notice within her own home. She knows, Salazar confirmed with certainty. The question is whether she'll confront you or wait for you to confess. Harry sighed. Either way, lunch promised to be an interesting affair. The anticipated confrontation about their eavesdropping never materialized. Instead, Amelia spent lunch asking Neville detailed questions about his chomping cabbage and listening to Susan's plans for her upcoming riding lessons. Harry, expecting interrogation, found the normalcy almost more unnerving than a direct challenge would have been. It wasn't until after lunch, when Susan and Neville headed outside to practice their flying, that Amelia finally addressed him directly. "I assume you heard most of my conversation with unspeakable Croaker," she said without preamble as she poured herself a cup of tea. Harry nodded, seeing no point in denial. "Yes. Sorry for eavesdropping." "Are you?" she asked mildly, raising an eyebrow. "Or are you merely sorry you might get in trouble for it?" Harry considered this distinction seriously. "Both, I suppose. I knew I shouldn't listen in, but I also felt I had a right to hear information about me." Amelia's expression softened. "That's fair. In fact, I would have called you in afterward to discuss it anyway." She reached into her pocket and withdrew the wooden box Croaker had given her. "What did the founders say about this?" Harry was momentarily surprised by the direct acknowledgement. Though Amelia knew about the founder voices, she rarely asked him to relay their opinions directly. Helga recognized it as her design, a stabilization charm. "She thinks it suggests Croaker genuinely wants to help." He hesitated before adding, "Salazar is more suspicious of their motivations." "Salazar Slytherin, suspicious?" Amelia's lips quirked. "How shocking. I resent that characterization," Salazar sniffed indignantly in Harry's mind. "I am appropriately cautious, not paranoid." "Could have fooled me," Godric muttered. Harry ignored their bickering to focus on Amelia. "Do you trust Croaker?" "Trust is a complicated word," she replied thoughtfully. "I respect his intelligence and his knowledge. I believe he's sincere in his offer of assistance. Whether his department's agenda aligns completely with your best interests." She shrugged. "That remains to be seen." She passed him the box. "This is yours, regardless of what we decide about their training offer." Harry accepted it carefully. The wood felt warm against his skin, almost alive. Intricate carvings covered every surface, runes and symbols he recognized from his studies, interwoven with images of plants and animals. "Open it," Helga encouraged gently. He lifted the lid to reveal a small, golden device resembling a pocket watch. Instead of numbers, the face displayed an arrangement of runes surrounding a central emblem combining elements of all four founder symbols. "It's beautiful," he breathed, lifting it carefully by its delicate chain. "According to Croaker, you wear it against your skin," Amelia explained. "It should prevent unexpected block degradations by stabilizing the magical interfaces." Harry slipped the chain over his head, tucking the device beneath his shirt. The metal warmed instantly, and he felt a subtle change in his magical core, not suppression, but a kind of harmonization. The constant background pressure of the block seemed to ease slightly. "It helps," he confirmed, smiling with relief. The spontaneous episodes had been growing both more frequent and more uncomfortable in recent months. "Good." Amelia studied him for a moment. "Now, about Croaker's offer of training. This must be your decision, Harry. I won't force you either way." Harry appreciated her approach. Unlike many adults, Amelia never dismissed his opinions due to his age. She offered guidance but respected his agency. "I want to learn more," he said after careful consideration. "The founders know a lot, but they can only teach me theory through our connection. I need practical instruction too." "Wise assessment," Rowena approved. "There are limits to what we can convey mentally. If we proceed," Amelia cautioned, "it will be under strict conditions. I'll be present for all sessions. Nothing experimental. And you can end the arrangement at any time." Harry nodded, feeling both excited and nervous about this new development. "When would we start?" I'll contact Croaker next week after the ministry function, Amelia decided. Which reminds me, we should discuss what to expect at that event. The abrupt change of topic caught Harry off guard, but he recognized the strategic value of proper preparation. The upcoming ministry function would be his first major public appearance in the magical world. I've been reading the etiquette books you gave me, he offered. And Salazar has opinions about everything. Of course I do, Salazar responded. Protocol is power. The appearance of refinement opens doors that raw magical ability cannot. I'm sure he does, Amelia said dryly. But there's more to navigating these events than knowing which fork to use. You'll encounter people with various agendas regarding you. Harry nodded seriously. Like the Malfoys. Among others. Lucius Malfoy claims he was under the Imperius curse during the war, but many, myself included, have doubts about that. He was a supporter of you-know-who. Voldemort, Harry said firmly, ignoring Amelia's slight wince at the name. He'd decided early on not to adopt the wizarding world's fear of a simple name. Why would he be interested in me? I'm the reason his master disappeared. Precisely, Amelia confirmed. Some former Death Eaters might view you with hostility. Others might see you as a potential ally to rehabilitate their reputations. Still others might be assessing whether you could pose a future threat to their interests. She leaned forward, her expression grave. Harry, your magical potential combined with your political symbolism makes you a focal point. People will try to use you, influence you, or remove you from play entirely. Like a chess piece, Harry said, drawing on one of Rowena's favorite metaphors. Exactly. Which is why I want you aware but not anxious. Susan and Neville will be with you. I'll never be far away. Your job is simply to be polite, observant, and, unrevealing, Harry finished for her. It was a principle she'd impressed upon him repeatedly. His abilities, the founder connections, even his educational progress were all matters to be kept private from the wider magical community. Precisely. Amelia looked pleased. Now, I believe Susan and Neville are waiting for you outside. Go enjoy your afternoon, you've earned it after this rather heavy conversation. Harry slid from his chair, the golden device beneath his shirt a comforting presence against his skin. As he reached the door, he paused, turning back to Amelia. Thank you, he said simply. For everything. Her expression softened. Off with you, Harry. Before I start getting sentimental. The Ministry of Magic's International Cooperation Banquet was held in a magically expanded ballroom within the ministry itself. Enchanted constellations glittered on the ceiling, changing configuration every half hour to represent different magical nations' star patterns. Floating candles provided warm illumination, while house elves in pristine ministry uniforms circulated with trays of exotic refreshments. Harry stood between Susan and Neville, taking in the spectacle with outward composure that belied his inner nervousness. He wore formal dress robes of deep forest green that complemented his eyes, custom-made for the occasion and far more comfortable than they appeared. His perpetually unruly hair had been subjected to multiple grooming charms, though it still maintained a certain rebellious quality. Remember, Susan whispered from his left, if anyone gets too nosy, just mention you need to find Auntie. And if they try to separate you from us, I'll pretend to feel sick, Neville added from his right. Despite his grandmother's intensive etiquette coaching, he looked slightly pale beneath his formal attire. Harry smiled gratefully at his friends. Let's try to enjoy ourselves too. The food looks amazing. They'd been at the function for nearly an hour, and so far, Harry had been introduced to the Bulgarian Minister for Magic, intimidatingly stoic, 3 members of the International Confederation of Wizards, varying degrees of condescending, and the entire Wizengamot Administrative Services staff, forgettably polite. Most had treated him as a curiosity, the famous boy who lived, finally making a public appearance. Harry Potter, a smooth, cultured voice interrupted his thoughts. What an unexpected pleasure. Harry turned to find himself facing a tall man with long platinum blonde hair and aristocratic features. His hand rested on an ornate cane topped with a silver snake's head, and his pale grey eyes assessed Harry with calculated interest. "Mr. Malfoy," Harry replied, recognizing him from Amelia's briefings. "Good evening." If Lucius was surprised by the young boy's recognition, he concealed it perfectly. "I see Madame Bones has prepared you well for tonight's event. And these must be your friends." The slight pause before the word implied something less flattering. "Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom," Harry confirmed, gesturing to each. "Yes, my friends." Lucius inclined his head fractionally in acknowledgement. "My son Draco is here somewhere. Approximately your age. Perhaps you might find his acquaintance beneficial." "He's testing boundaries," Salazar observed. "Offering an alliance while simultaneously suggesting your current companions are inadequate." "I'd be pleased to meet him," Harry replied diplomatically, ignoring the implied slight toward his friends. "I'm always interested in making new acquaintances." Lucius seemed satisfied with this response. "Excellent. I shall send him over shortly." His gaze sharpened slightly. "I understand you've been receiving private magical education. Most unusual for one so young." The question within the statement was obvious, but Harry merely smiled politely. "Madame Bones has ensured I'm well prepared for Hogwarts when the time comes." "Of course," Lucius murmured. "One would expect nothing less from the head of magical law enforcement." He glanced across the room to where Amelia was engaged in conversation with Minister Bagnold. "She's quite protective of you." "With good reason," Susan interjected, her young voice surprisingly firm. "Considering what happened before." Lucius's eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly at the interruption. "Before? When I lived with my Muggle relatives," Harry clarified, placing a gentle warning hand on Susan's arm. "It wasn't an ideal situation." "Ah, yes. Most unfortunate that Dumbledore placed you with Muggles." Lucius's distaste for the word was evident. "Some of us questioned that decision at the time, of course." "Half-truth," Rowena noted. "He questioned it, but not out of concern for your welfare." "It's all worked out for the best now," Harry replied neutrally, not wanting to be drawn into criticizing Dumbledore publicly despite his private feelings on the matter. Lucius studied him for a moment longer. "Indeed. Well, Mr. Potter, I look forward to observing your development in the coming years. Britain has such high expectations for you." With a slight bow, he moved away, soon replaced by a boy approximately Harry's age with the same platinum hair and pointed features, though lacking the practiced smoothness of his father. "I'm Draco Malfoy," the boy announced without preamble. "Father says I should introduce myself." Harry offered his hand. "Harry Potter. This is Susan Bones and Neville Longbottom." Draco shook Harry's hand firmly but barely glanced at the others. "Is it true you can already do wandless magic?" Theodore Knott's father told him you're being trained by special tutors. Fishing for information, Salazar noted. Direct approach rather than his father's subtlety. Useful to know. "I've had some lessons," Harry acknowledged vaguely. "Nothing special." Draco looked skeptical. "That's not what people are saying. They say you're really powerful." "People say lots of things," Susan cut in, her protective instincts evident. "Doesn't make them true." Draco frowned at her. "I wasn't talking to you." "Well, I'm talking to you," Susan replied coolly. "And Harry doesn't have to answer your questions." Neville, looking uncomfortable with the tension, attempted a diversion. "Have you tried the floating desserts? They change flavor every few seconds." Draco ignored him completely, focusing on Harry. "You should be careful about the sort of people you associate with, Potter. Some families are better than others. I could help you there." The echo of his father's implication was so transparent that Harry almost smiled. Instead, he maintained polite neutrality while internally consulting the founders. "A familiar refrain," Salazar commented. though usually more artfully expressed. "Don't alienate the boy unnecessarily," Rowena advised. "He's merely parroting his father's views." "But don't compromise your principles either," Helga added firmly. "Tell him to saw it off," suggested Godric helpfully. "I appreciate the offer, Malfoy," Harry said carefully, "but I make my own judgments about people. Susan and Neville are my friends because I value their loyalty, intelligence, and courage." Draco's pale face flushed slightly. "If you prefer blood traitors and near squibs, that's your mistake." Neville flinched at the cruel label, while Susan's eyes flashed dangerously. Harry's polite mask slipped, his expression cooling noticeably. "I think we're done here, Malfoy. Please extend my regards to your father." For a moment, Draco looked like he might escalate the confrontation. Then, apparently remembering his father's instructions about public behavior, he simply sneered and stalked away. "That went well," Susan muttered sarcastically once he was out of earshot. "Sorry about that, Neville," Harry said quietly, noting his friend's hurt expression. "It's okay," Neville replied, though his voice trembled slightly. "I'm used to it." "You shouldn't have to be," Harry said firmly. "And you're not a near squib. You never were. Your magic was being suppressed, just like mine was." Before Neville could respond, the crowd around them shifted, creating a subtle ripple effect as someone important approached. Harry sensed the change in atmosphere even before he saw who was causing it. Albus Dumbledore moved through the gathering with the easy confidence of a man accustomed to deference. His sweeping robes of midnight blue sparkled with tiny stars that actually twinkled, and his long silver beard was tied with a ribbon that matched his outfit perfectly. Half-moon spectacles perched on his crooked nose, behind which keen blue eyes surveyed the room. Those eyes found Harry almost immediately. "Be cautious," all four founders warned simultaneously, creating an unusual moment of perfect consensus in Harry's mind. Dumbledore changed direction, moving purposefully toward them. Harry felt a sharp pulse from the stabilization charm against his chest, as if it were responding to the headmaster's approach. "Harry, my boy," Dumbledore greeted warmly, as though they were old friends rather than meeting for the first time since Harry was an infant. "How wonderful to see you looking so well." "Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry replied evenly, maintaining eye contact but recalling Amelia's warning about avoiding direct extended eye contact with certain powerful wizards. "Good evening." If Dumbledore was surprised by Harry's reserved greeting, he didn't show it. "And Miss Bones, Mr. Longbottom. A pleasure to see you both as well. Your grandmother speaks highly of your progress, Neville." Neville mumbled a polite response, clearly intimidated by Dumbledore's presence. "I've been hoping for an opportunity to speak with you, Harry," Dumbledore continued. "Perhaps somewhere a bit quieter." He gestured toward a less crowded area of the ballroom. "He wants to isolate you," Salazar warned. "Classic tactic." "I'm comfortable here, thank you," Harry replied, remaining firmly between his friends. "Was there something specific you wanted to discuss, Headmaster?" A brief flicker of something, frustration. Concern, crossed Dumbledore's face before his genial expression returned. "Merely to check on your well-being. I've maintained a special interest in your welfare since that unfortunate Halloween night." Harry felt a surge of indignation at this claim, given what he now knew about his placement with the Dursleys and the magical blocks. With effort, he maintained his composure. "How thoughtful," he said mildly. "I'm doing very well with Madame Bones. She's been an excellent guardian." "Yes, Amelia is most capable," Dumbledore agreed, his eyes twinkling. "Though I confess I was surprised by the rather abrupt change in your living arrangements 2 years ago." "Were you?" Harry asked innocently. "I would have thought the head of the Wizengamot would be kept informed about such matters." A subtle tension entered Dumbledore's posture, though his smile never wavered. "Indeed, one might expect so. However, the specifics were unusually confidential. Almost as if someone feared outside interference. The conversation was veering into dangerous territory. Harry sensed Dumbledore probing, seeking information about how much Harry knew regarding the blocks and his previous guardian's role in placing them. "I believe Madam Bones acted in accordance with the Child Protection Act," Harry said, repeating the legal justification he'd heard numerous times. "The hearing transcripts should be available in the Ministry archives if you require details." Susan gave him an impressed sideways glance. For a 7-year-old to cite legal procedure to the Chief Warlock was unprecedented boldness. Dumbledore's expression shifted subtly, becoming more assessing than grandfatherly. "You seem remarkably well informed for one so young, Harry. Your parents would be proud of your quick mind." The mention of his parents, from the man who had suppressed their will regarding his placement, caused Harry's magic to flare briefly. The stabilization charm warmed against his skin, containing the surge before it could manifest visibly. "Harry." Amelia's voice cut through the tension as she approached, her timing too perfect to be coincidental. She'd clearly been monitoring the interaction from afar. "I see you've met the headmaster." "Indeed we have," Dumbledore confirmed pleasantly. "I was just commenting on young Harry's impressive knowledge and poise." "He's an exceptional child," Amelia agreed, placing a protective hand on Harry's shoulder. "Minister Bagnold was asking after you, Albus. Something about the ICW's position on flying carpet imports." It was a clear dismissal, expertly delivered in the guise of helpful information. Dumbledore inclined his head gracefully, accepting the maneuver. "I shouldn't keep Millicent waiting, then. A pleasure to meet you officially, Harry. I look forward to welcoming you to Hogwarts when the time comes." With a final penetrating look, he moved away toward the minister's group. Once he was safely out of earshot, Amelia bent down to Harry's eye level. "Are you all right?" Harry nodded. "He was fishing for information about how much I know." "And you gave nothing away," Amelia said approvingly. "Well done, all of you." Susan beamed at the praise, while Neville looked relieved that the encounter was over. "The stabilization charm worked," Harry told her quietly. "When my magic reacted to him mentioning my parents, it contained the surge." Amelia's expression darkened momentarily at this confirmation of Harry's emotional response, but she quickly composed herself. "Excellent. It seems Croaker's gift has proven its worth already." The remainder of the evening passed without further significant confrontations, though Harry noticed he was being observed from various quarters. Lucius Malfoy kept a calculated distance but watched with undisguised interest. Several witches and wizards he didn't recognize seemed unusually attentive to his movements. And Dumbledore, while engaged in conversation with international dignitaries, occasionally glanced in his direction with thoughtful consideration. "You've made quite an impression," Amelia commented as they prepared to depart. "For better or worse, the magical world now knows Harry Potter has entered the scene." Harry nodded seriously. "Does this change our plans?" "It accelerates them," Amelia replied. "I'll contact Croaker tomorrow. The training needs to begin sooner than I'd anticipated." As they used the Ministry's Floo network to return to Bones Manor, Harry found himself mentally reviewing the evening's events. His first public appearance had certainly made ripples. The question now was how those ripples would spread, and who would be affected by them. "The pieces are moving on the board," Rowena observed. "The game has begun in earnest." "Good," Godric declared with characteristic enthusiasm. "I was getting bored with all this secrecy and caution." Harry smiled slightly as he stepped through the green flames into the familiar comfort of Bones Manor. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he faced them from a position of growing strength, surrounded by friends and supported by the ancient wisdom of the founders. It was, he reflected, a considerable improvement over a cupboard under the stairs. The weeks following the ministry function brought changes both subtle and significant to Harry's routine. True to her word, Amelia arranged his first training session with unspeakable Croaker, conducted in a specially prepared room deep within the Department of Mysteries. Harry had expected something clinical and intimidating. Instead, he found a circular chamber reminiscent of the ritual room at Gringotts, but with comfortable furnishings and warm lighting. The walls were lined with bookshelves containing ancient tomes, and various artifacts, some recognizably magical, others mysteriously mundane, occupied glass display cases. "Welcome, Mr. Potter," Croaker greeted him as Amelia escorted him inside. "I'm pleased you accepted our offer of assistance." Harry studied the unspeakable with interest. Outside the formal setting of Bones Manor, Croaker seemed more relaxed, though his eyes retained their sharp intelligence. "Thank you for inviting me," Harry replied politely. "And for the stabilization charm. It's been very helpful." Croaker nodded, pleased by the acknowledgement. Helga Hufflepuff created only 3 such devices. The fact that one responded to you confirms what we suspected about your founder connections. "Ask about the other 2, Helga prompted curiously. "What happened to the other 2 charms?" Harry asked, relaying her interest. "One was lost during the Goblin Rebellion of 1612, Croaker explained. The third remains in the department's secure archives, non-functional for centuries until, interestingly enough, 2 years ago when your first blocks were removed." Harry exchanged a meaningful glance with Amelia. The pattern of magical artifacts responding to his block removals was now undeniable. "Today's session will be primarily diagnostic," Croaker continued, gesturing to a comfortable chair positioned in the center of the room. "With your permission, I'd like to observe your magical signature more directly than our remote monitoring allows." Harry hesitated, looking to Amelia for guidance. "It's non-invasive," she assured him, having previously reviewed the procedure. "Similar to what Gornick does during your block removals, but focused on different aspects." After a moment's internal consultation with the founders, who were divided but not adamantly opposed, Harry nodded. "All right. What do I need to do?" "Simply sit comfortably and allow your magic to flow naturally," Croaker instructed. "No need to suppress or enhance it. I'll create a visualization field that will make your magical signature visible to us both." Harry settled into the chair, curious despite his lingering caution. Croaker moved to a position opposite him, withdrew his wand, an unusual dark wood with silver inlays, and began a complex series of movements accompanied by softly spoken incantations. The air between them shimmered, gradually coalescing into a 3-dimensional representation of swirling, colored energy. Unlike the goblin ritual, which had shown his magic as a structured diagram, this visualization was more organic, flowing currents of light that pulsed and shifted like a living thing. "Extraordinary," Croaker murmured, studying the display with professional fascination. "The integration is far more advanced than we anticipated." Harry leaned forward, equally intrigued by what he was seeing. At the core of the display was a brilliant green light that he somehow knew represented his personal magic, the power he'd been born with. Interwoven with this were 4 distinct magical signatures: crimson for Godric, blue for Rowena, yellow for Helga, and silver for Salazar. Rather than remaining separate, these 5 magical essences were gradually melding together, creating new patterns and combinations. "Is that normal?" Harry asked, gesturing to where the colors blended at the edges. "Normal?" Croaker laughed softly. "Mr. Potter, there is no normal for your situation. What we're seeing has never been documented before." He pointed to areas where the founder magic seemed to be flowing more freely. "These represent the abilities you've already accessed through your connections: Hufflepuff's healing sensitivity, Ravenclaw's knowledge retention, Gryffindor's defensive instincts, and Slytherin's perceptive faculties." Harry was impressed by the accuracy of Croaker's assessment. These were indeed the founder attributes he'd found easiest to tap into so far. "And the darker regions?" Amelia asked, pointing to areas where the colors appeared muted or constrained. "The remaining blocks," Croaker confirmed. "Though interestingly, they appear to be eroding naturally at an accelerating rate. The founder's magic is essentially dissolving them from within." This was news to Harry. "Is that dangerous?" "Not with the stabilization charm regulating the process," Croaker assured him. "In fact, it suggests the block removal schedule could potentially be accelerated safely." He waved his wand again, and the visualization zoomed in on a particular section where crimson light pulsed strongly against a darkened barrier. This block, Croaker explained, is specifically suppressing Gryffindor's battle magic affinity. It's nearly ready to collapse on its own. Removing it proactively would be safer than allowing it to fail spontaneously. He's right, Godric confirmed eagerly. I've been pushing against that constraint for months. It's restricting your defensive capabilities unnecessarily. Harry relayed this information, still somewhat self-conscious about speaking the Founder's thoughts aloud to others, despite Croaker's awareness of the connections. Fascinating, the unspeakable remarked. Direct communication with the Founder consciousnesses. Can they see through your eyes? Hear through your ears? Yes, Harry confirmed. They experience what I do, though they can also withdraw their attention if they choose to. And they retain their original personalities. Their knowledge base. Harry nodded. Godric is still impulsive and brave, Rowena analytical, Helga nurturing, and Salazar strategic. They argue constantly about everything from magical theory to what I should eat for breakfast. This drew a genuine laugh from Croaker. I imagine 4 of history's greatest magical minds would have strong opinions. Do they share memories of their lifetimes? Details about magic that have been lost to us? Careful, Salazar cautioned. He seeks specific knowledge. Consider what you reveal. Some things, Harry answered diplomatically. But it's not like having a complete historical record. Their memories focus mostly on magical knowledge and their personal experiences, not historical details. Croaker nodded, accepting this partial answer. Of course. Memory is selective, even for Founders. He waved his wand again, dispelling the visualization. I believe we've gathered sufficient baseline information for today. For our next session, I'd like to begin practical work on channeling Founder-specific magic. Which one first? Harry asked, already anticipating Godric's internal lobbying. Hufflepuff's healing magic, Croaker replied, surprising both Harry and the Founders. It's the most fully integrated with your core at present, and the most immediately beneficial to master. A wise choice, Helga approved. Healing magic forms the foundation for all other disciplines. It teaches control, precision, and compassion. It's boring, Godric complained predictably. Battle magic is far more useful. For creating problems, perhaps, Rowena countered. Healing solves them. Harry relayed Helga's approval but spared Croaker the internal debate that followed. I'd like that. Healing magic feels right. Excellent. Croaker turned to Amelia. With your permission, Madam Bones, I'd suggest twice-weekly sessions. Mondays for theory and diagnostics, Thursdays for practical application. Amelia considered this schedule against their existing commitments. That should be manageable, provided the sessions don't exceed 2 hours. Harry has other studies to maintain. Of course. Croaker addressed Harry directly. Between sessions, I recommend meditating daily on the Hufflepuff connection. The more consciously you engage with it, the more readily the knowledge and ability will manifest. As they prepared to leave, Croaker handed Harry a small, leather-bound journal. For recording your observations and experiences. The book has protective enchantments, only you can read what's written inside. Harry accepted it gratefully, already anticipating Rowena's enthusiasm for systematic documentation. On their way out through the Department of Mystery's labyrinthine corridors, Harry noticed something unusual, a door that seemed to emit a faint magical resonance tuned specifically to his Founder connections. Without thinking, he paused before it. What's in there? He asked Croaker, who had noticed his interest with apparent curiosity. The Founder Artifacts Room, the Unspeakable replied after a moment's hesitation. Items with confirmed or suspected connections to the Hogwarts Founders. My diadem isn't there, Rowena stated with certainty. I would sense it more strongly. Nor my locket, added Salazar. Though something of mine may be present. Could I see it someday? Harry asked, genuinely interested. Croaker and Amelia exchanged a glance that contained an entire unspoken conversation. Perhaps, Croaker finally allowed. When you've advanced further in your training. Some of the artifacts are temperamental. Harry accepted this postponement gracefully, though all four founders expressed varying degrees of indignation at having their creations described as temperamental. As they departed the ministry, Harry found himself reflecting on the visualization of his magic, the beautiful, complex interweaving of his own power with the founders' legacies. For the first time, he began to truly understand what Gornik had meant 2 years earlier. There had never been a wizard like him. And whatever he might become was beyond prediction. The thought was both exhilarating and terrifying. Autumn faded into winter, and Harry's training with Croaker progressed steadily. As predicted, Helga's healing magic proved relatively easy to access, building on the natural connection that had formed first when his initial blocks were removed. By their 5th session, Harry could heal minor cuts and bruises with a touch and a focused thought. By the 10th, he could detect injuries and illnesses within others simply by extending his magical awareness. This latter ability proved unexpectedly useful when Neville visited with a persistent headache that 3 different healing potions had failed to address. "Let me try something," Harry offered as they sat in his room at Bones Manor, Neville rubbing his temples wearily. "One of your new Department of Mysteries tricks?" Neville asked, his tone impressed rather than skeptical. Though Harry shared only carefully vetted information about his training, his friends had witnessed enough of his growing abilities to be supportive. "Hufflepuff healing magic," Harry confirmed. "Just sit still and try to relax." He placed his fingertips gently on Neville's forehead, closing his eyes to better focus his magical senses. Following Helga's guidance, he extended his awareness into his friend's body, searching for the source of discomfort. What he found surprised him. "Neville," he said slowly, opening his eyes. "There's something odd about your magic. Almost like another block, but different from the ones Gornik removed last year." Neville frowned. "Another block? But I thought we got them all." "This feels different," Harry explained, struggling to articulate what he sensed. "Not suppressing your magic exactly, but redirecting it. It's concentrated around your brain, like it's forcing your magic to take a more difficult path." "Memory modification," Helga suggested with concern. "Or a cognitive limitation spell. Both were used on children in our time when their accidental magic proved dangerous or traumatic." Harry relayed this theory to Neville, whose expression shifted from confusion to dawning horror. "After my parents were hurt," he said quietly, "I had really bad nightmares. Accidental magic that broke things, set fires. Gran was worried I'd hurt myself." He swallowed hard. "She mentioned once that a healer had to help me, but I thought she meant with calming potions." "This is deliberate spell work," Harry said gently. "Recent too, within the last few years. It's what's causing your headaches. Your natural magic is growing stronger, pushing against the redirection." Neville's hands trembled slightly. "Can you remove it?" Harry hesitated, looking to Helga for guidance. "You could, but it would be risky without knowing the exact nature of the spell," she cautioned. "Memory blocks in particular can be traumatic to break." "I could guide him through it," Salazar offered unexpectedly. "Mind magic was my specialty, after all." The rare cooperation between Hufflepuff and Slytherin gave Harry confidence. "I think so," he told Neville. "But you need to understand, if this is blocking traumatic memories, removing it might bring them back." Neville paled but set his jaw determinedly. "I want it gone. I'm tired of things being done to me for my own good, without my permission." Harry understood that sentiment all too well. "All right. Let me get Susan first. We might need her help." With Susan serving as an anchor, ready to summon Amelia if anything went wrong, Harry began the delicate process of unraveling the spell affecting Neville's mind. Under Salazar and Helga's combined guidance, he traced the magical pathways, identifying the external pattern imposed upon Neville's natural magic. "It's definitely a memory suppression," he murmured, eyes closed in concentration. "Tied to specific traumatic events, but it's gone beyond that. affecting your general confidence and magical expression. Just get rid of it, Neville said through gritted teeth, clearly in pain as Harry's magic interacted with the foreign spell. Harry worked carefully, following Salazar's surprisingly gentle instructions. Rather than shatter the block outright, he gradually dissolved its edges, allowing Neville's own magic to begin reclaiming its natural pathways. Almost there, he whispered, sweat beading on his forehead from the sustained effort. With a final, focused push, he broke through the central knot of the spell. Neville gasped, his body going rigid as suppressed memories suddenly flooded back. Susan grabbed his hand supportively as tears began streaming down his face. "I remember," he choked out. "I was there. When they tortured my parents. I wasn't away with Gran like everyone told me. I was hiding in the cupboard. I saw everything." Harry maintained the healing connection, using Helga's magic to soothe the emotional trauma of the returning memories. Susan, showing wisdom beyond her years, simply held Neville's hand tightly, letting him process the recovered horror at his own pace. After several minutes, Neville's breathing steadied. He wiped his eyes, looking at Harry with a mixture of gratitude and newfound determination. "Thank you," he said simply. "It hurts, but I needed to know. I needed to remember. The headaches should stop now," Harry told him. "And your magic should flow more naturally." As if to demonstrate, Neville raised his hand toward a wilting plant on Harry's windowsill. With a look of intense concentration, he extended his magic outward, just as Harry had been teaching him. The plant responded immediately, straightening and turning a more vibrant green, its drooping leaves perking up visibly. "I did it," Neville whispered, astonished. "On the first try." Susan squeezed his shoulder supportively. "Of course you did. Your magic was always strong, it just needed the right path." Harry sat back, exhausted but satisfied. The unplanned healing had drained him considerably, but the result was worth it. Neville's magical signature already looked clearer, more coherent, the natural earth-toned energy flowing smoothly rather than in constricted channels. "We should tell Gran," Neville said suddenly. "About the memory charm. She needs to know I remember." Harry exchanged a concerned look with Susan. "Are you sure? She might be upset that we removed it without permission." "I'm sure," Neville replied with newfound firmness. "No more secrets about my own life. No more decisions made for me without my input." His declaration hung in the air, resonating with Harry's own journey towards self-determination. From that moment, something shifted in their friendship, a deeper understanding, a shared commitment to reclaiming their magical birthright from those who had constrained it, however well-intentioned. It was, Harry would later reflect, the true beginning of their alliance. Augusta Longbottom's reaction to Neville's recovered memories and removed block was initially thunderous, her protective instincts flaring at what she perceived as interference. But as she witnessed the immediate improvements in her grandson's confidence and magical ability, her anger gradually transformed into reluctant gratitude. "The healer said it was necessary," she explained stiffly over tea with Amelia and the children several days later. That witnessing such trauma at his age would permanently damage his magical development. "Memory suppression often causes more harm than it prevents," Amelia replied diplomatically. "Particularly when maintained over years of growth." Augusta's stern facade cracked slightly as she watched Neville demonstrate his improved herbology magic in the greenhouse, coaxing a notoriously difficult Flutterby bush to bloom out of season. "I've done him a disservice," she admitted quietly. "First by not recognizing the blocks on his magic, then by allowing the memory charm." She squared her shoulders. "That ends today. Neville deserves the truth about his heritage and his potential." This declaration led to an unprecedented collaboration between the Bones and Longbottom households. Augusta, impressed by Harry's training regimen, requested similar educational opportunities for Neville. Amelia, seeing the benefits of collaborative learning, suggested regular joint sessions. By midwinter, a formal arrangement had been established. 3 days a week, Harry and Neville trained together in complementary magical disciplines, Harry focusing on the direct founder magics, Neville on his natural affinity for earth magic and protective enchantments. Susan participated in many sessions, her own magic showing particular promise in runic applications and charm work. January brought Harry's most significant magical breakthrough yet. During a particularly intense training session with Croaker, he finally managed to access Godric Gryffindor's battle magic consciously and consistently. Concentrate on the shield visualization, Croaker instructed, preparing to cast a moderate stinging hex. Draw on Gryffindor's protective instinct. Harry centered himself, reaching for the crimson thread of Godric's magic that had grown increasingly accessible since the removal of the specific block constraining it. He visualized not just a shield but a sphere of protective energy surrounding his body. Intent is key, Godric coached. Don't just deflect, reject the magic entirely. Croaker cast the hex, stronger than previous test spells, but still well within safe parameters. As it approached Harry, the air around him shimmered with visible energy. The spell hit this barrier and didn't simply bounce away, but disintegrated completely, its magical energy dispersed harmlessly. Excellent! Croaker exclaimed, genuinely impressed. A perfect neutralization shield. Most adult wizards can only deflect spells, not deconstruct them mid-flight. Harry maintained the shield, a slight smile playing at his lips. The magic felt exhilarating, powerful but controlled, demanding but natural. Now, Croaker continued, let's see if you can extend it to protect someone else. He conjured a magical training dummy beside Harry. Imagine your shield encompassing both yourself and the dummy. This proved more challenging. Harry's first few attempts stretched the shield but weakened its integrity. Drawing deeper on Godric's knowledge, he adjusted his approach, visualizing the shield not as a fixed barrier but as a flowing energy that could expand and contract as needed. On his fourth attempt, he succeeded, the protective sphere enlarging smoothly to encompass both himself and the dummy. When Croaker cast simultaneous hexes at both targets, the spells dissolved against the unified shield. Remarkable, the unspeakable murmured, making notes in his observation journal. The applications for this in defensive scenarios are significant. Group protection without individual spell casting could revolutionize certain aspects of magical combat. Harry let the shield dissolve, feeling the satisfying tiredness that came from productive magical exertion. It feels different from regular shield charms, he observed. More aggressive, somehow. Like it's actively fighting the incoming magic rather than just blocking it. That aligns with historical accounts of Gryffindor's battle techniques, Croaker confirmed. He viewed defense as an extension of offense, proactively neutralizing threats rather than merely withstanding them. Exactly. Godric's presence surged with pleasure at being correctly interpreted. A shield is not a wall, it's a weapon used to protect. The training session concluded with Croaker providing Harry with advanced texts on magical defense theory, most from the department's restricted collection. Study these before our next meeting, he instructed. Now that you've accessed this aspect of Gryffindor's magic, we need to ensure you understand the theoretical underpinnings. As Harry gathered his things to leave, Croaker added an unexpected comment. We'll be having a visitor at our next session. An unspeakable colleague who specializes in educational development. I believe her insights would be valuable as we move forward. Harry raised an eyebrow questioningly. Nothing to be concerned about, Croaker assured him. Simply an opportunity to gather additional perspective on your unique learning process. Harry nodded, though both he and the founders maintained healthy skepticism about this development. The Department of Mysteries, while helpful thus far, undoubtedly had its own agenda regarding his abilities. As winter melted into early spring, Harry's growing magical capabilities drew increased attention from various quarters. Lucius Malfoy, following their brief interaction at the Ministry function, had sent a formal invitation for Harry to attend a select gathering of prominent magical families, at Malfoy Manor. Amelia declined on his behalf, citing prior commitments. More concerning was Dumbledore's renewed interest. Through carefully cultivated sources in the Wizengamot, Amelia learned that the headmaster had been making discreet inquiries about Harry's educational progress and magical development. "He's requested access to your official guardianship records 3 times in the past month," she informed Harry during one of their regular strategy discussions. These meetings had evolved naturally as Harry matured, shifting from simple guardian ward conversations to more collaborative planning sessions. "Can he get them?" Harry asked, frowning slightly. "Not without specific cause, which he lacks," Amelia assured him. "But his persistence suggests growing concern about your development outside his influence." Harry considered this. The ministry function was almost 3 months ago. Why the sudden interest now? "I suspect your magical signature is becoming increasingly detectable," Amelia theorized. "Particularly after mastering Gryffindor's battle magic. Protective magic tends to resonate more strongly in the ambient magical field than passive abilities." "She's right," Rowena confirmed. "Battle magic leaves distinctive traces, especially when cast repeatedly in the same location. It's one reason Hogwarts' protective enchantments are so easily sensed from a distance." "Could he track me through it?" Harry asked, relaying Rowena's insight about magical traces. "Not precisely," Amelia said. "But he could potentially identify magical signatures similar to the Founder's if he knows what to look for. And Albus Dumbledore knows more about obscure magical theory than almost anyone alive." She leaned forward, her expression serious. "This is why I've arranged for additional warding specialists to reinforce the manor's protections next week. And why I believe it's time to accelerate the next phase of your block removals." Harry straightened at this. The removal schedule had remained conservative despite Croker's earlier suggestion that it could be safely expedited. "How much faster?" "Gornick believes we could safely remove 3 blocks per session instead of 2, now that the stabilization charm has proven effective." Amelia studied him carefully. "It would mean more intense reactions during each removal, but would shorten the overall timeline significantly." Harry didn't hesitate. "Let's do it. The sooner all blocks are gone, the sooner I can fully understand what I'm capable of." Amelia nodded, having anticipated his response. "I've already scheduled your next appointment. There's one more development you should be aware of." She hesitated slightly. "Luna Lovegood's father has requested a meeting." This was unexpected. Harry knew of the Lovegoods peripherally. Their estate bordered the western edge of Bones property, and Xenophilius Lovegood's reputation for eccentricity was widely acknowledged. His daughter Luna was a year younger than Harry and Susan, rarely seen in public since her mother's tragic death 2 years earlier. "Why does he want to meet?" Harry asked, curious. "Apparently, Luna has been seeing things." "About you." Amelia's expression was carefully neutral. "Xenophilius claims she has natural seer tendencies that have recently focused on, in his words, the child with 4 souls." Harry felt all 4 founders' attention sharpen simultaneously. "A seer?" Rowena's mental voice held unusual intensity. "True seers are exceedingly rare, but when genuine, their insights can be invaluable. Or dangerously misleading if misinterpreted," Salazar cautioned. "The Lovegood line has produced legitimate seers before," Helga noted. "A branch of their family had the gift in our time." "What do you think?" Harry asked Amelia after relaying the founder's varied reactions. "I think it's worth investigating cautiously," she replied. "Xenophilius is unconventional, certainly. But he's also a respected magical researcher in his own right, despite his more outlandish theories. And if Luna does possess genuine seer abilities that have somehow detected your founder connections." She left the implication hanging. Information about Harry's unique situation remained tightly controlled. If Luna Lovegood had perceived it without any prior knowledge, her abilities might be genuine, and potentially useful. "When would we meet them?" Harry asked, decision made. "This weekend, if that suits you. Here, rather than at their home, for security reasons." Harry agreed, his curiosity piqued. Between accelerated block removals, Dumbledore's renewed interest, and now a possible seer who could perceive his founder connections, the carefully maintained stability of the past 2 years seemed to be approaching a tipping point. The quiet phase of your development is ending, Salazar observed. Events are accelerating. We must be prepared. For once, none of the other founders disagreed. Luna Lovegood was nothing like Harry had imagined. From Xenophilius's reputation for eccentricity, he'd expected a similarly unconventional child. What he encountered instead was a girl of ethereal calmness, with pale blonde hair and protuberant silver eyes that seemed to look both at and through him simultaneously. "Hello, Harry Potter," she greeted him in the Bones Manor Conservatory, her voice dreamy yet somehow precise. "The rainbow people around you are very loud today." Harry blinked, taken aback by this direct reference to what could only be the founders. Beside him, Susan and Neville exchanged startled glances. "Rainbow people?" Harry asked carefully. Luna nodded serenely. "For colors, all talking at once. Red is the loudest, but blue notices the most. Yellow is kind, and silver is watching everything." She tilted her head slightly. "They've been with you for 2 years, 3 months, and 14 days. Ever since the goblins found them." The accuracy of this statement sent a chill down Harry's spine. Luna had just precisely dated his first visit to Gringotts, information known only to a handful of people, none of whom were connected to the Lovegoods. Xenophilius, standing slightly behind his daughter, beamed proudly. Luna's perceptions began shortly after her mother's passing. The trauma seems to have opened her inner eye prematurely. "And what exactly does Luna perceive about Harry?" Amelia asked, her tone professionally neutral despite her evident fascination. "Multiple magical signatures, layered and intertwined," Xenophilius explained. Initially, she described it as the boy with too many colors. Only recently did she begin identifying specific attributes of these presences. Luna had drifted away from the adults' conversation, approaching the large window where exotic magical plants flourished in the controlled environment. "Your plants are happy here," she informed Susan. "They're singing." Susan, initially skeptical of Luna's supposed abilities, looked thoughtfully at the thriving greenery. "Can you hear plants all the time?" "Only when they're very happy or very sad," Luna replied matter-of-factly. "These are happy. The ones at home are sad because Mother isn't there to talk to them anymore." The simple statement, delivered without self-pity, softened Susan's expression. "Would you like to help me water them? They might sing louder." As the girls moved deeper into the conservatory, Xenophilius turned to Harry with unexpected seriousness. "Luna insisted we come. She says the rainbow people need to know about the darkness stirring." Her exact words. He lowered his voice. "She's never wrong about these things, Mr. Potter. Her mother had the gift as well, though less pronounced." Harry felt the founder's collective attention focus sharply. "Ask for specifics," Rowena urged. "Seer visions often contain critical details hidden in metaphor." "What darkness, exactly?" Harry asked, following Rowena's advice. Xenophilius glanced toward his daughter, then back to Harry. "She speaks of a fragment awakening. A piece that believes itself whole. She draws pictures of a forest in another land, where something less than human but more than ghost is gathering strength." Harry's blood ran cold as the implications registered. All 4 founders' presences surged with alarm. "Voldemort," they concluded in rare unison. "When did these visions begin?" Amelia asked, her DMLE training evident in her precise questioning. "The specific images of the forest started in January," Xenophilius replied. "But she's mentioned the broken one seeking wholeness since last autumn." The timing aligned uncomfortably with Harry's mastery of Gryffindor's battle magic, as if his increased magical activity had somehow drawn attention from far away. "There's more," Xenophilius continued hesitantly. "Luna speaks of connections, threads linking Mr. Potter to this awakening darkness. She says, what empowers one feeds the other. This cryptic statement provoked intense debate among the founders, their mental voices overlapping in Harry's mind. A magical resonance between Potter and Voldemort? Salazar speculated. Something created during the attack, Rowena theorized. A bond formed in that moment of magical backlash. Could explain the scar's unusual properties, Helga added. It's never fully healed, despite our combined healing knowledge. Whatever it is, we must break it, Godric declared vehemently. Harry struggled to follow all four perspectives simultaneously while maintaining his external conversation. Does Luna see any specific threat? Any time frame? Not immediate danger, Xenophilius assured him. She describes it as, the gathering before the storm. Preparation rather than action. Amelia had been listening intently, her expression growing increasingly grave. Mr. Lovegood, has Luna shared these visions with anyone else? This information is potentially sensitive. Only with me, he confirmed. I understand discretion, Madam Bones. My work with the Quibbler involves many confidential sources. While the adults continued their discussion, Harry moved toward where Luna and Susan were tending to the plants, Neville having joined them with evident enthusiasm. As he approached, Luna looked up and fixed him with her unervingly perceptive gaze. The green thread is the problem, she said without preamble. Cut the green thread, and the darkness loses its anchor. What green thread? Harry asked, kneeling beside her. Luna reached out, her fingertip hovering just above his lightning scar without touching it. This. It's not just a mark. It's a doorway. Both ways. Harry felt the founders' collective shock at this assessment, not disagreement, but surprise at having their emerging suspicions confirmed so directly. Luna, he said carefully, the rainbow people you see around me. Can you tell me more about them? She smiled, a genuine expression that transformed her dreamy face. They built a castle to teach magic. They argue a lot but love each other anyway. They've been waiting for you for a very long time. She lowered her voice to a whisper. The Silver One wants me to tell you about his hidden chamber. He says you'll need it soon. Harry's eyes widened at this direct message from Salazar. None of the founders had mentioned a hidden chamber to him previously. It wasn't time yet, Salazar explained, sounding somewhat defensive. But the seer child is right. Events are accelerating. Would you like to be friends? Luna asked suddenly, the non sequitur catching Harry off guard. I don't have any, you see. People think I'm strange. The simple request, delivered with such straightforward honesty, touched something in Harry. Despite her otherworldly perception and unsettling insights, Luna was still a lonely child who had lost her mother, something he understood all too well. I'd like that, he replied genuinely. Susan and Neville too, I think. He glanced at his friends, who nodded their agreement, Susan with particular enthusiasm. Brilliant, Luna said, smiling again. Friends are good protection against Raxburts. They cloud your thinking, you know. And just like that, their alliance expanded by one. Though none of them realized it that afternoon, Luna Lovegood's addition to their circle would prove crucial in the months ahead, her unique perception revealing paths and dangers invisible to ordinary magical senses. As the Lovegoods prepared to depart several hours later, Luna paused beside Harry. When you visit the goblins next, she said softly, ask them about soul fragments and living containers. They know things even the rainbow people have forgotten. With that cryptic parting message, she skipped away to join her father, leaving Harry with yet another puzzle piece in the increasingly complex tapestry of his magical inheritance. Spring advanced toward summer, bringing with it Harry's 8th birthday and a significant milestone in his block removal process. Following the accelerated schedule, over half of the original blocks had now been eliminated. The remaining 92 were scheduled for removal over the next 18 months, still a lengthy process, but considerably shorter than the original 5-year plan. The effects of this progression were increasingly evident in Harry's magical capabilities. His wandless magic now extended well beyond simple levitation and basic transfiguration to include complex charms, advanced protective enchantments, and the beginnings of elemental manipulation. His connection to the Founders had deepened correspondingly, their knowledge and abilities becoming more accessible with each block removal. Most significantly, following Luna's cryptic advice about soul fragments and living containers, Harry had initiated a specific line of questioning with Gornik during his most recent Gringotts visit. The Goblin's reaction had been unprecedented: immediate cessation of the scheduled procedure and an emergency consultation with the highest-ranking members of the Goblin nation present in Britain. What followed was a revelation that changed everything. "Your scar contains a soul fragment," Gornik had explained, his amber eyes grave as he returned from the consultation. "A piece of the Dark Lord, embedded in your flesh when the killing curse rebounded." The horror of this discovery had momentarily overwhelmed even the Founders' collective wisdom. Harry, upon hearing the confirmation of Luna's vision, had felt physically ill. "Part of Voldemort is inside me," he'd asked, unable to fully process the implications. "A fragment only," Gornik had clarified. "Created through the darkest magic, the deliberate splitting of one's soul through ritual murder. We Goblins call it a soul anchor. Wizards know it as a Horcrux." This term had triggered immediate recognition from Salazar, whose mental presence had surged with a combination of understanding and disgust. "Abomination," the Founder had declared. "A perversion of life extension magic I researched but abandoned as too corrupting." The Goblin ritual had been adjusted on the spot to focus on the soul fragment rather than the remaining magical blocks. Using specialized magic known only to the Goblin nation, Gornik and 3 senior ritualists had carefully probed the connection between Harry's scar and the foreign soul piece. "It can be removed," Gornik had finally announced after hours of examination. "But the procedure is complex and potentially dangerous. We require time to prepare properly. 3 cycles of the moon, at minimum." Harry had left Gringotts that day with profound new understanding of both his connection to Voldemort and the true nature of the Dark Wizard's apparent immortality. If one soul fragment existed, others likely did as well, additional anchors preventing Voldemort's final death despite the destruction of his body. This revelation had prompted an unprecedented council of allies in the secure depths of Bones Manor. Amelia, Augusta Longbottom, Xenophilius Lovegood, Unspeakable Croaker, and Gornik gathered to discuss implications and strategy. For the first time, Harry had been included as a full participant rather than merely the subject of discussion. "The Goblin nation has encountered such abominations before," Gornik explained to the assembled group. "They can be destroyed, but conventional magic is rarely sufficient. Each requires specific methods depending on its container and protections. The department has suspected something of this nature," Croaker admitted. "Certain magical anomalies have persisted since Voldemort's fall. Objects exhibiting dark resonances that shouldn't be possible without an active caster maintaining them. How many such anchors might exist?" Amelia asked, her practical mind focusing on quantifiable threats. Gornik's expression grew grimmer. "Traditional practice would suggest 3, a magically powerful number. But our examination of the fragment in Mr. Potter suggests a more extensive splitting. Perhaps as many as 6 deliberate divisions, plus the unintentional fragment in the scar. 7 parts in total," Augusta murmured. "Merlin preserve us. Luna's visions indicate 1 fragment is currently active," Xenophilius contributed. "Attempting to restore itself to physical form. Presumably in the Albanian forest she continues to draw." Harry listened to the discussion with growing resolve. The horror of hosting a piece of Voldemort's soul had given way to determination. This connection explained so much: the lightning scar that never fully healed, his occasional flashes of emotion that seemed disconnected from his own experiences, perhaps even Dumbledore's insistence on binding his magic. "We need to find and destroy all of them," he stated firmly, interrupting the adults' theoretical debate. "Starting with the one in my scar." All eyes turned to him. He continued with growing confidence, drawing on the Founder's collective wisdom. "Voldemort targeted me specifically as a baby. There must have been a reason, probably the same reason Dumbledore placed all those blocks on my magic. They both knew something important about me. He touched his scar reflexively. Maybe this connection goes both ways, like Luna said. If I'm getting stronger as the blocks are removed, maybe that's affecting him too, helping him recover. Croaker nodded slowly. A magical resonance between host and creator would align with theoretical models of soul magic. Your increased magical activity could indeed be providing energy to the fragment, which in turn might strengthen the primary soul piece in Albania. Then we separate them as soon as possible, Amelia concluded. Gornik, can the removal be performed more quickly than your initial estimate? The goblin considered this carefully. With proper preparation and Mr. Potter's cooperation, perhaps in 6 weeks rather than 3 months. But haste increases risk. What kind of risk? Harry asked directly. Damage to your own soul if the separation is imprecise. Magical shock from the sudden severance of a connection present since infancy. Potentially, cognitive disruption if the fragment has influenced your mental development. It hasn't, all 4 founders assured Harry simultaneously. We would have detected such influence. I'll take the risk, Harry decided. The longer we wait, the stronger Voldemort becomes. The planning that followed was intensive and multifaceted. While Gornik and his ritualists prepared for the extraction ceremony, Croaker committed department resources to identifying other potential Horcruxes. Amelia initiated discreet inquiries through trusted DMLE channels about known Voldemort associates who might have knowledge of the dark objects. Xenophilius consulted Luna's visions for additional insights, while Augusta leveraged old pureblood connections for historical information about Tom Riddle before he became Lord Voldemort. For Harry, these 6 weeks marked the most focused training period of his young life. Under the Founder's guidance, he worked tirelessly to strengthen his mental barriers and magical core in preparation for the trauma of having the soul fragment extracted. Your mindscape must be impeccably organized, Croaker instructed during their sessions. When the fragment is removed, there will be a void, a space previously occupied by foreign magic. Your own essence must be ready to reclaim that territory immediately. Harry dedicated hours each day to mental exercises, constructing an intricate internal architecture that separated his consciousness from the areas influenced by the soul fragment. The Founders proved invaluable in this process, each contributing techniques from their own magical traditions. Imagine a castle within your mind, Rowena guided. Each room representing an aspect of your being. The fragment occupies the highest tower, isolated but still connected. Fortify the boundaries between your true self and the contaminated area, Godric added. Mental shields, like the battle magic we've practiced. Prepare channels for your magic to flow into the void once the fragment is removed, Helga suggested. Like irrigation ditches ready to reclaim parched earth. And identify every tendril of connection between yourself and the fragment, Salazar instructed. Nothing can remain when it's extracted. No lingering attachment. The process was exhausting but effective. By the time the extraction date arrived, Harry had achieved unprecedented mental clarity and control. He could sense the soul fragment distinctly from his own consciousness, a dark, alien presence curled around his magical core like a parasitic vine, separate yet insidiously intertwined. The extraction ritual was scheduled for the summer solstice, a time of maximum natural magical energy. The location chosen was not Gringotts but a far more ancient goblin ritual site deep beneath Stonehenge, accessible only through goblin transportation methods. As Harry prepared to depart for the ceremony, accompanied by Amelia and Croaker, he gathered Susan, Neville, and Luna for a private farewell. Though none voiced the possibility aloud, all were aware of the risks involved. "We'll be right here waiting," Susan promised, hugging him fiercely. "All night if necessary. Bring you back some of those restoration plants I prepared," Neville added, presenting Harry with a small pot containing seedlings of a rare magical herb known for its healing properties. "They'll help after the ritual." Luna simply regarded him with her disconcertingly perceptive gaze. "The green thread will break today," she stated with absolute certainty. "But watch for the black smoke. It will try to find another home. With these enigmatic but oddly reassuring words echoing in his mind, Harry joined Amelia and Croaker in the manor's transportation room. Gornick awaited them, holding an ornate golden key that served as a goblin portkey. "Ready, Herr Potter?" the ancient goblin asked formally. Harry nodded, squaring his shoulders with determination. "Ready." As the portkey activated, whirling them away from the safety of Bones Manor toward an ancient power site and a ritual of uncertain outcome, Harry felt a curious sense of rightness beneath his natural apprehension. For the first time since learning of the Founder's bonds and the magical blocks, he was taking direct action against the legacy of Voldemort, not merely recovering what had been taken from him, but actively opposing the darkness that had shaped his life from infancy. Whatever happened in the ritual chamber beneath Stonehenge, he would emerge changed, one step closer to becoming whoever he was truly meant to be, free from both Dumbledore's constraints and Voldemort's contamination. It was, the Founders agreed, a worthy culmination of 2 years' preparation and growth. And just the beginning of what's to come, Godric added with characteristic optimism. For once, even Salazar didn't disagree. Chapter 3, The Awakening Storm. A bolt of lightning split the sky over Bones Manor, momentarily illuminating the grounds in stark relief before plunging them back into pre-dawn darkness. In his bedroom, 9-year-old Harry Potter was already awake, sitting cross-legged on his bed with eyes closed in deep meditation. The storm outside mirrored the controlled tempest of magical energy flowing through him as he conducted his morning practice. 14 months had passed since the soul fragment extraction ritual beneath Stonehenge, 14 months of accelerated growth, intensive training, and increasing complexity in both his magical abilities and the political landscape surrounding him. The ritual had been successful, though not without consequences. Just as Luna had predicted, the green thread had broken, but the black smoke had indeed tried to find another home, requiring the combined efforts of the goblin ritualists and Croaker to capture and contain the untethered soul fragment. The immediate aftermath had been both painful and liberating. Harry had spent 3 days in a specialized healing chamber as his magic adjusted to the void left by the fragment's removal. The scar remained, a permanent reminder of that Halloween night, but it had faded from angry red to a thin, silvery line, no longer burning or pulsing with foreign energy. More significantly, the removal had accelerated Harry's connection to the Founders. Without Voldemort's soul fragment interfering, their bonds had strengthened dramatically, giving Harry unprecedented access to their knowledge and abilities. "You're dispersing energy unnecessarily," Salazar observed as Harry manipulated the currents of his internal magic. "Tighten the spiral pattern in your core." Harry adjusted his focus, feeling the improvement immediately. The magical flow condensed, becoming more efficient and controlled. "Better," Rowena approved. "Now extend your awareness outward. Feel the storm's energy patterns." Following her guidance, Harry expanded his magical senses beyond his physical form, reaching into the turbulent air outside. The lightning contained pure elemental magic, wild, chaotic, but potentially useful if properly channeled. "Can I direct it?" he asked the Founders, his mental voice clear in the shared mind space they'd developed over the years. "Not yet," Helga cautioned. "Elemental manipulation at that scale requires more finesse than raw power. But you can observe and learn from its patterns." Harry did so, tracking the storm's magical currents with growing precision. Since the Horcrux removal, his sensitivity to external magical sources had increased tenfold. He could now perceive the distinctive magical signatures of everyone in the manor, Susan and Amelia still sleeping in their rooms, the house elves already active in the kitchen and grounds. "You're improving quickly," Godric commented, his mental voice carrying its usual enthusiasm. "Soon you'll be ready for practical application of weather magic." "Let's not rush into manipulating natural forces, Godric," Helga countered. "Remember what happened when you tried teaching weather control to that overeager student of yours? 3 weeks of continuous rain over the castle." "A minor miscalculation," Godric dismissed breezily. "Besides, Harry has much better control than Barnaby ever did." Harry suppressed a smile at the familiar bickering. Over the years, the founders had become something between mentors, friends, and eccentric family members, their distinct personalities as much a part of his daily life as Susan's cheerful practicality or Amelia's steady guidance. A soft knock at his door broke his concentration. "Harry?" Susan called quietly. "Are you awake already? Neville and Luna will be here in an hour." Harry opened his eyes, the magical visualization dissolving. "Yes, I'm up. Just practicing." The door opened to reveal Susan, already dressed despite the early hour. At 9, her strawberry blonde hair was longer now, typically worn in a practical braid, and her face had begun to lose some of its childish roundness. Living with Harry and experiencing the periphery of his intensive training had matured her beyond her years in many ways. "Another storm meditation?" she asked, noting his position on the bed. "You really like challenging conditions." Harry shrugged, stretching as he stood. "Salazar says magical control mastered in difficult circumstances serves better than perfect practice in ideal conditions." Susan rolled her eyes good-naturedly. "Does Salazar have opinions about breakfast too? Because Mimsey's made those berry scones you like." "I heard scones," Harry grinned, following her into the hallway. "That's enough to interrupt even the most profound magical practice." As they descended the stairs, Susan glanced at him sideways. "Are you nervous about today?" Harry considered the question seriously. "Not nervous exactly. More, aware of what's at stake." Today marked a significant milestone, Harry's first formal meeting with the Alliance, as their growing coalition of political and magical allies had come to be called. What had begun as a small group focused on Harry's development and the Horcrux threat had evolved into something more structured and far-reaching. Led by Amelia Bones and now including nearly a dozen influential witches and wizards, the Alliance represented those who recognized both the threat of Voldemort's potential return and the problematic power structures within current magical governance. "Andy says you don't have to speak if you don't want to," Susan reminded him. "Just being there is enough for this first meeting." Harry nodded, though they both knew he would participate fully. The past year had seen him grow increasingly engaged with the political aspects of his unique position. Under Amelia's guidance and with Salazar's strategic insights, he had begun to understand the complex web of relationships, historical allegiances, and vested interests that shaped magical Britain. "I've prepared some thoughts on the educational reform proposals," he admitted. "Since they directly affect children like us, it seemed relevant." Susan nodded approvingly. "Good. Most adults forget to consider what students actually need from magical education." In the kitchen, they found breakfast laid out in Mimsey's usual impressive style. Despite the early hour, the table was laden with fresh scones, fruit, scrambled eggs, and sizzling bacon. Harry filled his plate generously. His magical training required substantial caloric intake, a fact the house elves had enthusiastically accommodated. "Morning," Amelia greeted as she entered, already dressed in formal robes appropriate for the upcoming meeting. Her expression was focused but calm, the face of the seasoned politician and department head rather than the warm guardian Harry and Susan saw in private moments. "Important message from Croaker arrived at dawn," she informed Harry, accepting a cup of tea from Mimsey. "The department's detection arrays registered unusual magical activity in Albania last night. Consistent with their monitoring parameters for Voldemort's essence." Harry paused mid-bite, exchanging a significant look with Susan. "What kind of activity?" "An energy surge followed by localized magical depletion. As if something gathered power and then moved." Amelia's voice remained measured, but Harry could detect her underlying concern. "Croaker believes it may indicate a change in status, potentially a successful possession of a more suitable host than the various animals he's been using." The founders stirred in Harry's mind, their attention sharpening collectively. "Expected, but troubling nonetheless," Rowena observed. "The timing aligns with our predictions." "He's growing stronger," Salazar agreed. "And more desperate. Animal possession is inherently unstable for a human soul fragment. Does this accelerate our timeline?" Harry asked Amelia, simultaneously processing the Founder's commentary. Possibly. Croaker's team is gathering more data. She studied him carefully. Are you sensing anything through your scar? Any residual connection? Harry shook his head. Nothing since the extraction ritual. The connection appears completely severed. This was true, though not the whole truth. While he no longer experienced direct impressions from Voldemort, Harry occasionally dreamed of a dark, formless presence seeking something valuable. Rowena had theorized these might be echo impressions, like phantom limb sensations after an amputation, rather than active connections. Good. Amelia checked her watch. The Longbottoms and Lovegoods should arrive within the hour. The full Alliance meeting begins at 10. She hesitated, then added, Harry, there's something else you should know. Dumbledore has requested to attend. Harry's eyebrows shot up in surprise. As an observer or a member? Neither, officially. He's proposing himself as a strategic consultant regarding the Horcrux hunt. This was unexpected. Relations with Dumbledore had remained coolly distant since Harry's placement with Amelia. The headmaster had made several overtures over the years, all carefully rebuffed. For him to seek direct involvement now suggested he had his own intelligence about recent developments. What do you think? Harry asked, valuing Amelia's political instinct. She considered the question seriously. Albus Dumbledore possesses valuable knowledge and resources. His network of contacts is unparalleled, and he has direct experience fighting Voldemort. She paused. He also placed nearly 200 magical blocks on you and left you with abusive relatives. His judgment regarding your welfare is fundamentally compromised. But refusing him outright makes him an active opponent rather than a neutral party, Harry reasoned, drawing on Salazar's political strategies. And we already have enough opposition from Fudge's faction. Precisely the dilemma, Amelia agreed. I've temporarily deferred the request, suggesting we might revisit it after today's strategy session. Harry nodded, appreciating being consulted rather than merely informed. I think that's wise. We should discuss it with the full Alliance before deciding. Their conversation was interrupted by the whoosh of the Floo in the adjacent room, followed by Neville's voice calling a greeting. Moments later, both the Longbottoms and Lovegoods arrived in the kitchen, Luna somehow managing to look both dreamily detached and intensely perceptive simultaneously. The Raxperts are particularly active this morning, she announced by way of greeting, her silvery eyes finding Harry's immediately. They don't like when people make plans. Harry had learned to interpret Luna's unique observations. Raxperts often represented negative magical influences or opposition. Are they gathered anywhere in particular? He asked, knowing she would understand his real question. Around the ministry, she replied, helping herself to a scone. Especially the little pink one. She's absolutely infested. Amelia's lips thinned slightly. Luna's reference to Dolores Umbridge, senior undersecretary to Minister Fudge and vocal opponent of many of Amelia's DMLE initiatives, was unmistakable. Hardly surprising, Augusta Longbottom commented dryly, settling her imposing frame into a chair. The vulture on her hat seemed to survey the breakfast spread with beady disapproval. Umbridge has been whispering in Fudge's ear incessantly about dangerous coalition building and unsupervised magical children. One doesn't require seer abilities to recognize her agenda. Neville, who had filled out considerably over the past 2 years of proper nutrition and magical training, greeted Harry with a firm handshake that would have been unimaginable from the timid boy he'd once been. Gran's been keeping track of every speech and committee comment Umbridge has made, he explained. Documenting the pattern. Good morning to you too, Neville, Harry replied with a grin. Still keeping that venomous tentacula alive in your greenhouse? Thriving, Neville confirmed proudly. It nearly took off Cousin Algernon's finger last week when he visited. Gran said it showed excellent judgment. As the children caught up over breakfast, the adults moved to Amelia's study for preliminary discussions before the full Alliance gathered. Xenophilius, who had become considerably more focused since joining their coalition, took copious notes in a leather-bound journal, not for publication in the Quibbler, which continued to serve as useful misdirection, but for the Alliance's private records. "The Albanian development concerns me," he said as they departed. "Luna's drawings have grown more specific. The shadow has found a temporary body, human this time, though unwilling. A traveler, she believes." This sobering update left the younger members of their group momentarily quiet after the adults departed. "Is it weird?" Neville finally asked, his voice low. "Knowing he's out there, getting stronger, and that you're the one he'll come after eventually?" Harry considered the question. "Sometimes," he admitted. "But mostly it feels like preparing for an inevitable storm. You can't stop it from coming, but you can build the strongest shelter possible." Luna nodded sagely. "And gather friends who are good at weather magic," she added, her non sequitur somehow perfectly appropriate. Susan squeezed Harry's hand supportively. "Well, he'll have to get through all of us first. And we're not exactly helpless anymore." This was true. Though Harry's magical development remained extraordinary due to the founder bonds and the ongoing removal of blocks, his friends had developed impressive capabilities of their own. Neville's affinity for earth magic and protective enchantments had blossomed under specialized tutoring. Susan had shown remarkable talent for charms and runic applications, recently mastering protective sequences that most magical adults couldn't comprehend. Luna, while receiving less formal training due to her father's unconventional educational approach, demonstrated intuitive magical understanding that sometimes surpassed even Rowena's expectations. Together, they had begun to function as a cohesive magical unit during their joint training sessions, a development that both impressed and occasionally alarmed their adult mentors. "We should practice the synchronized shield formation before the meeting," Harry suggested, checking the time. "We have about 30 minutes. The others agreed readily, following him to the Manor's training room. Originally a formal ballroom, Amelia had converted the space for Harry's magical practice, reinforcing the walls with goblin-crafted dampening spells to contain accidental discharges of power. Taking positions in a square formation, they began the now familiar exercise. Harry initiated the sequence, drawing on Godric's battle magic to create a central energy core. Neville channeled his earth magic into the floor, creating a stabilizing foundation. Susan activated the runic sequence she'd inscribed on small river stones placed at the cardinal points of their formation. Luna, whose role was perhaps the most abstract, sensed and adapted to magical fluctuations that others couldn't perceive. As they synchronized their efforts, a shimmering dome of protective energy formed around them, not merely a shield against physical or magical attacks, but a comprehensive barrier that could theoretically withstand even the most sophisticated magical intrusions. "Impressive coordination," Rowena noted as the shield stabilized. "Far more cohesive than last week's attempt." "The runic integration is particularly effective," Salazar added, his mental tone carrying rare approval. "Miss Bones has genuine talent for layered protections." "Let's test the resilience," Harry suggested. With the shield maintained by the others, he shifted to an offensive posture and cast a controlled bolt of pure magical energy against the barrier. The shield absorbed the impact, rippling slightly but holding firm. More impressively, the energy was not merely blocked but redirected through Susan's runic circuit, eventually returning to strengthen the very section that had been targeted. "Brilliant!" Neville exclaimed, his concentration never wavering despite his excitement. "It's actually using your attack to reinforce itself." "That was the theory," Susan said, though she looked pleased by the successful implementation of her runic work. "Recursive protection through redirected energy." "There's a fluctuation point near the apex," Luna observed dreamily, her eyes tracking something invisible to the others. "A spiral pattern that needs tightening." Harry felt the anomaly through his magical senses once she'd pointed it out, a subtle weakness in the shield's upper structure that might be exploitable under sustained assault. "Can we reinforce it?" he asked, directing the question primarily to Susan, whose runic work governed the shield's architecture. "Not without recalibrating the entire northern quadrant," she replied after a moment's consideration. We'd need to drop and rebuild. Let's try something else, Harry suggested. Drawing on Rowena's magical theory, he manipulated his own contribution to the shield, creating a secondary reinforcement layer specifically targeting the weak point Luna had identified. The shield shimmered as it incorporated this modification, the spiral pattern Luna had perceived gradually stabilizing into a more cohesive structure. Elegant solution, Rowena approved. Adaptive reinforcement rather than complete reconstruction. A useful battlefield technique, Godric agreed. Shields often develop weak points during prolonged engagement. They maintained the enhanced shield for several more minutes, each testing different aspects of its resilience and functionality. By the time Mimsy appeared to summon them to the Alliance meeting, they had achieved a protection barrier that, according to the Founder's assessment, could withstand attacks from multiple adult wizards simultaneously. Young Masters and Miss must come now, Mimsy announced, her large eyes widening at the impressive display of magic. The important peoples is all arriving. They dissolved the shield with practiced coordination, each withdrawing their magical contribution in the correct sequence to prevent energy backlash. That was our best yet, Neville said, looking both tired and satisfied as they followed Mimsy toward the Manor's expanded conference room. Do you think we should demonstrate for the Alliance? Harry considered this. Not today. Let's see how the political discussions go first. Wise, Salazar approved. Never reveal your full capabilities until strategically advantageous. As they approached the conference room, Harry felt a flutter of anticipation. Today marked a transition, his first step from being merely the subject of the Alliance's protection to becoming an active participant in its strategic planning. While still young by wizarding standards, his magical capabilities and unique perspective had earned him a place at the table that even the more traditional members of their coalition had come to accept. The conference room had been magically expanded to accommodate the full Alliance membership. A long oval table of polished mahogany dominated the space, with seating for 20 though their current numbers were fewer. Amelia sat at the head of the table with Augusta Longbottom to her right and Tiberius Ogden, a senior member of the Wisengamot, to her left. Other members present included Bartemius Crouch Sr., whose expertise in international magical law had proven invaluable, Unspeakable Croaker, representing the Department of Mysteries, Andromeda Tonks, providing legal counsel, Ted Tonks, whose Muggleborn perspective offered important balance to the predominantly pure-blood assembly, Madame Longbottom, Xenophilius Lovegood, and somewhat surprisingly, Professor Filius Flitwick, Ravenclaw head of house at Hogwarts. 2 empty chairs near the middle of the table had been reserved for Harry and his friends, an arrangement that made their inclusion clear while not overemphasizing their youth. Ah, excellent timing, Amelia noted as they entered. We were just about to begin the formal agenda. Harry took his designated seat, noting the assessing looks from several Alliance members who hadn't seen him in recent months. Though still small for his age, a lingering effect of early malnutrition that even magical healing couldn't fully correct, he carried himself with growing confidence that belied his years. For our newer members, Amelia began once they were settled, and as a refresher for all, today's agenda covers 3 primary areas. First, recent intelligence regarding Voldemort's activities and the ongoing Horcrux investigation. Second, political developments within the Ministry that may impact our objectives. Third, educational and preparation strategies for the younger members of our coalition, particularly as they approach Hogwarts age. She gestured to Croaker, who activated a complex privacy ward around the room with a few precise wand movements. What is discussed here remains strictly confidential. Even among trusted family members not present, exercise extreme discretion. With preliminaries complete, Croaker presented the department's latest findings regarding magical disturbances in Albania, confirming what Amelia had shared with Harry earlier. We believe Voldemort has successfully possessed a human host, likely a magical traveler exploring the region. This represents a significant escalation from animal possession, granting him greater magical access and mobility. Can you track this possessed individual? Bartemius Crouch inquired, his expression severe. Intermittently, Croaker replied. The host's original magical signature is being progressively overwhelmed by Voldemort's, creating a distinctive hybrid pattern our instruments can detect when active. However, he appears aware of magical surveillance and limits his power usage accordingly. What's his likely objective? Tiberius Ogden asked, his elderly features grave beneath his silver hair. Based on movement patterns, we believe he's seeking something, possibly another Horcrux, or items needed for a restoration ritual. Croaker glanced at Harry. Our analysis suggests he's aware that his soul fragment was removed from Mr. Potter last year. A murmur went around the table. Harry felt the weight of attention shift toward him but maintained his composure. How would he know that? Augusta demanded sharply. A connection severed creates magical ripples, Luna interjected before Croaker could respond, her dreamy voice nevertheless commanding immediate attention. Like cutting a spider's web. The spider feels it, even from far away. Croaker nodded, accepting the metaphor. Precisely, Miss Lovegood. The extraction ritual released significant magical energy. Given the nature of Horcruxes as connected aspects of a single soul, Voldemort likely experienced some sensation of that severance. Which brings us to our progress on locating the remaining Horcruxes, Amelia continued smoothly. Unspeakable Croaker, if you would update us. Croaker produced a small black case, which he opened to reveal a heavily charred and broken ring. We've located and neutralized one confirmed Horcrux, the Gaunt family ring. Department specialists identified it through magical resonance patterns similar to the fragment extracted from Mr. Potter. He closed the case carefully. We believe 5 Horcruxes were intentionally created, with Mr. Potter's scar containing the unintentional 6th fragment. With 2 now neutralized, 4 likely remain. Any leads on the others? Ted Tonks asked, leaning forward with interest. We've identified probable magical signatures for 3 artifacts, a locket once belonging to Salazar Slytherin, a cup associated with Helga Hufflepuff, and an object linked to Rowena Ravenclaw, most likely the lost diadem. At the mention of their artifacts, Harry felt the Founder's immediate attention. My cup. Helga's mental voice carried rare distress. He desecrated my cup with soul magic. The diadem is not lost, Rowena stated firmly. It is hidden. There is a difference. My locket was a gift to my daughter, Salazar murmured, his mental tone uncharacteristically somber. To think it now houses that abomination. Harry discreetly made notes of these reactions, planning to share them privately with Croaker later. What about defenses? Flitwick inquired, speaking for the first time. Voldemort would surely have protected such critical objects with formidable magic. Indeed, Croaker confirmed. The ring carried a lethal wasting curse that claimed the life of one of our researchers before we developed appropriate countermeasures. We must assume the others are similarly or more heavily protected. The discussion shifted to search strategies and resources needed to locate the remaining Horcruxes. Harry listened intently, occasionally contributing insights based on the Founder's reactions without explicitly attributing them as such in this larger forum. When the agenda moved to political developments, Amelia's expression grew noticeably tenser. Minister Fudge has formed a new educational oversight committee, with Dolores Umbridge as chair. Their stated objective is, ensuring standardized magical education for all British wizarding children. Andromeda Tonks made a derisive sound. Their actual objective being greater ministry control over both Hogwarts and home education practices. Precisely, Amelia confirmed. The committee has already drafted legislation that would require all magical children to register their educational arrangements with the ministry, including detailed curriculum plans and regular ministry evaluations. This directly threatens our current arrangements, Augusta observed sharply. Particularly for Harry, whose educational program would raise significant questions. And mine, Luna added serenely. Daddy's curriculum includes creatures the ministry pretends don't exist. It's a targeted move, Harry said, speaking formally to the full alliance for the first time. Umbridge has been gathering information about our educational practices for months. 3 different ministry employees have attempted to interview Susan about our daily routines under various pretexts. This revelation drew surprised looks from several members who hadn't been aware of these attempts. The legislation goes before the Waisengamot next month, Amelia confirmed. Which brings us to a strategic decision point: do we oppose it publicly, or work to modify it from within the system? What are our numbers in the Waisengamot? Harry asked, drawing on Salazar's political training. Tiberius Ogden answered, counting firm allies, we control perhaps 18 votes of 51. Malfoy's bloc commands approximately 20. The remaining 13 swing voters will determine the outcome. Then direct opposition likely fails, Harry reasoned. We need a third approach. Such as? Bartemius Crouch inquired, studying Harry with new interest. A competing proposal, Harry suggested. One that acknowledges legitimate educational concerns while protecting privacy and educational freedom. If we draft it first and present it as a reasonable alternative, we shift the debate from whether regulation is needed to which regulatory approach is better. A moment of surprised silence followed this suggestion, broken by Andromeda Tonk's thoughtful nod. Politically astute. It positions us as reasonable reformers rather than obstructionists. It would need a compelling public face, Tiberius noted. Someone who could speak persuasively to the swing votes. Several gazes shifted to Harry, who felt the weight of their consideration. They're considering your public debut earlier than planned, Salazar observed. A calculated risk, Rowena assessed. But potentially necessary given the accelerating timeline. I could testify regarding educational needs from a student perspective, Harry offered carefully. If the Alliance believes that would be strategically valuable. Amelia studied him for a long moment. It would certainly capture attention. The boy who lived making his first Waisengamot appearance on an issue directly affecting magical children. It would also expose Harry to public scrutiny earlier than we'd planned, Augusta countered. And potentially accelerate Dumbledore's efforts to involve himself in Harry's development. Speaking of which, Amelia segued smoothly, we should address Dumbledore's request to join our strategic discussions regarding the Horcruxes. This announcement generated immediate reaction, with opinions clearly divided. Bartemius Crouch and Tiberius Ogden seemed cautiously supportive, while Augusta Longbottom and Andromeda Tonks expressed immediate skepticism. His knowledge of Voldemort is unparalleled, Croker acknowledged. And there are department records suggesting he's been conducting his own Horcrux investigation for years. Yet he never shared this information with proper authorities, Amelia noted pointedly. Just as he never disclosed his placement of magical blocks on Harry. I believe we should hear Harry's perspective on this matter, Flitwick suggested, his voice carrying quiet authority. He has more reason than any of us to distrust Albus, yet also more to gain from any knowledge the headmaster might provide. All eyes turned to Harry, who took a moment to consult with the founders before responding. I believe we should conditionally accept his participation, he finally said, surprising several members who had expected outright rejection. Specifically, Dumbledore may join discussions directly related to Horcrux hunting and Voldemort's activities, provided he first takes an unbreakable vow not to attempt to interfere with my guardianship or educational arrangements. The boldness of this counter-proposal drew raised eyebrows from several Alliance members. An unbreakable vow is an extreme measure, Ted Tonks observed. Would he agree to such terms? If his primary concern is truly defeating Voldemort, he should, Harry replied evenly. If he refuses, it reveals other priorities. Amelia's expression showed a mixture of pride and concern. It's a reasonable precaution given the history, but Albus Dumbledore is not accustomed to operating under such constraints. Then he can continue operating independently, Harry said simply. We're offering collaboration, not subordination. After further discussion, the Alliance agreed to present Harry's terms to Dumbledore, with Flitwick volunteering to serve as intermediary given his position at Hogwarts. The meeting continued for another hour, covering training regimens for the younger members and security protocols for Alliance communications. Throughout, Harry contributed thoughtfully but selectively, demonstrating knowledge beyond his years while carefully avoiding revealing the full extent of his capabilities or the Founder's direct guidance. As the meeting concluded, Harry found himself approached by Bartemius Crouch, whose severe expression had softened slightly into something resembling reluctant admiration. "You speak well for one so young," the department head observed. "Your educational arrangements have clearly been effective, whatever Umbridge's committee might claim." "Thank you, sir," Harry replied politely. "I've had excellent teachers." Crouch nodded thoughtfully. "If you do address the Wizengamot next month, I would be willing to review your presentation beforehand. Having spent many years in that chamber, I might offer useful perspective." Harry recognized this as both a genuine offer and a political calculation. Crouch was positioning himself as a mentor while assessing Harry's potential future influence. "I'd appreciate that," he accepted graciously, maintaining the delicate balance of respectful youth and emerging political actor that he'd been practicing with Amelia and the Founders. As the Alliance members departed, Harry found himself momentarily alone with Professor Flitwick, who had lingered behind. "Mr. Potter," the diminutive professor began, his voice carrying genuine warmth. "I knew your mother well, she had extraordinary talent in charms. I see much of her quick thinking in you." "Thank you, Professor," Harry replied, genuinely touched by this personal connection to his mother. "I'm told I have her eyes, but it's nice to hear I might have inherited some of her magical aptitude as well." Flitwick smiled. "More than you might realize. Lily Evans had a remarkable ability to see magical connections others missed, to understand how different branches of magic could interact in innovative ways." He glanced toward the door where Neville, Susan and Luna were waiting. "Much like what I observed between you and your friends during today's meeting. Even without witnessing actual spell work, I could sense the magical resonance you've developed. Most unusual in one so young." Harry wasn't sure how to respond to this perceptive observation. Flitwick saved him the trouble by continuing in a more serious tone. "When you come to Hogwarts next year, things will be complicated. Albus has his own vision for your development, and the school environment offers less privacy than your current arrangements. If you ever need assistance navigating those complexities, my door is always open." "I appreciate that, Professor," Harry said sincerely. "I expect we'll need allies within Hogwarts." Flitwick nodded, his expression knowing. "More than you might anticipate. But that's a discussion for another time." With a respectful bow, he moved to join the departing guests. When only the core group remained, Amelia, the children, Augusta, and Xenophilius, they gathered in the Manor's more comfortable sitting room to decompress from the formal proceedings. "You handled yourself exceptionally well," Amelia told Harry, genuine pride evident in her voice. "Several members commented on your poise and insight." "It felt right," Harry admitted. "Being part of the discussion rather than just its subject." "You're growing up," Augusta observed, though without her usual brusqueness. "All of you are. It's appropriate you begin taking active roles in matters that will shape your futures." "The Educational Oversight Committee will move quickly," Amelia warned. "If we're to present a competing proposal, we need to begin drafting immediately." "And if we decide I should testify?" Harry asked, already knowing the answer but seeking confirmation. "Intensive preparation," Amelia replied without hesitation. "The Wizengamot is not merely a political forum but a magical one. The chamber itself enhances truth and reveals deception. You'll need to master specific oratory techniques and understand the formal protocols governing testimony." "We'll all help," Neville said firmly. "Gran's been teaching me Wizengamot procedures since I was 7. And I can practice questioning Harry to prepare him for challenges," Susan added eagerly. Luna's dreamy voice completed their offers of assistance. "I'll watch for the invisible currents. The chamber has ancient magic in its walls, you know. It listens to sincere hearts." As his friends outlined their support, Harry felt a surge of gratitude for the bonds they'd formed. Though the path ahead contained unprecedented challenges, Voldemort's growing strength, Ministry opposition, Dumbledore's complicated agenda, and the looming transition to Hogwarts, he faced none of it alone. "You're building something important," Helga observed warmly. "True loyalty based on mutual respect and shared purpose. And strategically valuable alliances," Salazar added, unable to resist the political assessment even in this moment. "Both are true," Rowena mediated. "The personal bond strengthen the political coalition, while the shared purpose gives the friendships deeper meaning than mere childhood companionship." "Enough analysis," Godric interrupted good-naturedly. "The boy has earned a moment to simply appreciate his friends without dissecting the relationship dynamics." Harry smiled at this typically Gryffindor perspective, drawing curious looks from his companions. "The founders are debating again," he explained with a shrug. "Tell Godric I've been practicing that shield technique he suggested," Neville said eagerly. "The one with the expanding perimeter. Rowena owes me an explanation about runic inversions in cyclical patterns," Susan added. "She promised last week but then got distracted explaining magical theory to you instead." "And Salazar knows what I want to ask about," Luna concluded mysteriously. "The chamber isn't just a metaphor." This last comment drew a sharp reaction from Salazar, whose mental presence suddenly focused with laser intensity. "How does she know about the chamber?" he demanded. "I haven't mentioned it even to you yet." "Luna has a way of knowing things," Harry replied aloud, addressing both Salazar and the others. "It's part of what makes her special." Luna smiled serenely. "The Silver One worries too much. Some secrets want to be found when the time is right. The chamber will open when you need it." "She is unsettling," Salazar admitted reluctantly. "Yet precisely the kind of ally I would have valued in my time. One who sees beyond conventional perception." Harry relayed a modified version of this assessment, earning a pleased smile from Luna. The conversation drifted to more immediate concerns: preparation for the potential Wizengamot appearance, training schedules for the coming week, and theories about the remaining Horcruxes. As evening approached, Augusta and Neville departed for Longbottom Manor, with Xenophilius and Luna following shortly after. Harry found himself drawn to the manor's eastern balcony, where the lingering storm clouds were finally dispersing to reveal a star-filled sky. "You did well today," Godric commented as Harry leaned against the stone balustrade, surveying the grounds. "Taking your place at the table, offering strategic insights without overreaching." "The political debut was inevitable," Salazar added. "Better to control the timing and circumstances than have it forced upon you." Harry acknowledged their approval while focusing on the deeper implications of the day's developments. "Voldemort's moving faster than we anticipated," he said aloud, knowing Amelia had joined him on the balcony. "And the Ministry opposition is becoming more organized." "Yes to both," she agreed, coming to stand beside him. "The relative peace we've enjoyed these past years was always temporary. The real question is whether we've used that time effectively." Harry considered this. Under Amelia's guardianship, he had progressed from an abused, magically suppressed child to a confident young wizard with access to extraordinary magical knowledge. The remaining blocks on his magic were being systematically removed according to the accelerated schedule. He had formed genuine friendships and alliances that would prove crucial in the challenges ahead. Most significantly, he had developed a clear understanding of both his unique capabilities and his responsibilities. "I think we have," he finally answered. "Not perfectly, there's still so much to learn. But I'm not the same frightened 5-year-old the goblins scanned 4 years ago." Amelia's expression softened. "No, you certainly aren't. Though sometimes I miss that little boy who was so amazed by having his own bedroom." Harry smiled at the memory. "He's still here. Just with better magical control and more opinions about Wizengamot procedure." This drew a laugh from Amelia, one of the rare moments when the head of magical law enforcement was simply a guardian proud of her ward. "Get some rest," she advised. "Tomorrow we begin drafting our counter-proposal and your potential testimony. If you're going to face the Wizengamot, you'll need to be thoroughly prepared." After she departed, Harry remained on the balcony, contemplating the stars and listening to the founder's occasional comments about constellations known by different names in their time. The coming weeks would bring unprecedented challenges, but for this moment, he allowed himself to simply exist in the peace of a clear night and the knowledge that he was exactly where he was meant to be. The Department of Magical Education occupied a modest section of the ministry's fourth level, its importance traditionally secondary to more prominent departments like magical law enforcement or international magical cooperation. Under normal circumstances, its narrow corridors saw little traffic beyond the occasional school administrator filing required reports or parents seeking educational exemptions. Today, however, the corridor bustled with unusual activity as ministry employees, journalists, and interested parties attempted to glimpse the proceedings within the department's magically expanded conference room. The cause of this unprecedented interest, the first public hearing of the newly formed Educational Oversight Committee. Inside the packed room, Dolores Umbridge presided from a slightly elevated chair, her saccharine smile belying the calculating look in her eyes. Dressed in her signature pink cardigan over ministry robes, she surveyed the assembled audience with evident satisfaction at the attention her committee had attracted. "Order, please," she called in her girlish voice, tapping her wand against a small crystal bell that produced a surprisingly penetrating chime. The Educational Oversight Committee will now hear testimony regarding the proposed Magical Education Standardization Act. The audience settled, though whispered conversations continued in the back rows where reporters from various publications jockeyed for better positions. The committee itself consisted of 7 members, Umbridge as chair, 2 other ministry officials known to be Fudge loyalists, Lucius Malfoy representing the Board of Governors, an ancient wizard from the Department of Magical Examinations, and 2 recent additions who occasionally demonstrated independent thinking. Our first scheduled witness today is Madame Augusta Longbottom. Speaking on behalf of the Traditional Home Education Association, Umbridge announced, her smile tightening almost imperceptibly as Augusta approached the witness chair with her usual imposing dignity. For the next hour, Augusta presented a methodical defense of traditional magical education practices outside formal institutional settings, citing historical precedents and successful outcomes. Her testimony, while impeccably researched, did little to move the clearly predetermined positions of most committee members. "Thank you, Madam Longbottom," Umbridge concluded with transparent insincerity after a particularly pointed exchange about family autonomy. "The committee will certainly consider your perspective." Augusta returned to her seat with a glacial nod, her expression revealing she harbored no illusions about the committee's receptiveness. "Our next witness," Umbridge began, only to be interrupted by a side door opening to admit a ministry aide who hurried to whisper urgently in her ear. Her expression shifted from irritation to calculation as she processed whatever information she'd received. "It seems we have an unexpected addition to our schedule," she announced, her voice honeyed but her eyes sharp. "The committee will now hear testimony from." She paused for dramatic effect, "Mr. Harry Potter." A ripple of excitement passed through the audience as Harry entered from the side door, followed closely by Amelia Bones. At 9 years old, he still appeared younger than his age, though his bearing demonstrated a composed confidence that caught many observers by surprise. He wore formal robes of deep blue trimmed with silver, tailored perfectly to his slight frame. Harry had anticipated this moment. Though not officially scheduled to testify until the following week's Wizengamot session, intelligence from their ministry allies had warned that Umbridge might attempt to ambush him with an earlier, less formal appearance where he would lack the procedural protections of the Wizengamot chamber. "Remember, this is a tactical opportunity," Salazar advised as Harry approached the witness chair. "They expect to fluster a child. Show them calculated competence instead." "But not too much," Helga cautioned. "Appear exceptional but not supernatural. A gifted child, not a magical anomaly. Speak clearly and directly to the central issues," Rowena added. "Educational autonomy balanced with reasonable oversight. And if that pink toad tries to interrupt you, talk over her," Godric suggested helpfully. "Establish dominance early." Harry suppressed a smile at this last piece of advice as he took his seat, adjusting his robes with deliberate calm. He was aware of the many eyes fixed upon him, the first public appearance of the boy who lived in an official capacity had guaranteed maximum attendance. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge began, her voice rising to an even more cloying pitch. "How unexpected. We had no notice of your desire to address the committee." "My apologies for any procedural irregularity, Madam Umbridge," Harry replied politely. "When I learned the committee was discussing educational standards affecting children like myself, I felt it important to offer perspective from those most directly impacted by your decisions." This response, delivered in a clear, composed voice, visibly threw Umbridge off her prepared approach. She had clearly expected either nervousness or arrogance from a child thrust into an adult forum. "I see," she recovered, shuffling her papers. "Well, while we welcome input from all quarters, I must point out that educational policy is a complex matter requiring mature understanding of regulatory frameworks and pedagogical standards." "I agree completely," Harry responded with a smile. "Which is why I've spent the past month studying comparative magical educational systems across Europe, historical precedents in British magical education, and the specific provisions of both your proposed legislation and the alternative framework suggested by the Educational Reform Coalition." A murmur ran through the audience. This level of preparation from a 9-year-old was unexpected, and Harry could see several committee members reassessing their initial dismissive attitudes. Lucius Malfoy leaned forward slightly, his pale eyes narrowing with interest. "Perhaps, Mr. Potter, you might share your unique educational arrangements with the committee. I understand you receive private instruction rather than attending a traditional magical primary school." The question was carefully calculated, designed to highlight Harry's exceptional status while implying preferential treatment. "My educational program combines traditional elements with specialized instruction," Harry acknowledged openly. "As the committee is surely aware, my magical development has required certain adaptations. Adaptations necessitated by the extensive magical bindings placed upon you as an infant," Lucius elaborated smoothly, introducing information not widely known among the general public. "Bindings now being systematically removed." A shocked murmur spread through the audience. This deliberate exposure of sensitive information was a calculated move to unbalance Harry and force Amelia into a defensive position. "He's trying to control the narrative," Salazar observed. "Preemptively shaping public perception of your unique situation. Then reshape it more favorably," Rowena advised. "Acknowledge without defensiveness." Harry nodded slightly, maintaining his composure. "That's correct, Mr. Malfoy. Following the Goblin heritage ritual at age 5, nearly 200 magical blocks were discovered on my core. Under Madame Bone's guardianship, these are being safely removed according to a medically supervised schedule." He turned slightly to address the wider audience, recognizing the strategic importance of this unexpected moment. "This personal experience actually informs my perspective on educational regulation. Each magical child has unique needs and development patterns. Standardized approaches, while well-intentioned, can sometimes harm rather than help magical children with atypical learning requirements." This deft pivot from personal disclosure to policy principle caught Umbridge off guard. She attempted to reclaim control of the proceedings. "Mr. Potter, fascinating as your personal circumstances may be, this committee is concerned with establishing appropriate oversight for all magical education, ensuring minimum standards are met." A worthy objective, Harry agreed reasonably. "The question isn't whether standards matter, but how best to implement them while respecting diverse educational needs." He extracted a slim document from his robes. "If the committee permits, I've prepared a brief analysis comparing the current proposal with the alternative framework, highlighting where flexibility might better serve magical children while still maintaining educational quality." Umbridge's expression soured, but before she could refuse, one of the independent committee members spoke up. "I'd be interested in reviewing Mr. Potter's analysis. The perspective of an exceptionally achieving student under alternative education could prove informative." Caught between refusing a reasonable request and accepting input that might undermine her preferred approach, Umbridge chose a third option: redirection. "Perhaps Mr. Potter might first explain why he believes himself qualified to address educational policy at his age." Her tone carried patronizing skepticism. While we appreciate youthful enthusiasm, serious policy discussions require mature judgment. She's trying to diminish you, Godric noted unnecessarily. Reduce you to a precocious but ultimately irrelevant child. I don't claim policy expertise, Madam Umbridge, Harry replied evenly. I offer perspective as someone directly affected by your decisions. The proposed legislation would significantly alter my educational options, potentially disrupting a program that has demonstrated considerable success. He gestured to the document he'd prepared. Rather than abstract claims, I've provided specific examples and data points for the committee's consideration. My academic assessments, conducted by independent evaluators, show achievement levels that validate the effectiveness of individualized educational approaches for certain students. Lucius Malfoy, whose political acumen exceeded Umbridge despite their aligned interests, recognized the poised young witness was outmaneuvering the committee chair. He intervened with characteristic smoothness. The committee would be interested in understanding the specific aspects of your education that you believe would be compromised under the proposed regulatory framework, he said, effectively allowing Harry's testimony to proceed while redirecting it toward potentially useful intelligence gathering. For the next 30 minutes, Harry provided a carefully curated overview of his educational program, revealing enough to demonstrate legitimacy while omitting the more extraordinary elements involving Founder Magic or Department of Mysteries training. He outlined a balanced approach incorporating magical theory, practical applications, physical development, and cultural education, supplemented with socialization through regular interaction with peers like Susan, Neville, and occasionally others from allied families. Throughout his testimony, he emphasized principles rather than personal exceptionalism, positioning himself as an advocate for educational flexibility rather than special treatment. This approach resonated with several committee members who had experience with children requiring non-standard educational accommodations. What alternatives would you suggest to the current proposal? Asked one of the independent committee members, genuinely engaged by Harry's articulate presentation. The Educational Reform Coalition has drafted a framework that establishes core knowledge requirements while permitting diverse instructional methods, Harry explained. It includes regular assessment to ensure progress while respecting various learning approaches. Most importantly, it recognizes that magical children develop different abilities at different rates, some showing early aptitude in charms but requiring more time with transfiguration, for instance. Umbridge, increasingly frustrated by Harry's effective testimony, attempted a more direct challenge. How convenient that this alternative framework would preserve your rather exceptional arrangements, Mr. Potter. One might almost suspect it was designed specifically to avoid proper ministry oversight of your unusual magical development. The accusation hung in the air, its implications clear. Harry felt Amelia tense beside him, ready to intervene if necessary, but he gave her a slight hand signal indicating he would handle the response. The framework was developed by educational experts from across Britain, Madam Umbridge, including several former Hogwarts professors and international consultants, he replied calmly. While it would indeed accommodate my educational needs, it would equally serve thousands of other magical children with diverse learning requirements. He paused, then added with careful emphasis, unless the committee believes standardization is more important than actual educational outcomes. This pointed question silenced Umbridge momentarily, as it highlighted the fundamental philosophical difference underlying the competing proposals. Before she could formulate a response that wouldn't sound like valuing bureaucracy over children's success, the hearing was interrupted by the arrival of an unexpected visitor. Albus Dumbledore entered the chamber, his midnight blue robes embroidered with silver stars creating an immediate visual impact. The audience stirred with renewed interest as the Hogwarts headmaster approached the committee table with a benign smile. Madam Umbridge, esteemed committee members, he greeted with a slight bow. I do apologize for my unscheduled appearance, but when I heard that educational matters of such importance were being discussed, I felt it my duty as Chief Warlock and Hogwarts headmaster to contribute to the deliberations. Umbridge's expression suggested she'd bitten into something particularly sour. Headmaster Dumbledore. The committee had not requested your testimony today. Indeed not, Dumbledore agreed pleasantly. However, as the committee's proposals would significantly impact Hogwarts admission and curriculum standards, the Board of Governors suggested I might observe the proceedings. He nodded toward Lucius, who acknowledged this with a tight smile, clearly having expected Dumbledore's eventual involvement but perhaps not this precise timing. Dumbledore turned his attention to Harry, blue eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. "Ah, young Harry. How wonderful to see you engaged in such important civic discussions. Your parents would be most proud of your articulate advocacy." The mention of his parents was clearly calculated to establish a personal connection. Harry acknowledged it with a polite nod but maintained his composure, well prepared for this eventual confrontation. "Thank you, Chief Warlock. I believe quality education was important to them both, given their own academic achievements at Hogwarts." Dumbledore smiled approvingly. "Indeed it was. Your mother in particular had quite progressive views on magical education. She often discussed the need for earlier theoretical foundations before practical application." This personal insight about his mother, information Harry hadn't previously heard, was both a gift and a strategic move. Dumbledore was demonstrating his connection to Harry's parents while subtly positioning himself as a source of personal history that Harry might value. The committee was just concluding Mr. Potter's unexpected testimony, Umbridge interjected, attempting to regain control of her hearing. "Then I have arrived at a fortuitous moment," Dumbledore replied cheerfully. "Perhaps I might offer some historical context regarding the evolution of British magical education standards. It might prove illuminating for the committee's deliberations." With Dumbledore's arrival shifting attention away from him, Harry exchanged a meaningful glance with Amelia. They had achieved their primary objective, introducing the alternative framework into official record and demonstrating Harry's competence in a public forum. Continuing would risk unnecessary exposure to Dumbledore's diplomatic but determined information gathering. As Dumbledore began a seemingly rambling but strategically calculated history of magical education that subtly undermined Umbridge's standardization agenda, Harry quietly submitted his written analysis to the committee secretary and prepared to withdraw. The timing was perfect. He had made his impact but would exit before any direct confrontation with either Dumbledore or the increasingly frustrated Umbridge. "Thank you for allowing me to contribute, Madam Umbridge," he said during a brief pause in Dumbledore's monologue. "I've submitted my written analysis for the committee's consideration and won't take more of your valuable time." Umbridge, caught between dismissing him peremptorily, which would appear petty, and asking him to remain, which might lead to more effective testimony, settled for a tight nod. "The committee acknowledges your contribution, Mr. Potter." As Harry and Amelia made their way toward the exit, Dumbledore paused his historical narrative to address him once more. "I look forward to continuing our discussion at a more convenient time, Harry. Perhaps at Hogwarts during your upcoming orientation visit? Minerva mentioned your schedule to tour the castle next month." This casual reference to Harry's private schedule, information Dumbledore should not have had ready access to, was a subtle reminder of the headmaster's extensive information network. It also represented an obvious attempt to establish future direct contact outside the formal alliance agreement still being negotiated. "My schedule remains somewhat fluid, Chief Warlock," Harry replied diplomatically. "Madam Bone's office will coordinate any necessary arrangements." With a respectful nod to the committee, he departed alongside Amelia, aware of the speculative gazes following them and the immediate resumption of whispered conversations throughout the chamber. Once safely outside in the ministry corridor, Amelia spoke in a low voice. "Well handled. Particularly the Dumbledore interaction. He's been gathering information about my schedule and activities," Harry observed quietly as they walked briskly toward the elevators. That reference to the Hogwarts visit wasn't coincidental. "No," Amelia agreed grimly. "And Minerva certainly didn't inform him of those arrangements. We'll need to review our information security protocols." As they reached the elevator, they found Lucius Malfoy already waiting, having apparently slipped out of the hearing while Dumbledore commanded the committee's attention. His timing was too precise to be coincidental. "Mr. Potter," he greeted smoothly. "A most impressive performance for one so young. You speak with remarkable assurance. "Thank you, Mr. Malfoy," Harry replied politely but without warmth. Educational policy affects children directly. It seemed appropriate to contribute a student's perspective. Indeed. Malfoy's pale eyes assessed him with calculated interest. "I couldn't help noticing your analysis mentioned specialized magical aptitude assessment. A particular interest of yours, perhaps?" The question probed delicately at Harry's unusual magical development, Lucius seeking confirmation of rumors regarding Harry's accelerated abilities. "Educational assessment is complex," Harry responded carefully. "Standard metrics don't always capture diverse magical talents effectively." Malfoy's thin smile suggested he recognized the deliberate non-answer. "My son Draco often mentions his curiosity about your educational progress. Perhaps a visit to Malfoy Manor might be arranged. Young people with exceptional abilities benefit from peer interaction." Diplomatic but transparent attempt to evaluate your capabilities firsthand, Salazar observed. "Also potentially gathering intelligence for other interested parties," Rowena added. "Harry's schedule is quite full with existing commitments," Amelia interjected smoothly. "But we appreciate the invitation." The elevator arrived, and they stepped inside, joined by several other ministry employees who immediately fell silent upon recognizing the high-profile trio. The brief journey to the atrium passed in polite but charged silence. As they prepared to depart, Malfoy offered a parting observation. "You face an interesting future, Mr. Potter. Many will seek to influence your development or harness your potential for their own objectives." His gaze flicked briefly to Amelia. "Choose your advisors carefully." With a slight inclination of his head, he strode away toward the ministry fireplaces, his long black cloak billowing behind him. "Well, that was subtle," Harry commented dryly once Malfoy was out of earshot. "Lucius rarely bothers with subtlety when he can make his point with elegant intimidation," Amelia replied. "He's positioning himself as an alternative mentor figure." While simultaneously gathering intelligence for his own faction, Harry noted. "And possibly for others with more concerning agendas." They proceeded to the secure ministry apparition point, where Amelia could transport them directly back to Bones Manor without using the more publicly observable Floo network. Today's unexpected hearing was actually fortuitous, Amelia reflected as they prepared to depart. It allowed you to establish a public presence under controlled circumstances before next week's formal Wisengamot testimony. Harry nodded in agreement. The committee clearly expected to ambush an unprepared child. Their surprise gave us a tactical advantage. Which you used quite effectively, Amelia acknowledged with pride. Though Dumbledore's appearance was an additional complication we'll need to address. As they disappeared with the distinctive crack of apparition, neither noticed the disillusioned figure who had been observing their conversation from a carefully calculated distance, a Department of Mysteries operative gathering intelligence on the boy who lived for purposes neither Amelia nor Harry had yet discerned. The subsequent week passed in a whirlwind of preparation. Harry's appearance before the Educational Oversight Committee had generated precisely the public interest their alliance had hoped for, with the Daily Prophet running a front-page article titled, "Boy Who Lived Advocates for Educational Reform." While Rita Skeeter's accompanying article contained her usual quota of speculative embellishment, the core message had been conveyed effectively. Harry Potter had emerged as an articulate advocate for thoughtful educational policy rather than bureaucratic standardization. More importantly, the alternative framework developed by their coalition had received serious consideration from several committee members, fracturing what Umbridge had assumed would be unified support for her more restrictive approach. Meanwhile, Harry's preparation for his formal Wisengamot testimony intensified. Under Bartemius Crouch's exacting guidance, he rehearsed responses to every conceivable question, mastered the formal protocols governing Wisengamot proceedings, and developed techniques for maintaining composure under what would undoubtedly be intense scrutiny. "The chamber itself will affect you," Crouch explained during one particularly demanding practice session at Bones Manor. Unlike the committee hearing room, the Wisengamot chamber contains ancient truth-compelling enchantments. Not as forceful as Veritaserum, but designed to encourage honesty and reveal deliberate deception. "How do they interact with the clemency shields?" Harry asked, having developed significant mental protection under the Founder's guidance. Crouch raised an eyebrow, clearly reassessing the extent of Harry's training. A relevant question. The chamber's magic doesn't directly penetrate mental shields, but it creates a dissonance when someone actively conceals information while speaking. Experienced members can detect this discomfort in witnesses. So technical truth with selective omission is preferable to direct misdirection, Harry concluded. Precisely, Crouch confirmed. The chamber rewards carefully structured honesty while punishing outright lies. This actually works to your advantage when discussing sensitive matters like your educational needs without revealing their full extent. These insights proved invaluable as Harry refined his approach, balancing genuine advocacy for educational freedom with careful protection of his more unusual magical development. The day before his scheduled Wizengamot appearance, Harry received an unexpected communication, a letter delivered by an unfamiliar tawny owl during breakfast at Bones Manor. Hogwarts seal, Susan observed as Harry examined the heavy parchment envelope. But term invitation letters don't come out until summer. Harry opened it carefully, his magical senses detecting no harmful enchantments but noting a subtle tracking charm embedded in the parchment, designed to confirm receipt and reading. The letter, written in flowing purple ink, was brief but significant. Dear Mr. Potter, in anticipation of your upcoming Wizengamot appearance, I would welcome the opportunity to discuss matters of mutual concern regarding both educational policy and certain darker subjects recently brought to my attention by our mutual acquaintance, Professor Flitwick. Should you be amenable, I suggest a brief meeting at Hogwarts tomorrow morning, prior to the Wizengamot session. The castle is quiet during Easter break, affording appropriate privacy for sensitive discussions. The flue in Professor McGonagall's office will be open to Bones Manor from 8 to 8:30 a.m. should you wish to accept this invitation. With respect and consideration, Albus Dumbledore Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry passed the letter to Amelia, who read it with a deepening frown. Interesting timing, she observed. And the reference to darker subjects clearly means Horcruxes. Flitwick must have conveyed our conditional offer of collaboration, Harry reasoned. This is Dumbledore's response, a counteroffer of direct communication outside alliance structures. Bypassing the unbreakable vow requirement entirely, Amelia noted with disapproval. Typical Albus, acknowledging the letter of an arrangement while undermining its spirit. Harry considered the invitation thoughtfully. It's strategically timed. Meeting him before the Wizengamot session would potentially affect my testimony. Or provide valuable intelligence about his current position, Salazar countered. Refusing direct communication maintains distance but sacrifices information gathering. The castle would be neutral territory in many respects, Rowena added. And visiting before your official orientation might provide strategic advantages. I don't trust his intentions, Helga stated firmly. But understanding them better serves our purposes. If he tries anything inappropriate, we can always leave, Godric concluded practically. Or challenge him directly. After consulting with both Amelia and the founders, Harry decided to accept the invitation with specific conditions. His response, drafted with careful precision, stated that he and Amelia would briefly visit Hogwarts at the suggested time, but that any discussion of Horcruxes would require adherence to the Alliance's established protocols, including the proposed unbreakable vow regarding non-interference in Harry's guardianship and education. The following morning found Harry and Amelia stepping through the flue into Professor McGonagall's office precisely at 8 o'clock. The deputy headmistress greeted them with formal courtesy, though Harry detected genuine warmth beneath her professional demeanor. Mr. Potter, Madam Bones. Welcome to Hogwarts. She gestured toward the comfortable seating area near her fireplace. The headmaster asked me to inform you that he's been briefly delayed by an urgent fluke call from the minister. He suggested I might show Harry some of the castle while you wait. The transparent attempt to separate Harry from Amelia drew an immediate frown from the latter. We'll wait together, thank you, Minerva. McGonagall nodded, seemingly unsurprised by this response. Of course. Though I must say, Mr. Potter, you've grown considerably since our first meeting at Gringotts 4 years ago." In several ways, Harry agreed politely, studying the woman who had played such a pivotal role in his rescue from the Dursleys. Though they had occasionally corresponded regarding his eventual Hogwarts attendance, this was their first in-person meeting since that life-changing day at the bank. McGonagall's expression softened slightly. "Your parents would be proud of the young man you're becoming. Particularly your mother, Lily always valued articulate advocacy for important principles." Before Harry could respond to this personal connection, the second time in a week someone had invoked his mother's values. A silver instrument on McGonagall's desk emitted a soft chime. "The headmaster is now available," she explained, rising from her seat. "If you'll follow me." As they traversed the empty corridors of Hogwarts, Harry extended his magical senses, absorbing the castle's extraordinary magical presence. The Founders' awareness sharpened collectively, their connections to the castle they had built triggering a flood of memories and impressions. "Home," Godric's voice resonated with unmistakable emotion. "Though changed in many ways, it remains fundamentally ours." "The ward structures have been modified extensively," Rowena noted analytically. "Multiple layers added over centuries, some complementary, others creating inefficiencies." "The heart remains true," Helga observed warmly. "I can sense the students' imprints even during break, joy, curiosity, friendship. And secrets still hidden within these walls," Salazar added, his mental tone uncharacteristically reflective. "Including my chamber, which you must locate before your official attendance begins." Harry filed away this urgent directive for later consideration as they arrived at the gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office. "Acid pops," McGonagall stated clearly, causing the gargoyle to leap aside, revealing a moving spiral staircase. "The headmaster will see you now. I'll remain available should you need anything during your visit." The headmaster's office proved to be a circular room filled with fascinating magical instruments, many of which Harry recognized from his studies of arcane detection and monitoring devices. Portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses lined the walls, most appearing to sleep but a few watching the visitors with undisguised interest. Albus Dumbledore rose from behind an ornate desk as they entered, his expression welcoming though his eyes remained calculatingly alert behind half-moon spectacles. "Harry, Madam Bones. Thank you for accepting my invitation." He gestured toward comfortable chairs arranged before his desk. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. Would either of you care for tea? Perhaps a lemon drop?" "Thank you, no," Amelia replied with professional courtesy. "Given our limited time before the Wisengamot session, perhaps we should address the purpose of this meeting directly." "Always refreshingly direct, Amelia," Dumbledore acknowledged with a slight smile. He settled back into his chair, fingers steepled before him. "Very well. I invited you here for 2 reasons. First, to discuss Harry's impending testimony regarding educational reform, and second, to address the matter of Voldemort's Horcruxes, which Filius informs me your coalition has been actively investigating." His blue gaze fixed on Harry with heightened intensity. "I must admit, I was quite surprised to learn that you are not only aware of these dark artifacts but have already neutralized one within yourself and assisted in the destruction of a second. Most extraordinary capabilities for one so young." The statement was both acknowledgement and probe, Dumbledore confirming his awareness of Harry's Horcrux removal while assessing how much Harry knew about the broader situation. "My involvement was necessary," Harry replied simply. "The soul fragment in my scar posed direct risk to me and potential advantage to Voldemort." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Indeed. I had identified the nature of your scar connection some years ago, though I confess I had not anticipated a solution until you were considerably older and better prepared for the magical trauma of extraction." This indirect admission, that Dumbledore had known about the Horcrux in Harry's scar yet left it in place, hung in the air like an unspoken accusation. "Just as you didn't anticipate removing the nearly 200 magical blocks you placed on his core?" Amelia asked with deceptive mildness. Dumbledore sighed, suddenly appearing more like the elderly wizard he was rather than the powerful magical and political leader. "I understand your anger regarding those decisions, Amelia. Without complete context, they must seem inexcusable. I'm curious what context could justify such comprehensive magical suppression of a child, Harry interjected, his tone controlled but direct. Protection, Dumbledore answered simply. Both for you and for others. He studied Harry for a moment before continuing. When I examined you after your parents' deaths, I discovered not only Voldemort's soul fragment but also something unprecedented, nascent magical connections to all 4 Hogwarts founders, beginning to activate in response to the magical trauma you'd experienced. He spread his hands in a gesture that might have appeared helpless had it come from anyone else. I faced an impossible decision, a 15-month-old child with potentially catastrophic magical power, contaminated by a Dark Lord's soul fragment, and without parents to provide guidance and stability. The blocks were never intended to be permanent, merely to delay your magical development until you reached an age where you could handle such power responsibly. Half-truth, Salazar assessed immediately. He feared your power beyond his control more than he feared for your safety. There was legitimate concern for a child with our combined magical signatures, Rowena acknowledged more fairly. But his solution was unnecessarily extreme. And my placement with the Dursleys? Harry pressed, maintaining his composure despite the emotional weight of these revelations. Was that also protection? Blood protection, Dumbledore confirmed. Your mother's sacrifice created powerful protective magic tied to her bloodline. Living with Petunia, however unpleasant the circumstances, established wards that prevented Voldemort's remaining followers from finding you during those vulnerable early years. While conveniently keeping me ignorant of my heritage and isolated from magical influences that might have counteracted your blocks, Harry observed. Dumbledore didn't deny this assessment. I made decisions I believed necessary based on the information and options available. I won't claim they were all correct in retrospect. This qualified acknowledgement of error, likely the closest thing to an apology Dumbledore would offer, shifted the conversation's dynamic subtly. Having established his awareness of past actions without becoming defensive, the headmaster moved to his actual agenda. What matters now is addressing the present threat, he continued. Voldemort is actively seeking restoration, and the remaining Horcruxes must be located and destroyed before he achieves physical form. I believe we can be more effective working together than at cross purposes. The Alliance has made considerable progress identifying likely Horcrux locations, Amelia noted. Unspeakable Croaker's team has developed effective detection methods based on the magical resonance patterns from the 2 already neutralized. I have complementary intelligence, Dumbledore countered. Including specific insights into Tom Riddle's psychology and likely hiding places based on locations significant to his development. He turned his attention fully to Harry. More importantly, I have extensive research on the magical theory underlying Horcruxes and their destruction. Knowledge that could prove crucial as you continue developing your rather extraordinary magical capabilities. The implied offer was clear, collaboration in exchange for access to Harry's magical development. Before Harry could respond, a silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk emitted a soft chiming sound. Ah, the headmaster noted. A reminder that the Wizengamot session begins in 1 hour. Your testimony is scheduled early in the proceedings, I believe. Harry nodded, recognizing the convenient timing of this reminder that prevented immediate resolution of their discussion. Dumbledore was deliberately creating a reason to continue their dialogue beyond this initial meeting. Perhaps we might continue this conversation after the Wizengamot session? Dumbledore suggested smoothly. I would be happy to provide a tour of the castle afterward. There are several areas I believe might particularly interest you given your unique connections. The offer was tempting. Access to Hogwarts under Dumbledore's guidance could potentially reveal founder-related secrets. However, it would also circumvent the Alliance's carefully structured protocols for engagement. I appreciate the invitation, Headmaster, Harry replied carefully. However, the Alliance has established specific procedures for sharing Horcrux intelligence, including certain assurances regarding my continued educational and guardianship arrangements. Ah yes, the proposed unbreakable vow. Dumbledore's expression remained pleasant, though a flicker of something, disappointment. Calculation, passed behind his eyes. A rather extreme measure for professional colleagues with shared objectives, wouldn't you agree? Not when considering the history, Amelia stated firmly. The alliance's conditions remain unchanged. Full cooperation regarding Horcrux intelligence in exchange for magical non-interference guarantees. Dumbledore studied them both for a long moment before sighing softly. Very well. I shall consider the proposed terms more carefully. Perhaps we might find a compromise that addresses your legitimate concerns while maintaining appropriate professional flexibility. He rose, signaling the meeting's conclusion. In the meantime, I wish you success with your Wisengamot testimony, Harry. Educational reform is indeed important, though perhaps secondary to the darker matters we've discussed today. As they prepared to depart, Dumbledore made one final observation. I couldn't help noticing your magical signature has evolved considerably, Harry. The Founder's influences are becoming quite distinctive within your core pattern. Particularly Salazar's, I believe. This perceptive comment, revealing both Dumbledore's ability to detect magical signatures and his specific awareness of the Founder connections, was clearly intended to demonstrate his continued insight into Harry's development despite their limited direct contact. All 4 Founders contribute to my magical development, Harry replied neutrally. Each in their own way. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. I look forward to observing how these influences manifest as you continue growing into your rather extraordinary inheritance. With that parting comment, both acknowledgement and subtle reminder of his ongoing interest, Dumbledore escorted them to the office door where Professor McGonagall waited to guide them back to the Floo connection. As they departed Hogwarts for the Ministry, Harry reflected on this first direct encounter with Dumbledore since learning the truth about his magical blocks. The headmaster had been exactly as Amelia and the Founders had prepared him to expect, brilliant, strategically minded, superficially conciliatory while revealing little, and absolutely determined to maintain some influence over Harry's development. He'll accept a modified version of the vow eventually, Amelia assessed as they approached the Ministry's public entrance. His desire for collaboration on the Horcruxes will outweigh his reluctance to formally limit his interference. But he'll look for loopholes and alternative points of influence, Harry noted. Undoubtedly. Amelia straightened her formal Wisengamot robes. Are you ready for your testimony? That meeting was clearly intended to unsettle you before the session. Harry took a deep breath, centering himself as the Founders had taught him. I'm ready. After facing Dumbledore, the Wisengamot seemed straightforward by comparison. Amelia smiled approvingly. Remember, speak to principles rather than personalities. Focus on educational outcomes rather than procedural details. And if Umbridge attempts to interrupt or discredit you, let her reveal her own biases, Harry finished with a slight smile, repeating their established strategy. The chamber's truth-enhancing enchantments will do the rest. With that final preparation, they entered the Ministry to face the Wisengamot, Harry's most significant public appearance yet and a crucial test of his growing political acumen. The educational reform debate might seem secondary compared to Horcrux hunting and Voldemort's resurgence, but it represented something equally important, the beginning of Harry's active participation in reshaping a magical society that would eventually face far darker challenges than bureaucratic overreach. The Wisengamot chamber lived up to its historical descriptions, a grand, amphitheater-like space with tiered seating for the 51 members arranged in a semicircle. The seats were occupied by witches and wizards in plum-colored robes embroidered with an elaborate silver W, their expressions ranging from interested to impatient to openly skeptical as Harry approached the central podium designated for witnesses. Unlike the committee hearing, this session followed ancient formal protocols. Harry had been announced by a court official, escorted to the witness position, and was now expected to present his formal testimony before responding to questions from members. The gravity of the proceedings was reinforced by the chamber's impressive magical ambience, subtle enchantments that created an atmosphere of historical significance and judicial solemnity. Albus Dumbledore presided from the Chief Warlock's elevated chair, his expression benignly neutral despite their earlier meeting. To his right sat Minister Fudge, looking uncomfortable and frequently leaning toward Dolores Umbridge, who occupied a seat in the second tier directly behind him. On Dumbledore's left was Tiberius Ogden in his capacity as senior Wizengamot member, his ancient features arranged in polite attention. Harry could identify Alliance supporters scattered throughout the assembly, Amelia in her DMLE director's seat, Augusta Longbottom representing the Longbottom family interests, Bartemius Crouch in his international magical cooperation capacity. Equally evident were opponents, with Lucius Malfoy's platinum hair particularly visible among the predominantly elderly membership. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore began formally, you have requested the opportunity to address the Wizengamot regarding the proposed Educational Standardization Act currently under consideration. You may proceed with your testimony. Harry took a measured breath, feeling the chamber's truth-enhancing enchantment settle around him like a subtle pressure. The sensation wasn't unpleasant but definitely noticeable, a magical encouragement toward honesty that the founders had prepared him to expect. Honored members of the Wizengamot, he began, his voice clear despite his youth. I appear before you not merely as an individual student with personal concerns, but as a representative of all magical children who will be affected by your decisions regarding educational policy. This framing immediately established his testimony as principle-based rather than self-interested, a strategic approach Amelia had recommended. The proposed Educational Standardization Act contains admirable objectives, ensuring quality magical education for all children, establishing baseline knowledge requirements, and providing support for struggling students. These goals deserve our support. This acknowledgement of the legislation's positive aspects drew approving nods from several members, including, interestingly, Dumbledore himself. However, Harry continued, the implementation mechanisms proposed would create significant unintended consequences that undermine these very objectives. Specifically, the standardized curriculum requirements fail to account for the diverse ways magical talent manifests in different children. For the next 15 minutes, Harry presented a carefully structured analysis of the legislation's shortcomings, illustrated with concrete examples drawn from educational research rather than merely personal experience. He cited international comparative studies showing that flexible educational approaches produce stronger magical practitioners than rigidly standardized systems. He highlighted historical precedents where standardization had inadvertently suppressed specialized magical talents that developed along nonlinear trajectories. Throughout, he maintained the balanced perspective of someone genuinely concerned with educational quality rather than merely opposing regulation. This approach resonated visibly with the moderate members whose votes would ultimately determine the legislation's fate. The alternative framework developed by the Educational Reform Coalition addresses these concerns while maintaining appropriate quality standards, he explained, referencing the proposal now officially before the Wizengamot as a competing bill. It establishes core knowledge requirements while permitting diverse instructional methods tailored to individual magical development patterns. Most importantly, it measures outcomes rather than enforcing standardized processes. As he concluded his prepared testimony, Harry sensed the chamber's general receptiveness. Even members aligned with Umbridge's faction appeared thoughtful rather than dismissive. The balanced approach had prevented easy categorization as either revolutionary or naive. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore acknowledged formally. Members may now direct questions to the witness. Lucius Malfoy was first to raise his wand, signaling his desire to speak. At Dumbledore's nod, he rose with practiced elegance. Mr. Potter, while your advocacy for educational flexibility is certainly heartfelt, I must ask, isn't standardization precisely what ensures equitable treatment for all magical children? Without common requirements, couldn't some receive inadequate preparation for magical adulthood? The question was cleverly constructed, framing standardization as an equality measure rather than a control mechanism. Equitable outcomes require recognizing different paths to magical competence, not enforcing identical methods, Harry responded. Consider two students, one showing early transfiguration talent but struggling with charms, the other demonstrating the opposite pattern. Standardized progression requirements might label one or both as behind schedule, when they're simply developing along different yet equally valid trajectories. He paused briefly before continuing. The alternative framework establishes comprehensive assessment at key developmental stages to ensure all students achieve necessary competencies, while allowing instructional flexibility in how those competencies are developed. Malfoy inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the response without conceding the point. And who would determine whether these alternative methods are producing adequate results? Surely some central authority must evaluate effectiveness. The framework establishes an independent educational assessment council composed of master practitioners from diverse magical disciplines, Harry explained. Unlike the ministry-controlled evaluation proposed in the current legislation, this approach separates assessment from political considerations while maintaining professional standards. This reference to political interference in education drew murmurs from several members who harbored concerns about ministry overreach under Fudge's administration. Augusta Longbottom signaled next, her imposing presence commanding immediate attention when recognized. Mr. Potter, opponents of educational flexibility often cite security concerns, the notion that unmonitored magical education might produce practitioners with dangerous or unregulated abilities. How does the alternative framework address these legitimate safety considerations? Though Augusta was an Alliance member, her question highlighted a genuine concern shared by many moderate Wizengamot members, giving Harry an opportunity to address it directly. The framework actually enhances magical safety monitoring through quarterly magical stability assessments for all students regardless of educational setting, he explained. These assessments, conducted by certified evaluators, identify potential instability or concerning developments more effectively than standardized curriculum checkpoints, which often miss atypical magical manifestations. He continued with growing confidence. Furthermore, the framework establishes clear reporting protocols for unusual magical development, creating more comprehensive safety monitoring than the current system where non-standard abilities may remain unidentified until they create problems. As questions continued, Harry navigated them with careful precision, acknowledging legitimate concerns while redirecting attention to the alternative framework's more balanced solutions. Throughout, he maintained the principle-based approach that presented him as an advocate for educational quality rather than merely opposing ministry control. Eventually, Dolores Umbridge signaled for recognition, her girlish smile belying the calculation in her eyes. When acknowledged, she rose with theatrical deliberateness. "Mr. Potter," she began, her voice honeyed but carrying a subtle edge, "your testimony presents a remarkably sophisticated understanding of educational policy for one so young. One might wonder whether these are truly your own perspectives or perhaps those of your guardian and her political allies." The implied accusation, that Harry was merely a mouthpiece for adult opinions, hung in the air. Rather than responding defensively, Harry allowed the chamber's truth-enhancing enchantments to support his answer. "My testimony represents both personal experience and extensive research conducted over several months," he replied calmly. "While I've certainly benefited from discussions with educational experts, the analysis and recommendations I've presented reflect my own synthesis and conclusions." He added with careful emphasis, "As the primary recipients of magical education, students have legitimate perspectives that deserve consideration alongside those of administrators and policymakers." This response, delivered with evident sincerity enhanced by the chamber's truth enchantments, effectively neutralized Umbridge's attempt to diminish his credibility. Several members nodded approvingly at the reasonable assertion that students' perspectives had validity in educational policy discussions. Umbridge, however, was not finished. "You've referenced your personal experience several times, Mr. Potter. Perhaps you might enlighten the Wizengamot regarding the rather unusual nature of your educational arrangements, including the systematic removal of magical blocks that many would consider medically unprecedented." This direct reference to Harry's unique magical situation represented a calculated escalation, Umbridge attempting to reframe the discussion around Harry's exceptionalism rather than general educational principles. "She's trying to isolate you as an anomaly whose experience isn't relevant to normal students," Salazar observed. "While simultaneously raising suspicion about your unusual magical development," Rowena added. Harry felt Amelia tense from her position in the DMLE seats, but maintained his composure, having anticipated this line of questioning. "My educational arrangements have indeed included specialized elements necessitated by my particular circumstances," he acknowledged openly. "The magical blocks you reference, placed without my parents' consent or knowledge, required careful removal under goblin supervision to prevent core damage. This direct reference to the non-consensual nature of the blocks shifted attention subtly toward whoever had placed them, a matter many members knew or suspected involved Dumbledore, though Harry deliberately avoided making this explicit. However, he continued smoothly, my testimony today isn't based on these exceptional elements, but rather on the core educational principles that benefit all magical children, recognizing diverse developmental patterns, assessing outcomes rather than standardizing processes, and balancing structure with flexibility to nurture each student's magical potential. He concluded with quiet emphasis, these principles apply equally to students with typical magical development and those with more unusual requirements. This response effectively acknowledged his unique situation while redirecting focus to the universal principles underlying the alternative framework, simultaneously transparent about his circumstances yet refusing to allow them to derail the broader policy discussion. Umbridge appeared momentarily thwarted, having expected either defensiveness or evasion that would undermine his credibility. Before she could reformulate her approach, Tiberius Ogden signaled for recognition. Mr. Potter, you've spoken eloquently about educational flexibility and individualized approaches. Could you address specifically how the alternative framework would prepare students for standardized educational environments like Hogwarts, where curriculum progression follows established patterns? This thoughtful question allowed Harry to address a legitimate concern shared by many moderate members. The framework includes transition preparation specifically designed to align diverse educational approaches with structured institutional requirements, he explained. For home-educated students approaching Hogwarts age, standardized readiness assessments identify any preparation gaps, with targeted supplementation provided in the final pre-Hogwarts year. He added, additionally, the framework proposes enhanced communication between alternative educational programs and Hogwarts faculty to ensure smooth transitions, something currently lacking in our educational system. As the questioning continued, it became increasingly apparent that Harry's testimony had shifted the Chamber's perspective on the competing proposals. What Umbridge had intended as a straightforward bureaucratic expansion had become a nuanced policy debate about educational philosophies and implementation approaches. Finally, Dumbledore signaled the conclusion of the questioning period. The Wizengamot thanks you for your testimony, Mr. Potter. Your perspectives will be considered as we deliberate these important educational matters. With a formal bow to the assembly, Harry withdrew from the witness position, maintaining his composed demeanor until he reached the visitors' gallery where Susan, Neville, and Luna waited with barely contained excitement. You were brilliant, Susan whispered as he joined them. Even Umbridge couldn't throw you off balance. The nargles around her multiplied when you mentioned the blocks being placed without consent, Luna observed dreamily. They're attracted to frustration, you know. Neville grinned. Gran's actually smiling. I don't think I've seen that happen during a Wizengamot session before. As the Wizengamot continued its proceedings, moving to testimony from educational administrators and ministry officials, Harry observed the altered dynamics within the chamber. Several members who had previously seemed aligned with Umbridge's approach now engaged more critically with her representatives, asking pointed questions about implementation concerns Harry had raised. Amelia joined them briefly during a procedural break, her expression satisfied. You've changed the conversation entirely, she confirmed quietly. Several swing votes have already approached Tiberius expressing interest in the alternative framework. Well done, Harry. By the session's conclusion 3 hours later, no formal vote had been taken, but the legislative momentum had clearly shifted. What had seemed a foregone conclusion, ministry-controlled standardization steamrolling educational autonomy, had transformed into a substantive policy debate with the alternative framework positioned as a serious contender. As they departed the ministry, Harry felt a deep sense of accomplishment. Beyond the policy implications, today represented something more personal, his first significant step into the public arena on his own terms, presenting his own perspectives rather than being merely the subject of others' decisions and manipulations. The boy who lived had found his voice. The repercussions of Harry's Wizengamot testimony rippled through magical Britain in the following weeks. The Daily Prophet featured multiple editorials and opinion pieces about educational reform, with perspectives ranging from enthusiastic support for the alternative framework to skeptical criticism of unregulated magical development. More significantly, the Wisengamot Education Subcommittee announced extended deliberations on both proposals, effectively delaying Umbridge's standardization agenda while more thorough analysis was conducted. For Harry, however, more immediate concerns soon overshadowed this political victory. 2 weeks after his testimony, during a routine block removal session at Gringotts, Gornick made a troubling discovery. "The pattern has changed," the ancient goblin announced, studying the magical display above the ritual basin with narrowed amber eyes. "The remaining blocks are degrading more rapidly than anticipated." Harry, seated on the ritual dais, looked up with concern. "Is that dangerous?" "Not immediately," Gornick clarified, "but potentially destabilizing if not addressed. The rate of degradation has increased threefold since your last visit." His gnarled finger traced a pattern in the magical display. "Something external is accelerating the process." Amelia stepped closer, studying the intricate magical representation. Could it be related to the Albanian activity Croker reported? Voldemort gathering strength? Unlikely, Gornick assessed after careful consideration. The pattern suggests a more localized catalyst. His amber eyes fixed on Harry. "Have you experienced any unusual magical interactions recently? Particularly powerful spells directed at you, or environments with concentrated ambient magic?" Harry exchanged a significant look with Amelia. "Hogwarts," they concluded simultaneously. "The visit to Dumbledore's office," Harry elaborated. "The castle's magical environment felt responsive to my presence. The founders sensed it too." Gornick nodded thoughtfully. "Founder magic recognizing founder magic. Your connections likely resonated with the castle's original enchantments, creating a cascade effect that destabilized the remaining blocks. Is there any way to slow the degradation?" Amelia asked, concerned. "Not without replacing the blocks entirely, which would be counterproductive." The goblin studied the display again. "Instead, we must accelerate the planned removal schedule. The remaining blocks must be eliminated within 6 months rather than the 18 previously estimated." 6 months. Harry repeated, startled by this dramatic timeline adjustment. "That would mean removing, approximately 15 blocks per session," Gornick confirmed grimly. "Far more than the current 5. The magical strain will be considerable." "Is that safe?" Amelia demanded, her protective instincts evident. "Safer than allowing uncontrolled degradation," Gornick replied bluntly. "Planned removal, while taxing, allows for managed energy dispersal. Spontaneous collapse risks core instability and potentially permanent magical damage." The implications hung heavily in the chamber's hushed atmosphere. After 4 years of careful, measured block removal, they now faced a dramatically accelerated timeline that would stress Harry's developing magical system to its limits. "What are the physical and magical effects of this accelerated schedule?" Amelia pressed. "Increased fatigue between sessions. Potential magical surges as new abilities activate rapidly rather than gradually. Heightened emotional reactivity as suppressed aspects of core magic integrate." Gornick's clinical assessment was unwavering. "Manageable with proper support, but not comfortable." Harry absorbed this information with outward calm that belied his internal apprehension. The founders, however, presented a unified perspective that helped steady his resolve. "Accelerated removal is preferable to uncontrolled collapse," Rowena confirmed analytically. "The blocks are artificial constraints on your natural magic. Their dissolution, while challenging, returns you to your proper state. We'll guide you through the transitions," Helga promised warmly. "Each new ability will have one of us as its natural mentor. The timing may prove advantageous," Salazar added strategically. "Complete removal before Hogwarts attendance simplifies many potential complications. And makes you better prepared to face whatever challenges emerge," Godric concluded practically. "Both from Voldemort and from those who might wish to control your development." With the founders' consensus supporting Gornick's recommendation, Harry nodded decisively. "Let's proceed with the accelerated schedule. When can we begin?" Today, the goblin replied without hesitation. The sooner we establish controlled removal patterns, the better we can manage the destabilization. Thus began the most intensive phase of Harry's magical development. Where previous block removal sessions had been challenging but manageable, the new protocol pushed him to his limits. Each session now removed 3 times as many constraints, flooding his system with previously suppressed magical energy and activating abilities that had lain dormant under Dumbledore's restrictions. The effects were profound and multifaceted. Physically, Harry experienced periods of extreme fatigue alternating with surges of magical energy that required constant management. Mentally, his connection to the Founders deepened dramatically as their magical affinities became increasingly accessible. Most significantly, his raw magical capabilities expanded at an unprecedented rate, requiring intensive training to maintain control and proper channeling. Focus on the elemental flow, Croker instructed during an emergency training session 3 days after the first accelerated removal. Direct the excess energy into controlled manifestation rather than allowing it to build up in your core. Harry stood in the Department of Mystery's specialized training chamber, surrounded by monitoring instruments that tracked his fluctuating magical output. With eyes closed in intense concentration, he channeled the roiling energy within his core into a visible manifestation, a sphere of swirling elemental forces hovering before him. Fire, water, air, and earth energies coalesced in dynamic balance, physically representing the integrated Founder magics now flowing more freely through his system. Excellent control, Croker noted approvingly. Now, disperse it gradually rather than releasing all at once. This proved more challenging. Harry managed to reduce the sphere's intensity incrementally, but when it reached approximately half its original power, his control faltered. The remaining energy released in a sudden pulse that rippled through the chamber, disrupting several monitoring devices and causing Croker to raise a hasty shield. "Sorry," Harry gasped, dropping to one knee as fatigue washed over him. "The transition point is still difficult." "No apology necessary," Croker assured him, dismissing his shield. "Your progress is remarkable given the circumstances. Few adult wizards could manage that level of elemental integration, let alone controlled dispersal." The training sessions with Croker became more frequent and intensive as the block removals progressed, supplemented by specialized instruction in various magical disciplines particularly affected by the accelerated changes. Phileas Flitwick provided guidance on charm control and precision. Augusta Longbottom, surprisingly, offered expertise in traditional meditation techniques that helped stabilize Harry's fluctuating magical core. Even Ted Tonks contributed, his Muggle-born perspective providing unique insights into integrating magical theory with practical application. Throughout this intensive period, Harry's friends remained his most consistent support system. Susan, Neville, and Luna adapted their own training to complement his changing needs, often serving as stabilizing influences when newly unleashed magical abilities threatened to overwhelm his control. "Try channeling it through our connection," Susan suggested during a particularly difficult episode when Harry's magic surged unexpectedly during their regular practice session. She extended her hands, palms upward. "Like we do with the shield formation, but reversed." Harry, struggling to contain the building pressure in his magical core, gratefully placed his hands in hers. Susan immediately began drawing off excess energy through their established magical connection, redistributing it through a runic circuit she had prepared specifically for this purpose. "Neville, ground support," she directed calmly. "Luna, fluctuation monitoring." Their practiced coordination activated immediately. Neville established an earth magic connection that created a stable foundation for the energy transfer, while Luna's unique perceptive abilities monitored the magical flows for dangerous patterns. "There's a knot forming near his heart center," she observed dreamily. "The silver thread is tangled with the red one." This seemingly abstract observation translated to practical guidance for Susan, who adjusted her runic circuit to address the specific disruption Luna had identified. Gradually, the chaotic energy stabilized, flowing more harmoniously through the established channels until Harry could safely reintegrate it. "Better?" Susan asked as they carefully disengaged the temporary support structure. Harry nodded, exhausted but grateful. "Much. Thank you, all of you. That's what friends are for, Neville replied simply. Besides, it's good practice for us too. This was true. The intensive support Harry required was simultaneously accelerating his friend's magical development. Susan's runic capabilities now approached expert level despite her young age. Neville's earth magic and protective enchantments had developed remarkable sophistication. Luna's perceptive abilities, always unusual, had refined into a specialized magical sense that could detect energy patterns invisible to conventional magical means. Together, they were becoming something more than simply friends or study partners, a magically integrated unit whose combined capabilities exceeded the sum of their individual talents. This development did not go unnoticed by their adult mentors. They're forming a true magical collective, Croaker observed to Amelia during one particularly impressive demonstration of their synchronized abilities. Something between a formal coven and a natural magical confluence. Quite extraordinary in one so young. Amelia watched the four children as they systematically channeled and redirected magical energies in complex patterns. Is it safe? This level of magical integration at their age? Safer than the alternatives, Croaker assessed pragmatically. Harry's accelerated development creates magical demands that would overwhelm him without their support structure. Their collective approach distributes the strain while allowing each to maintain individual magical identity. He added after thoughtful consideration, it may prove providential given the challenges ahead. Few threats, even those as significant as Voldemort, are prepared to counter coordinated magical action of this sophistication. Beyond magical development, the accelerated block removal period brought other significant changes. Harry's connection to the Founders deepened to unprecedented levels, with their guidance becoming increasingly specific and practical. Salazar, in particular, grew more insistent about locating his hidden chamber at Hogwarts before Harry's official attendance began. The chamber contains resources you'll need, he explained during one of Harry's meditation sessions. Knowledge and tools I specifically preserved for heirs with the capacity to use them properly. Is this about the basilisk? Harry asked directly, having researched the legend surrounding Slytherin's secret chamber. The basilisk is merely a guardian, Salazar replied dismissively. The true value lies in my private library and magical workroom. Particularly my research on soul magic that could prove relevant to the Horcrux situation. This information added urgency to their plans. If Salazar had indeed left resources specifically related to soul magic, they could potentially accelerate the Horcrux hunt significantly. However, accessing the chamber before Harry's official Hogwarts attendance presented logistical challenges. The opportunity arose unexpectedly through Professor Flitwick, who contacted Amelia with a request for Harry to participate in a specialized magical assessment at Hogwarts intended to help prepare appropriate accommodations for his eventual attendance. Filius claims Dumbledore is away at an ICW conference, Amelia explained as they discussed the invitation. The assessment would give you several hours within the castle with minimal supervision. Enough time to locate the chamber with Salazar's guidance, Harry noted thoughtfully. Assuming it's not a trap, Amelia cautioned. This could be Dumbledore's attempt to evaluate your magical development more thoroughly, using Filius as an unwitting intermediary. After careful consideration and consultation with both the Founders and their Alliance colleagues, they decided to accept the invitation with specific precautions. Harry would attend with Susan, Neville, and Luna as peer calibration subjects for the assessment, a reasonable request that provided him with his support system while appearing educationally relevant. The assessment was scheduled for a Saturday in late May, when the castle would be relatively quiet despite the ongoing term. Flitwick greeted them at the main entrance, his expression genuinely welcoming despite the slight nervousness Harry detected beneath his professional demeanor. Thank you for coming, Mr. Potter, Miss Bones, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Lovegood, the diminutive professor acknowledged each with a respectful nod. Madam Bones, I assure you the assessment is purely educational in purpose. We'll be using the Advanced Magical Aptitude Room on the 5th floor, which provides detailed readings without requiring active spell casting. And the headmaster remains away. Amelia confirmed pointedly. Yes, until Monday at earliest, Flitwick assured her. Professor McGonagall is acting headmistress in his absence but has authorized me to conduct this assessment independently. As they followed Flitwick through the castle corridors, Harry extended his magical senses fully, absorbing the castle's extraordinary magical environment. The Founders' presences stirred with collective recognition and nostalgia, each identifying changes and constants in the building they had created centuries earlier. The ward structure has been modified significantly, Rowena noted analytically. Multiple layered defensive systems added over generations, some complementary, others creating inefficiencies. The dormitory locations remain as we designed them, Helga observed warmly. I can sense the residual imprints of countless students who've slept and dreamed within these walls. My chamber remains hidden, Salazar confirmed with satisfaction. The magical signatures suggesting its presence have been deliberately obscured over centuries, likely by Dumbledore himself in more recent times. The aptitude room proved to be a circular chamber with a domed ceiling painted with astronomical symbols. Various magical instruments lined the walls, and the floor featured an intricate pattern of inlaid silver and gold lines forming complex geometric arrangements. Hogwarts' dedicated magical assessment chamber, Flitwick explained with evident pride. Created by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, though modified by subsequent heads of houses. It measures magical affinities, core structure, and potential aptitudes without requiring active spell demonstration. One of my more practical creations, Rowena confirmed with satisfaction. Though they've altered the harmonic calibration in ways that reduce its sensitivity to certain magical frequencies. The assessment process is simple, Flitwick continued. Each student will stand in the central circle for approximately 15 minutes while the room's enchantments gather readings. I'll remain to monitor and explain the results, but the process itself requires no active participation. This arrangement was ideal for their clandestine objective. With each assessment requiring 15 minutes, and 4 students to evaluate, they would have at least an hour where various members of their group could move about the castle without raising suspicion. Perhaps we could explore the library while waiting for our turns? Susan suggested innocently. Since we'll be attending next year, it would be helpful to familiarize ourselves with the resources available. Flitwick beamed at this studious request. An excellent idea, Miss Bones. The library is on the 3rd floor, I can have a prefect escort you. I'm sure we can find our way, Neville interjected with uncharacteristic assertiveness. The moving staircases might be confusing at first, but it would be good practice navigating the castle. After some discussion, Flitwick agreed that the students not actively being assessed could explore designated, student-appropriate areas of the castle, provided they remained together and returned promptly when summoned for their assessments. As planned, Harry volunteered to go first, allowing his friends to begin the search for the chamber entrance based on Salazar's general directions. The assessment itself proved genuinely interesting. The chamber's ancient magic interacted with his unique core structure in ways that clearly fascinated Professor Flitwick. Extraordinary, the charms master murmured, studying the glowing symbols that appeared in the air above Harry. I've never seen such a complex magical signature in a student. Multiple distinct magical influences perfectly integrated into a unified core. Harry maintained his composed expression while internally consulting with the Founders about how much to acknowledge. Limited honesty serves us best here, Rowena advised. Flitwick already suspects your unusual development. Complete denial would seem suspicious. The Goblins mentioned something similar during my block removal sessions, Harry offered carefully. They described it as magical resonance with historical patterns. Yes, that aligns with what I'm seeing, Flitwick agreed, though his perceptive eyes suggested he recognized the deliberate understatement. These particular patterns are remarkably consistent with Founder magic, especially this configuration here. He indicated a complex symbol hovering above Harry's head, its swirling gold and silver lines forming a pattern that Harry recognized immediately as Rowena's magical signature. The knowledge affinity is particularly pronounced, Flitwick continued thoughtfully. Ravenclaw House might be a natural fit, though I see equally strong indications of other house affinities as well. The assessment continued for the full 15 minutes, with Flitwick recording detailed notes while explaining various aspects of Harry's magical signature. When completed, the professor appeared both impressed and slightly concerned. "I'll need to prepare specialized accommodations for your eventual attendance," he explained as the chamber's enchantments reset. "Your magical development is significantly advanced beyond typical first-year levels. Regular classes might prove restrictively paced for your needs." "I appreciate your thoroughness, Professor," Harry replied sincerely. "May I join my friends now while Susan takes her turn?" "Of course." Flitwick activated a small communication charm. "Miss Bones, please return to the assessment chamber. Mr. Potter will join the others in your exploration." Following Salazar's mental guidance, Harry quickly located his friends in a second-floor corridor near the girls' bathroom, the area Salazar had indicated most likely contained the chamber entrance. "Any luck?" he asked quietly as he joined them. Neville shook his head. "We've checked most of this corridor, but Luna insists the entrance is nearby despite nothing obvious appearing." "It's hiding behind layers," Luna explained in her dreamy voice. "Like a person wearing too many clothes on a hot day. It wants to be found but can't take everything off at once." This peculiar description actually made sense to Harry given Salazar's explanation of the concealment enchantments. "The entrance is within the girls' lavatory," Salazar confirmed. "Specifically, at the sink with the snake carving, a location chosen deliberately because few would expect to find significant magic in such a mundane setting." With Susan now occupied with her assessment, the remaining three entered the bathroom, finding it thankfully empty during the weekend day. "Over here," Luna called softly, moving directly to the sink Salazar had described. "The magic is thickest around this tap." Harry examined it closely, noting the tiny snake engraved on the copper tap. "This is it," he confirmed. "Salazar says it opens with Parseltongue." This presented an immediate challenge. While Harry had discovered his Parseltongue ability during the block removals 2 years earlier, he had practiced it only in controlled settings. The skill came from his connection to Salazar but required specific mental alignment to access. "Focus on the snake image," Salazar instructed. "Imagine it alive and moving. The language will follow naturally." Harry concentrated on the tiny engraving, visualizing it as a living serpent. After several moments, he felt the distinctive mental shift that accompanied accessing Parseltongue. "Open," he hissed, the sibilant sounds echoing slightly in the tiled room. Immediately, the sink began to move, descending into the floor to reveal a large pipe wide enough for a person to slide down. "Wicked," Neville whispered, peering into the dark opening. "There's a staircase option," Harry informed them, relaying Salazar's instructions. "Stairs," he commanded in Parseltongue. The slick pipe transformed, stone steps extruding from the walls to form a spiral staircase descending into darkness. "How long do we have before someone notices we're not just exploring the library?" Neville asked practically. "Susan will stall as long as possible during her assessment," Harry replied. "Then Luna's turn. We probably have 30 to 40 minutes total." "We should hurry then," Luna suggested serenely. "The basilisk is sleeping, but it's always good to be polite and not wake things unnecessarily." This casual reference to the legendary monster supposedly dwelling in the chamber gave both boys pause. "You know about the basilisk?" Harry asked, surprised despite his familiarity with Luna's uncanny perceptions. "Of course," she replied as if it were obvious. "It's dreaming of mice the size of elephants. Very hungry after so long alone." With this unsettling information, they began their descent into the Chamber of Secrets. The staircase led deep beneath the castle, eventually opening into a long, dimly lit stone tunnel. Following Salazar's guidance, Harry led them through the tunnel to an ornate door emblazoned with intertwined serpents. "Open," he commanded again in Parseltongue. The serpents parted as the wall cracked open, the halves sliding smoothly out of sight. They found themselves in an enormous chamber supported by towering stone pillars entwined with carved serpents. At the far end stood a monumental statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, his austere features captured in stone with surprising detail. The chamber was illuminated by a greenish light that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, creating an atmospheric if somewhat eerie ambience. Impressive architectural choices, Salazar, Godric commented dryly. Not at all melodramatic. Aesthetic preferences aside, Salazar replied with dignity, direct your attention to the statue's mouth. The basilisk resides within, but more importantly, so does the entrance to my private workroom. The actual resources are hidden inside the statue, Harry explained to his friends. We need to access a second chamber beyond the basilisk's nesting area. Lovely, Neville muttered, though his expression showed determination rather than reluctance. Any chance we can do that without disturbing the giant deadly snake? Salazar says there's a bypass command that will open the workroom entrance without summoning the basilisk, Harry assured him. Though Luna seems to think it's sleeping deeply anyway. Dreams within dreams, Luna confirmed vaguely. Very tired after centuries with no one to talk to. Harry approached the statue, feeling a strange connection to the stone representation of the founder whose voice had become so familiar in his mind. Standing before it, he spoke the complex Parseltongue phrase Salazar provided. Reveal the seeker's path, guardian of knowledge. The statue's mouth opened, as it would to release the basilisk, but simultaneously a section of the wall beside the statue slid aside, revealing a hidden doorway that the basilisk entrance was meant to distract from. This way, Harry directed, leading them through the concealed entrance into a space entirely different from the imposing chamber they'd left behind. Salazar's private workroom was surprisingly comfortable, a circular space with warm wooden panels rather than cold stone, well lit by enchanted windows that somehow showed a forest view despite being deep underground. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with ancient tomes in various languages. A large worktable occupied the center, its surface inlaid with complex runic patterns. Various magical instruments, ingredients, and artifacts were arranged on shelves and in cabinets throughout the room. My sanctum, Salazar said with evident satisfaction. Preserved exactly as I left it through stasis enchantments activated upon my departure from Hogwarts. It's beautiful, Luna breathed, turning slowly to take in the unexpected warmth and scholarly atmosphere. Not at all what people would expect from Salazar Slytherin. That was partly intentional, Harry explained, sharing Salazar's commentary. The outer chamber reflected the public persona he cultivated, imposing and somewhat intimidating. This space represents his true scholarly nature. What are we looking for specifically? Neville asked practically, aware of their limited time frame. Books and research on soul magic, Harry replied, moving toward a specific bookshelf Salazar indicated. Particularly anything related to soul containers or fragmentation. They worked quickly, with Salazar guiding Harry directly to the relevant materials. Unlike the methodical research that might normally be required in such an ancient collection, Harry could immediately identify the most valuable resources through his founder connection. These 3 volumes contain my most comprehensive work on soul magic, Harry explained, carefully removing ancient leather-bound books from a hidden compartment within the bookshelf. And this case contains specialized detection instruments calibrated specifically for identifying soul fragments. The case in question was a slim wooden box inlaid with silver and containing what appeared to be a set of delicate crystal pendulums and tuning forks. Will they still work after all this time? Neville wondered, examining the ancient instruments with cautious respect. The stasis enchantments have preserved everything in perfect condition, Harry assured him, relaying Salazar's confirmation. These were specifically designed to detect and locate soul magic, potentially much more precise than the department's current methods. Luna, meanwhile, had wandered to another section of the workroom, her attention drawn to a small silver box on a high shelf. This wants to be found too, she announced, carefully retrieving it. It's singing very quietly. Harry joined her, taking the intricately engraved box with careful hands. As soon as he touched it, he felt Rowena's presence surge forward in his mind. My puzzle box, she identified immediately. Created to store critical information too sensitive for written records. I had wondered where Salazar had hidden it after my death. A collaborative project, Salazar explained somewhat defensively. Rowena entrusted it to me when her health began failing, concerned that Helena might attempt to claim it alongside the diadem. It's a specialized magical storage device, Harry explained to his friends. Created by Rowena but entrusted to Salazar for safekeeping. It supposedly contains information too sensitive for written records. Can you open it? Neville asked, studying the seemingly seamless silver cube. Not here, Harry replied after consulting the founders. It requires specific magical resonance patterns and considerable time to solve its protection sequence. We should take it with us for later examination. Working quickly, they gathered the most critical resources, the 3 soul magic volumes, the detection instruments, Rowena's puzzle box, and several additional items the founders identified as potentially valuable. Everything fit into a special expanded pouch Salazar had created specifically for removing items from the chamber. We should go, Neville urged, checking his watch. Luna's assessment must be nearly finished by now. They carefully resealed the workroom, exited through the main chamber, and ascended the stairs, which transformed back into a pipe behind them. Harry sealed the entrance with another Parseltongue command, leaving no evidence of their exploration. They reached the assessment room just as Luna was completing her evaluation, Professor Flitwick looking both delighted and somewhat bewildered by whatever her magical signature had revealed. "Ah, perfect timing," the professor greeted them. "Mr. Longbottom, you're our final participant. The others have produced fascinating results, particularly Miss Lovegood's extraordinary perceptive affinities." Luna smiled serenely. "The castle likes you," she informed Harry quietly as they exchanged places. "It remembers who you are." This cryptic comment might have been dismissed as typical Luna eccentricity, but Harry sensed deeper meaning, confirmed by the founders' collective agreement that the castle's sentient magic had indeed recognized their presence within him. While Neville completed his assessment, Harry carefully secured their acquired treasures, keeping the expanded pouch close while maintaining casual conversation with Flitwick about the upcoming school year. The professor, while clearly curious about Harry's unusual magical development, remained respectful of boundaries, focusing on practical accommodations rather than pressing for information about the source of his advanced abilities. When all assessments were complete, Flitwick provided each student with a sealed parchment containing their individual results. "These might prove useful in tailoring your final preparations for September," he explained. "Though in your case, Mr. Potter, we'll likely need additional consultations to properly accommodate your unique requirements." They thanked the professor sincerely for his time and expertise before rejoining Amelia, who waited in McGonagall's office to escort them home. Only when safely returned to Bones Manor did they reveal the success of their clandestine mission. Salazar's research on soul magic, Harry explained, carefully extracting the ancient volumes from the expanded pouch. Including specific methodologies for tracking and destroying soul fragments. These could significantly accelerate the Horcrux hunt. Amelia examined the books with cautious reverence. These appear to predate most known research on the subject by centuries. The Department of Mysteries will be very interested. There's more, Harry continued, demonstrating the detection instruments. These were specifically calibrated for identifying soul magic. According to Salazar, they can pinpoint Horcrux locations with much greater precision than current methods. And this, Luna added, indicating Rowena's puzzle box, contains secrets too important to write down. But it only opens for the right person at the right time. Amelia studied the silver cube with professional suspicion. "We should have this examined for dangerous enchantments before attempting to open it." "That won't be necessary," Harry assured her. "The founders have confirmed its purpose and safety. It's designed to be opened only by someone with the correct magical resonance, which I now have through my founder connections." The implications of these discoveries were significant. With Salazar's specialized knowledge and instruments, their Horcrux hunting capabilities would increase dramatically. Combined with Dumbledore's intelligence, once appropriate agreements were finalized, and the department's resources, they had a realistic path to locating and destroying the remaining soul fragments before Voldemort could regain full physical form. As they carefully documented and secured their newfound resources, Harry reflected on how dramatically his position had evolved in just 4 years. From an abused, magically suppressed child to a young wizard actively participating in the effort to defeat the Dark Lord who had orphaned him, the transformation seemed almost unbelievable. Yet challenges remained. The accelerated block removal process continued to tax his system severely. Voldemort was actively seeking restoration in Albania. Ministry opposition under Umbridge and Fudge grew increasingly organized. And Hogwarts attendance loomed just months away, bringing with it new complexities in his relationship with Dumbledore and the broader wizarding world. The coming storm grows nearer, Salazar observed soberly. But you are far better prepared to weather it than you were even months ago. And not alone, Helga added warmly, drawing Harry's attention to his friends as they enthusiastically discussed the potential applications of their discoveries. The strength of true allies cannot be underestimated. The balance has shifted, Rowena concluded analytically. From reaction to proactive engagement. From subject to agent. The difference is crucial. And about bloody time, Godric declared with characteristic directness. I've had enough of waiting and preparing. The real work begins now. For once, Harry found himself in complete agreement with all 4 founders. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would face them not as a passive recipient of others' decisions, but as an active participant in shaping his own destiny and, perhaps, the future of magical Britain itself. The storm was indeed coming. But this time, he would meet it head-on. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.